Arc 5, Chapter 55, The War God's Challenger. Legends of the war god Kurgan were widely circulated in the Wallachia Empire. In the powerful Wallachia Empire, as long as one had the ability, the circumstances of their birth would be disregarded. In comparison to Lagunica, which has a conscious difference of treatment its demi-humans, and the Holy Kingdom of Gutusko, which barred foreigners, Wallachia adopts a similar system of lack of consideration for blood or appearance to Kararagai. Therefore, among the four major countries, Wallachia was considered to be the best country of residence non-purebred humans. But on the other hand, the kind of cruel survival of the fittest meant that there would be severe repression and oppression on those lacking power and wisdom. Of course, personal evaluations and racial evaluations would be different. In particular, the multi-arm clan had been wandering around for many years, as a nomadic race which never stayed in a single place. The appearance of the multi-arm clan was just as its name, and their adaptability at using magic as a demi-humans were exceptionally low. In terms of a race, it could only be thought of as inferior. The total number of individuals of the multi-arm clan was not large. If ever a dispute arose, they would be more inclined to relocate than to fight for the protection of their land. It was inevitable that such a race, driven away from countless places, would come to Wallachia, where it would have only been natural for them to have been swallowed up by the iron-blooded empire and faced with decline. In this world of power, shouting out a refusal, was a man named Kurgan. Although the characteristics of the multi-arm clan were that they have had more than the 2 arms that humans did, that number varied from person to person. Kurgan, who had 8 arms where most had 4 or 5, was a peculiar existence. It had been the then youthful Kurgan, who had, when the local lord moved to recollect land, refused, and waved his 8 arms to drive the messenger back. Then, spurring his trembling brethren on, the lord's private army was driven back and broken through, time and time again, until finally the lord's mansion was attacked. Although the barbaric attack had frightened the lord, Kurgan did not offer a violent solution. He spoke he and his people had proven themselves, and accepted a prized seat on the lord's private army. After that, throughout various battles, the name of Kurgan of 8 arms was passed down as a legend of the Wallachia Empire. Garfield. His whole body was submerged in cold water, and he could still see the wavering moon through the water that flowed overhead. The bone that had supported his right eye had broken, and the eyeball enclosed inside the socket seemed on the verge of slipping off. Instantly, he used the left hand to support the treatment of magic, and perform minimal healing. His remaining left eye jumped around, surveying the red sediment flowing along with the water, his body arching back upward where it hit the bottom of the waterway. Garfield. Obviously, he lay submerged in the water, but he could feel no trace of its frigid coolness. Emancipated from the heavy weight of gravity, strength slowly poured back into his hands and feet in this world that has lost its burden. If only unloading the yoke of the heart could be as simple as removing the yoke on the body, his heart now was submerged in darkness. Or he could just keep sinking in this way. In no way was such a thought completely absent from his heart. However, drawing breath began to grow painful, and in the darkness, his eyes hadn't left him completely blinded. The peach-haired girl, the orange-furred cat girl, and the black-haired boy emerged and ignited his waterlogged heart. Maybe it was a flame that would disappear immediately. Earlier, that had been precisely the case, even if the bravado of pretending to be brave had been entirely shattered, which proved so. Even so, no matter what. That was no excuse to be immersed in here forever. Garfield, foi. Stretching to straighten his back, slamming hard into the water, pushing himself up in one breath, as his head emerged from the water, Garfield shook his head. The vision in his right eye was still obstructed, and the lingering after effects of the beating had turned into a tinnitus ringing ceaselessly in his head. His entire bloodied, wounded body was flooded with nausea, and the lack of sensation in his mouth had a discordant effect on his teeth. Garfield, fucking shit. Grabbing the edge of the waterway to yank himself up, like a wild beast, shaking his entire body to clear the water, Garfield glanced around. Earlier, Garfield had been slammed into the waterway. Nothing had changed, the war god had remained standing in place. The position of his outstretched demon cleaver was the same, with delay in his slight aura of battle, and of Garfield's failed attack, there was no doubt, as he maintained his stance. Kurgan. Looking at the silent war god, Garfield began to think. After all, the inevitability of the collision between Garfield and Kurgan was small indeed. The task that Garfield hoped to accomplish was to stop the surprise attack that, Lust, was likely to launch on the city. Even if he fought with Kurgan here, he wouldn't be saving the city of solely non-combatants. At a glance, all would tell Garfield to avoid a fight with Kurgan here. Garfield, but no way, he'd let me escape. A body so large that heads would crane to see it fully, and an overwhelming amount of muscle. Even if he looked incapable of agility, even if he tried to flee, he couldn't imagine that he could escape the reach of those swords. From the very instant that this war god had appeared before him, Garfield had been rendered incapable of escape. Now, there were only two choices that Garfield was allowed to make. Fight to death. Rebel against that death, these two choices only. Garfield, fuck. Ain't time to think so right now. Defeatist thoughts flashing through his head, Garfield gnashed his teeth to drive them away. The fangs that had been urgently regrown to make up for his losses tinged with pain, but that pain drove negative thoughts of loss to deep recesses. Any notion of the feeling of impending loss, of the harbinger of defeat, would be flattened. Self-satisfying words to justify his loss were unnecessary. Win, 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 win. Seize victory, prove his own worth. Garfield, you. Roaring loudly, driving away any weakness, Garfield once again rushed forward. In the previous skirmish, a single blow that he'd put his all into had been blocked. However, if his weight weren't enough, he could use speed to control him. Using claws, using teeth, opening, tearing, biting, plundering. Kurgan, the silent war god, greeted the rushing Garfield. A blow from a demon cleaver came from his shoulder. Call it a sniping blow, but the penetrative force was too low. Call it a crushing blow, but it moved too sharply. It belonged solely to Kurgan, this combination of swordplay and strength that would leave his opponents crushed. The suddenly approaching blade of the demon cleaver passed over the back of Garfield's head, as he leaned forward. After that narrow miss, Garfield's thinking grew steadily more fervent. If there were only one blow, Garfield should be able to escape with ease. The speed of his small form, lithe as it was quite different from the speed of that enormous body with its equally enormous arm and weapon. After avoiding his massive attack, sending slashing paw his chest a parting gift was easy. Or rather, should have been. Garfield, goo. However, Garfield, who buried deep in those arms, was forced to dodge on the spot. One of Kurgan's giant side arms swept upward, threatening to send him flying from his chin. This was also unexpected. No, his body's sense of balance was simply different. Kurgan, born of the multi-arm clan, had swung his 8 arms and trained relentlessly to find a style which suited his own body. Honing frightening techniques of his flesh, which were entirely different from what maneuvers Garfield knew about exercising 4 limbs. Once his attack ended, his body would be left open, and weaknesses would be revealed. Such common sense applied here. If one hand were to be used for only defense, then the remaining space could be used to target his opponent's blind spot. Even if he could block one hand's fatal strike, he'd still have the other 7 to contend with. If he couldn't manage all that, only a single dead end awaited. Garfield, NGH, Gar. In front of the shuddering Garfield, the arm of the gods seemed to be enough to shake the world. The roaring demon cleavers struck from all directions, crushing their opponent's body with violent force. Blocking one blow with his shield, bending over to dodge another, darting backward to reduce the impact of the next, spinning to avoid yet another, offsetting one with all the force from his body, allowing the next to shatter his shoulder to avoid a fatal injury. The beast-sized handcuffs forced a single blow, and a single hit to make it fall on the stone steps. Garfield, who? 8 arms. Just now, Garfield had thrown his all against Kurgan, and had only barely survived the counteroffensive which followed. Such an attack held the deadliness of a tempest, and yet, to Kurgan, he was merely swinging each of his arms. If this was what it meant to be a war god, if the fight continued, Garfield would be annihilated in moments. Right now, collapsed on the ground, the blooded Garfield still drew breath only because the still-standing war god had no intent to pursue. Kurgan, assuming the same stance he'd taken when Garfield had clambered out of the waterway, he looked down the loser in their struggle. To be underestimated, no such feelings of frustration surged forth. The question now was, of even occupying the same dimension. Competing with each other, warriors on a battlefield. The name of this god of war, Kurgan of 8 arms, was a legend. Garfield, who? He couldn't win. To win was impossible. A legend that had passed away, a man who had become a hero, this war god. Thriving in the imposing Wallachia, even when his clan had been inferior and despised, was this man who had changed the destiny of his race on his own. Garfield was nothing more than a little kid who revered the legend. Garfield, who? Clearly that was so, but why did his body right itself? Even his inner self was so shaken, and yet his body stood upright. Garfield, ha! Noisy, fucking noisy. The rush of his heartbeat was now unusually loud. The ringing of drums accompanying his ears, Garfield stomped on the ground. The stone steps beneath his feet began to split, and the cracks stretched straight below Kurgan's feet. The silent Kurgan and the bloodied Garfield stood in confrontation. Swaying, Garfield gathered power in the toes, once again slamming on the ground. Then, Kurgan moved. No, he had been moved. Kurgan. Through the Garfield souls, the divine protection of earth spirits worked its power. That power moved from the newly formed cracks to Kurgan's feet, and the ground supporting the giant flew toward the heavens. That enormous body floating in midair, honed though it was by hundreds battles, was still a slave to the laws of physics. Losing the support of the lower body, he could no longer execute his powerful strikes. Garfield, ha! This moment was the key. Taking aim at where Kurgan hovered in midair, Garfield swung his arm. Part beast, an arm covered in the fur and muscle of a giant tiger struck Kurgan. Even the war god had no means of resisting if he couldn't adjust his stance in midair. With the sound of weapons colliding, and the intercepting demon cleaver flew away, pulling Kurgan in its wake. And then Garfield's kick was waiting for him. Taking advantage of the first chink in his armor, his claws pierced those thick abdominal muscles. Roaring, Garfield ceaselessly pushed his opponent, pressing his attacks. Chest, thighs, knees, and stomach all took constant blows. Suppressed by the force of the impact, Kurgan's numerous arms were unable to catch up to defend, and he could only take each attack in his splayed position. Garfield, success is here. Garfield, convinced that victory was in sight, cried out. The slashing, bestial claws tore into Kurgan's, spraying Garfield with dark blood. Garfield swiped the blood from his body, continuing to press forward. Confident that his opponent had been rendered helpless, Garfield's eyes found Kurgan, carved in iron, and then cold washed over him as his hairs stood up. Kurgan. The god of war's eyes fixed themselves on Garfield, his demeanor exactly what it had been at the start, unchanged, not shaken in the slightest. Garfield, huh? It was then that Garfield realized. The war god's delayed counterattack. The swing of a demon cleaver slammed into the Garfield's pair of hurriedly raised shields, slamming his entire figure down, where he crashed hard into the ground. Garfield, GH. Even a grunt couldn't be formed. In an instant, orientation vanished from his field of vision. Garfield's limbs were entirely controlled by the impact that had sent them flying. All he knew was what had happened. In midair, without any grounding point, Kurgan gave a fierce attack with only his upper body. Simple and straightforward was this method. Grabbing the blade of the demon cleaver with both hands to increase the weight of the swing, the force would skyrocket. That was the principle of a flick to the forehead. Using 2 hands as a base to turn the attack into fatal blow. Sending him flying, to reduce the force of his attacks. This method of combat had been thoroughly resolved by his opponent. Garfield, HK. Having his chain of counterattacks interrupted, Garfield was struck by a foot from the huge body directly above him. Couple the foot with his falling momentum, and Garfield's body and slammed upward from the ground as soon as it made contact. His thoughts occupied by pain and loss, what drove him to use his healing magic was solely his survival instinct. Attaching the broken bones on his upper arm, elbow, and shattered shoulders, to fixing his eviscerated internal organs. His ribs, waist bones, parts his left thigh had also broken, but those would prove too difficult to recover in an emergency. His gate heating within the body, he drew upon all his magic, exhausting his mana supply. Taking advantage of being able to draw strength from the ground, with his body pressed against it, he began to treat and repair himself from head to toe. A few seconds, or tens of seconds, or possibly a few minutes. Blocking out even the passage of time, Garfield focused on the restoration of his flesh. Finally, reaching a point where he could just barely manage to move, he spat the blood from his throat and got up. Kurgan. Calmly, the war god regarded the blood-stained Garfield. Seeing this gesture, the corners of Garfield's eyes burned. The heat within had him bowing his head, teeth shaking. Garfield, fuck, is this? Since the beginning, Kurgan's stance had remained consistent. He would meet Garfield's challenges, but he wouldn't take the initiative to attack, nor would he rush at Garfield with swords drawn. Garfield had been mercilessly defeated 3 times. The feeling of defeat and humiliation in his heart had smashed through him, his soldier's conceit and arrogance. He felt that he had to win against him. In a similar way, he also thought that it'd be far cleaner to kill himself than to suffer this ridicule. War god Kurgan, the hero of Wallachia. Being regarded as the peak of all the soldiers, asking him to understand the frustration in Garfield's heart would be impossible. Garfield, might's well Zhu. Kill me, he could ask that of him. Honestly admitting defeat, acknowledging the obvious disparity in power, asking to be allowed to die as a warrior. Putting down his shields, spreading his arms, and forming an expression of bliss. To plead with him like this, would he be willing? To fall on battle against the god of war, to a warrior, this was perhaps the proudest way to die. Garfield, in this place. Wouldn't it be so easy, if it were all to end? Garfield, wouldn't he be so easy, if 'twere all to end, huh? Equipped with his shields, tightening his arms to show hostility. Looking forward, as if intending to struggle. Garfield's kind of thinking keeps lingering. Someone had said to him once, to not think so much when fighting. You're pretty strong, when you're not thinking about extraneous things, and just using your instincts to fight. Was that really the case? Garfield, sounds, lingering. How annoying was his heartbeat. Every bones in him twisted and connected, and a sound began to form. Annoying, 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 annoying. That extraneous sound, all of it, completely, in its entirety, was so annoying. The sound, can you not hear? Garfield, can I hear? Always, fucking course my amazing self can hear it. Even if he avoided thinking about it, it'd amount to nothing. In Garfielia, or perhaps part of him separate from his tympanic membrane, that voice was still being accepted. Someone's voice, an intimate voice, a familiar voice, a heartwarming voice, a choked voice, a proud voice, a voice which couldn't suppress its rage. All these voices refused to let Garfield go. Even if he relied on instinct to fight, these incoming waves of sound would not recede at all, and Garfield would not be alone. The more he thought about it, the weaker he was, and the him of right now was so weak. It was different from when he'd been in Sanctuary, playing at being the lone wolf. Now, he bore more humility, had seen more things. The more people there were to someone, the weaker they'd become, and they'd spend their entire lives growing weaker. Garfield, how's it possible? Embracing those unfading voices, swallowing his sense of defeat, stirring up a desire for victory, and inserting his admiration and envy into all that. Garfiel issued a challenge to the god of war. Garfiel, coup. Kurgan. Garfiel's gaze had changed. Kurgan, witnessing this, quietly moved. Of his 4 demon cleavers, he sheathed 2. However, this meant in no way that Kurgan's strength had weakened. Instead, it allowed him more focus on just those 2 demon cleavers. Almost as if to explain, the war god adjusted his stance. The war god, who had stood facing forward, balanced on his right foot, leaning in slightly as he faced Garfiel. This was a battle stance. Evidence that Kurgan finally regarded Garfiel as an enemy. Garfiel, so you now, why really was you treating my amazing self a kid? The osprey's unsuited to child rearing, does this happen to be the case here? Kurgan. In silence, Garfiel flew at the war god. Responding to this brutal offensive was the demon cleaver. Suppressing the horrifying feeling of a wall of despair closing in on him, Garfiel rushed forward, seizing his opportunity with his all. This was a misjudged tactic from his earlier attack. It had been caused by the aura that Kurgan gave off, as well as Garfiel's own imagined fearful admiration of the hero. Garfiel, you are. With a hook, he lashed out at Kurgan. Although there was a heavy sound of iron on flesh, he'd not hit where he had aimed, but an arm that had been extended to block. Garfiel, what kind of a joke is this? Seeing his fist blocked by that palm, Garfiel roared. Drawing strength from the soles of his feet, he poured that power into his fist, which met Kurgan's palm, allowing it to explode forward. Kurgan twisted his fingers to avoid the sudden punching force, and Garfiel took the opportunity to land on the war god's waist, and run up his chest, ran up, as if he were doing a flip. Kurgan leaned back, lashing out with his demon cleaver at the same time. Reading the flow of the wind and atmosphere to predict the direction, Garfiel accepted the attack with his pair of shields. With a thundering sound, Garfiel's body flew backward. Garfiel, ha! Slamming his limbs into the slate floor, he forced his body to stay in place. Looking up, the war god's pursuit had already approached. Kurgan, who had yet to launch his own attack, now rushed forward to stop Garfiel. Only 1 instant to predict, only 1 moment to react, only 1 second for the result to bear fruit. Kurgan. Garfiel strained the arms he had embedded into the slate, lifting the ground before him. The rushing Kurgan shattered that wall, launched at shoulder, and lunged with the demon cleaver. A cacophony. Garfiel, taking a direct hit, was propelled backward. The heel that had tried to stand firm slid across the ground, and shards of teeth flew forward. But Garfiel, don't look down on me, fucker. He used his teeth to block the spurs of the ghost machete. From his incisors, blood dripped to cover the demon cleaver, but Garfiel did not hesitate. Kurgan. He strained the strength in his neck and jaw, and Kurgan's body shook. He grabbed hold of the bitten demon cleaver's handle with another arm, and strained to extract it in one motion, but the tooth piercing it would not give. Not only that, but the force of his biting teeth yet increased. Garfiel's upper body swelled and began to beastify. Garfiel, ru-ua, gra-a-a. Transforming his head to animal form would lower his capacity for rational thought significantly. His reasoning would regress to the level of a beast's, and he'd been told countless times that this was a double-edged sword. But in this moment, that was Garfiel's choice. This enviable power was indispensable. Faced with the most powerful of the multi-arm race, how could he win, if he denied his own fundamental nature? O tiger, O tiger, O tiger, in this moment, lend me your strength. Kurgan. The instant the golden tiger opened its eyes, the demon cleaver was torn. The blade was shredded, and the force of the destruction moved from blade to hilt, shaking the giant's form as he suddenly lost his hold and balance. This was truly an opportunity. Garfiel, ha, ha. The beast swung its paws, beating at Kurgan's head. The giant couldn't catch his footing under the beast's repeated strikes. A slice and a bat arrived at the same time, and Kurgan, dripping blood, was forced back. Kurgan. He made to pursue further, but was met with a punch. The enormous tiger's face smashed with an elbow, and the bridge of its nose collapsed, and immediately following, from below, was a strike to his mandible. The tiger caught his collapsing body, and a punch from the front slammed into his face. Blood splashed into his dimming field of vision. Orientation, control, vanished from his mind. Not that it had anything to do with him. What was important was all contained in his heart. Even without thinking about it, it wouldn't vanish, would drive his bloody, battered body on. The demon cleaver approached. The remaining one of the pair, which hadn't been shattered. Only 1 instant to predict, only 1 moment to react, only 1 second for the result to bear fruit. Garfield, Gu, Yu. The blade cutting toward his body scraped against his shield, and met his stomach. Even had the impact been dispelled, this blow still had the power to slice through the thick abdominal muscles on his body. However, faced with the hair stiff as golden needles, and the swelling body of the enormous tiger, bisection was still out of reach. At Kurgan's feet, a stomp from Garfield. This was an effect of the blessing of the divine protection of earth spirits. Garfield, you are. The blade still lodged in his abdominal muscles, Garfield fought on thusly. In a grappling contest, Kurgan would come out ahead, but Garfield couldn't sit still. The lack of teeth, the arm that had been broken several times over, and the instinct overpowering his sensibility, had him catch Kurgan firmly. Kurgan. Yanking on his cumbersomely large body, Garfield threw Kurgan into the waterway behind. The instant he was thrown forward, Kurgan's arm reached out to grab Garfield, dragging the two of them down together. Accompanied by a loud splash, the two plummeted into the waterway. 2 huge bodies were scuffed by the current, and the blood straining the water was swept away. Kurgan. In the water, the 2 figures were still continuously attacking and defending. In the dark, vision-obscuring liquid, Garfield and Kurgan continued to beat each other without regard to the resistance of the water. Fists of a giant shattered his organs, excruciatingly expelling the air from his lungs. Pain unto pain, suffering unto suffering, so the underwater battle continued. Between that, Garfield understood his own disadvantage. For whatever reason, the war god before him didn't seem to breathe. He felt as if his opponent were a resurrected body. Oxygen starvation brought lethargy, and Garfield found his every action slow and stagnant. The flow of the water gradually surged and swelled, and, again, the 2 figures fell from waterfall to waterfall. As his consciousness faded, his fingertips were sapped of their fighting spirit. Garfield, ha! His breaths weren't enough. This would become the true cause of his defeat, as Garfield's consciousness left him. And victory was his. Kurgan. A heavy sound, that the muted, stagnant carried to him. Returning to his distant consciousness, Garfield saw it within the murky water. The demon cleaver sheared into the wall and ground level with the canal, and the war god's strike created a divisive gap in the path of the water's flow. He had neither the chance nor the air to ask what he was doing. The sound of blades from every which way shook the water's flow, until finally the sound of a breaking metal and a shocking rush echoed in tandem. In the next moment, a new stream appeared. Separate from the waterway's true flow, it was another stream of water entirely. Garfield's body, captured within this stream, was sucked and thrown clear from the waterway. Garfield, poor, coo. The feeling of water around it disappeared, and Garfield spat the volumes of water he'd swallowed. From his eyes, nose, ears, all the holes in his, water poured forth, and Garfield shook his head. Just as he was wondering what had happened, he heard it. Gorgeous tiger? In the sound of flowing water, someone called out quietly to him. Arc 5, Chapter 56, Signing of a Divorce. The authority of greed, associated with its star's name, the true face of its invincibility. The names of the stars that Subaru knew, aligned with the names of the archbishops. The etymology of Betelgeuse, Orion's hand, was quite fitting with the madman Betelgeuse Romane Conti's unseen hand. Therefore, Subaru believed that the star's sobriquets were closely related to the authorities of their archbishops. And Greed's archbishop was named Regulus Corneas. The Regulus that was his name had the Latin origin of Leo, which meant small king, as well as lion's heart. Although he had once scoffed at the idea, Subaru realized that this notion was not meaningless and pursued this train of thought, thus arriving at a hypothesis. In the first place, how is a king defined? The kingdom of Lagunica was currently in the middle of the royal election, each candidate striving to show their kingship, although each vision of kingship would, sooner or later, come to light. Subaru wanted to bring up the topic of king here, in this situation where it took a more general meaning. This so proclaimed king was a kingdom's representative, who stood at its top. Loosening the definition, a nation could be made of anything, but a single individual could become no nation. The king, symbolizing the country, existed from the citizens within it. Following this line of thought, bearing the name of small king, Regulus Corneas, would probably also correspondingly have citizens, who could grant him the title of king. Subaru, then, the ones who make Regulus king, where are this small kingdom's citizens? He didn't even have to think about it. Without bringing any cultists, they'd attack the city of Pristella. Although this was a group of independently acting, off-putting, malicious devils, the only one of them to bring unnecessary numbers had been Regulus. Why would he need to do so? Although, knowing Regulus, the possibility that he was merely flaunting his greed was not non-existent, but if not, if he were acting out of necessity. Subaru, in order for Regulus to be a small king, he needed to bring his collective citizenship of wives. Although whether or not the distance has some relation is unknown, it looks like that due to this restriction, even if there were 50 wives, Regulus would still need to bring them. Was the condition of this invincibility based on number of wives? Or distance from the wives? If Regulus's identity as a small king was conditional, the scope of what greed could reach would potentially be affected by such limits. In short, Regulus's wives were in no way irrelevant to his invincibility. Subaru, but this isn't quite enough to reveal to me the secret to his trick. What Subaru had understood with his reasoning was only small king's part. His other name, Lion's Heart, had yet to be explained, as did the overwhelming power, both offensive and defensive, that accompanied his invincibility, as well as the fact that his surroundings had no effect on him. All remained mysteries. If he'd merely had a strengthened body, it wouldn't have been impossible for Reinhardt to have breakthrough. However, Regulus's invincibility clearly surpassed such a resistance. Subaru, it can't be a super strong barrier. All the measures to stop an invincible enemy have been tried already. On top of that, he definitely lacks a heartbeat and body temperature. Then, the name of Lion's Heart opened a thought, and the last piece of the puzzle fell in place. Regulus's authority of greed was not invincibility. The true face of the murderer's overwhelming power was stillness of an object's time. Already supplied, already appraised, without holes. The words that Regulus always wore at his lips of distorted self-satisfaction were about how he was a man satisfied with his ideal existence, but at the same time made no attempt to hide the nature of his ability. Subaru, the time of his body is frozen, so forget attacks, even the water won't wet him. The time of the sand he throws is frozen, so it doesn't bounce off, it goes straight through. Among the superpowers known in manga, there was a similar one of space break. This power, as its literal name suggested, caused a break with space itself, cutting something off from its surroundings, regardless of whatever may try to affect it. Regulus's existence itself acted thus, on some level. The Regulus Corneas who could cut himself off from the flow of time, could be said to be the distortion of space itself. Indeed, he'd said, the dimension was different, invincibility was but a side effect of stillness of an object's time. What was to say? Subaru, the secret technique of freezing time's your true ability. Regulus, you say so proudly all you like, I'll have no comment.
Are you that type?
Who wishfully believing that you know something, so everyone around you should find out as well?
Even pride should be measured. Show me a little self-awareness, you little brat.
Subaru's back was pressed against a stone wall, hiding his figure as he yelled, and Regulus rushed at him with ridicule. Breaking through walls, cutting through the canal, literally crossing directly in a march of devastation. As a result of this, Regulus caught up with Subaru. Right now, Subaru met all of this alone. That said, in truth this was not the exciting match the word combat implied. Regulus, darting back and forth irritates me to death. You not running away makes you truly a man. Did you think I'd say so?
You and I can't compare at all.
Though you clearly gawked as I sent the sword saint flying, you can't even understand something like this? No matter how you look at it, isn't this just looking down on me? Subaru, when it's someone you hate, whatever they do, right or wrong, is always irritating. If I ran, I'd only run into a future so hard it'd kill me.
In addition, this choice is the right answer, should be it.
Regulus, right answer my ass. Whether it's personnel selection or strategy, alof or lof it. It can only amount to a result that's twisted to death, isn't that right? If you wanted to continue the fight, wouldn't it have been much better for that flowering maiden to stay? An adulterer like you, is there anything you can do aside from touching someone else's wife?
Subaru, what you're chattering at me is actually pretty harsh.
Though it were as Regulus's bitter words bound him, Subaru wasn't anxious in the slightest. Not anxious, not irritated, even his disgust had been watered out, as he relied on only his smart mouth to control the situation.
Now, Subaru had lured Regulus a distance away from the church, separated from Emilia, facing off with the murderer alone. Facing off, saying so seemed a touch inaccurate.
Since Subaru was just trying to hide himself, he maintained his taunting demeanor, striving merely to buy time. If Regulus noticed this, and made a destructive attack that would rend the space from top to bottom, Subaru's plans would be shattered in an instant. However, Subaru was sure that Regulus would never do so. In this short period of time, with the hostile nature of their interactions, he'd very accurately seen through Regulus's character.
In short, Regulus was scum.
This simple statement could in no way explain all of Regulus's problems.
More precisely, Regulus was someone who valued himself most highly, and would certainly never be capable of ignoring the existence of others.
To be frank, calling him the incarnation of desire for approval and desire to show off would be no exaggeration. Claiming that he has no desire and no demands with sophisticated words, treating his existence as one which had already achieved perfection, Regulus seemed unable to continue living without proclaiming his own value to others. Repress the feelings of others, imposing his own values onto them, using intimidation and violence to forcefully instate himself as a supreme authority.
This attitude was not how he treated just his brides, but how he treated the entire world. Therefore, in a certain sense, Regulus truly was attentive and serious to whatever he faced.
His battle with Reinhardt served as perfect proof. If Regulus had the notion of doing so, he could have completely invalidated Reinhardt's attacks with his invincibility, and gone on to kill the somewhat troublesome Subaru and Emilia. Despite this, he was deliberately eager to accept Reinhardt's attacks directly, and thus was unable to put this acute plan into action, although, this was not to say that Regulus valued any high-handedness of spirit. Rather, this decidedly further proved the nature that he'd supposedly cast aside.
This man, Regulus, without using all his power to make everything succumb, could not stop. Therefore, not crushing the meddlesome Reinhardt or just ignoring the provoking Subaru, were not decisions he could make in battle.
Assured by the premise that he could be neither injured or defeated, he needed to force his opponents to completely surrender, and leave their spirits defeated and broken, a man who knew only this way of battle.
Such a repulsive nature was truly unsightly to behold.
The why of this notion was that, assuredly everyone with no exception, would to some extent hold the same feelings. Even Subaru himself was aware of such ugliness in his own nature. Precisely because he forced people to gaze into this ugliness, was why the existence of Regulus was so hateful. However, this exact reason was what allowed a faint glimpse at a tiny chance of victory. Subaru, your secret method of freezing time, fine, ignore it, but what about the first part? Was my speculation really completely off? If you would, even if it's just a rough idea, I hope you can outline it for me.
Regulus, why would I have to answer the question? It's nonsensical and not obliged of me.
A matter of disclosing my own secrets isn't even about rights anymore.
To what extent are you planning to look down on me?
You fucker, are you incapable of understanding without having your bones ground to dust?
Falling for Subaru's provocation, Regulus stomped hard at the ground.
The tips of his feet pierced the stone road, as easily as if it were made of pudding. The direction of the ammunition it released would be only tracked by sound, randomly destroying the area near Subaru's hiding place.
Long before the bullets could find him, Subaru, who'd read Regulus's movements, fled from the wall.
During his escape, he also toppled the stone pillars standing at the ends of the street, and thus, the rope tied to the stone pillar came untied, and a series of slight sounds echoed.
Overtop the head of Regulus, who'd looked up to see what had happened, countless shards of ice flew down.
With Emilia's help, the street had been turned into minefield of carefully laid traps. Of course, the place where Regulus had been directly struck was unscathed, but
Regulus, this kind of thing, is nothing but the desperate exhaustion of limited ability.
Regulus, without attempt to dodge the falling ice, spread his arms in order to accept it with his entire body. Of course, without hope of piercing his invincibility, the shards of ice shattered into fragments, scattering to disperse into mana particles, including the parts that had failed to touch his body. As if to show off, Regulus stomped through all the scattered bits of ice, destroying them utterly.
Regulus, what's this supposed to be?
If your long rambling theory from just now was correct, couldn't you yourself think of how meaninglessness this attack is? Looking at it this way, isn't it that girl's attacks are much more effective?
Winding back and forth, just what do you intend to do?
Subaru, what I intend by winding back and forth like this, if I answer your question, you should correspondingly answer mine. These be our exchange conditions is what should be, no? Regulus, and exchange between me and you, what is this but sheer wild arrogance? Subaru pulled back quickly at a large angle, putting distance between Regulus.
Refusing to let him go, Regulus chased Subaru persistently, gently bending his knees and leaping in one motion.
Moving forward with that explosive propulsion, in an instant the distance between the two shrank. Like this, the fingertips of death reached Subaru, nearly, before Regulus lost its foothold. Regulus, wah? Subaru, though this was truly outside my expectations, but the weaknesses of you who only knows force on force is practically just pathetic. The classic pitfall trap was also reliant on Emilia's magic to dig into the ground, a primitive mechanic which used a layer of ice covered with soil. However, a veteran of hundreds of battles who should have seen through such a simple trap, Regulus in fact completely fell for it. Although ironic, this also served as evidence that Regulus couldn't do anything but enforce victories with brute force. Properly and uprightly, using his cheat ability to directly crush his opponent with brute force. Capable of nothing aside from this, evidently a man who would consider no other battle tactics. Subaru, different from through your power, whatever it takes to defeat you, we'll do.
Repeating such a thing, it's getting hard to even tell who the antagonist is anymore.
Taking a shortcut to reach the church first, fighting for every last second to turn this area into a minefield of traps. Although Emilia had refused to leave Subaru until the last second, with her guileless nature, she could never use these dirty tactics. Chosen for suitability, was this distribution of labor.
Subaru.
In the time that Regulus had yet to climb out of the hole, Subaru surreptitiously glanced down at his right foot. Even after the strenuous parkour of his escape, it was still in excellent condition.
Both when it had been turned to bloody ribbons, and when it had been enveloped in this mysterious black material, had become something he could never forget.
Perhaps this was the influence of the dragon's blood, which felt almost as if the blood was speaking to Subaru. This arrogant false king, that is your enemy, show him the prestige of the Dragon Kingdom.
Subaru, in this case, I'll be asking you for more help. Though I'll be owing you lots. Regulus, you're whining on, it irritates me to death.
The ground erupted with fragments of stone steps and lumps of soil, scattering with force. Backed by Regulus's power, they further caused fierce damage to the streets. Despite this devastation, Subaru was not within its destructive reach. Having flown out from the ground, Regulus, eyes widened with hate, glowered at Subaru, who'd put distance between them again. Very deliberately, Subaru raised his middle finger at Regulus. Subaru, seems that someone once said desperate exhaustion of limited ability. May I ask who said this, again? Though it's often said that, treating others as a mirror can lead to understanding of victory and defeat, but shouldn't you take a long hard look at the mirror first? Regulus, messing with me, to such an extent, you. After politely having his flaws pointed out, Regulus revealed a look of ferocity. More than likely, his homicidal feelings towards Subaru had already easily reached a breaking point, and the flames of hatred had consumed his murderous unchanging body. Regulus seemingly hadn't noticed at all, that this was all more or less within the scope of Subaru's expectations.
Because, without sharpening his murderous intent, his loose and messy rough attacks were ineffective, was a point hadn't been realized by Regulus for even the slightest of moments.
Subaru, though that's the case, I can't afford to take this lightly. Wiping sweat from his neck, Subaru, with a flippant grin, readied himself for death.
What he couldn't let Regulus see, was that his intent was only to buy time.
And even if that were to been seen though, he absolutely could not see the reasoning behind it. This was the condition for victory of this battle, the task that Subaru, who'd sent Emilia away, needed to accomplish. This was what he and Emilia had sworn to each other, that they would fulfill their respective duties no matter what.
And so,
Subaru, leaving it to you, Emilia.
Be sure to bring out the wife's heartfelt feelings.
When Emilia arrived at the church, the brides were still where they'd been left. Emilia, excellent, everyone still exactly. Looking at the faraway wives in attendance, Emilia blurted her feelings. However, she was struck silent, as the positions of the wives in attendance had remained quite literally unchanged. If Emilia's memory served her correctly, they hadn't moved even the slightest bit since she'd escaped from the church. Emilia, just because Regulus gave an order to keep still? He had no power of binding, was what Emilia understood from what she'd already been told by Subaru the truth of Greed's authority. Although he'd stressed repeatedly, this is just a hypothesis, Emilia had full faith in his answer. In order to defeat that murderer, what Subaru and Emilia had to accomplish no matter what had yet to be done. Emilia, everyone, all stayed.
Then, the first issue isn't a problem. The most frightening possibility was that the wives had separated into hiding, or had fled the church in a panic. Before the point of no return, they would have to take a last resort.
The plan that Subaru had so gravely proposed, Emilia wanted to avoid if at all possible.
And so,
Emilia, everyone, I beg leave to speak to you.
There was no time.
Although there was guarantee they'd even listen, Emilia had to overcome this obstacle now.
184, Husband Summer, how is he?
In the half-destroyed church, standing in the middle facing Emilia, but to respond to her, was a blonde-haired woman, 184. Unlike the other silent wives seated in neat rows, only she sat at the front near the collapsed altar. Having helped Emilia change, offering her advice, with eyes as cold as when she spoke of the despair her future would hold, 184 questioned the returning Emilia in a voice without inflection. Emilia, Regulus is outside. Sorry.
We're still engaged in battle. I couldn't strike him down.
184, that's so, isn't it?
The corners of 184's mouth rose almost imperceptibly.
Such a tiny smile, as if she didn't know why it was there. In addition, Emilia understood that this smile conveyed neither joy nor sadness, but something resembling ridicule. Because, a smile like this which existed to bring harm unto others, Emilia had encountered many times in the past.
And so,
Emilia, such a cold smile.
I don't think it suits you. This expression. 184, my apologies.
Because husband Summer forbids smiles, I allowed you to see an undignified expression. Emilia, please don't apologize.
What I meant wasn't this.
At 184's self-deprecating words, Emilia shook her head.
Inside her chest, heat began to concentrate somewhere that wasn't her heart.
It's just as Subaru said, those words kept rising to the surface of her mind.
Intense to the point of discomfort was a fierce feeling, swelling unbearably in her heart.
Closing her eyes, suppressing the turbulent emotion, Emilia glanced back and forth around the church before she spoke. Emilia, we're planning to take down Regulus.
To do so, we need everyone's help. Wives.
Emilia, I don't know what treatment you've suffered at Regulus's hand up until now, but even I, who was only briefly in contact with him, can see that Regulus is wrong.
Having been taken by him while unconscious, he had asked for her hand in marriage as soon as she'd woken up.
Then, she'd immediately been overwhelmed by the wedding ceremony, and had been told of Regulus's ideas on marriage and the way he treated his wives. This was a far cry from the happy marriages that Emilia had been told of. Emilia, I don't want to lose to Regulus. I understand that in battle, success or failure is irrelevant to right and wrong.
But right now, right here, I don't want to lose to Regulus. If I lose, certainly, that which is important will be trampled upon. 184, that which is important.
Huh. Emilia. 184, if you don't want to be without life, you should have obeyed husband Summer from the start, or you should have tried to flee without regard for anything else.
Both were possible.
Clearly, that would have been best for you.
With a dark gaze, 184 answered Emilia.
184, what happened to the sword saint and that knight of yours accompanying you earlier? They met husband Summer's counterattack, and fell in battle.
And thus, you alone fled here.
Emilia, no. Whether Subaru or Reinhardt, both of them are still engaged with Regulus.
My return, they trust in and await for.
184, what could you accomplish by returning? And then, saying that you need our help and such.
I don't understand what you mean.
Emilia, do you truly not understand what I mean? 184, Faced with Emilia's interrogation, 184 raised her eyebrow wordlessly.
This natural reaction didn't seem forced in the slightest.
Although she'd slackened once, she'd given up. Since the very beginning, 184 had no intention to deceive Emilia, which weighed down her words.
In other words, she truly had no idea that Regulus's heart had been entrusted to his wives, her included.
Emilia, and everyone else?
Everyone,
are you truly okay with
this?
Having wanted do anything at all, having wanted someone else to do something, is there no one who still thinks this way? 184, please stop.
I will listen to you. If you have questions, please ask me. My answer is the answer of the collective. Facing Emilia, who tried to take a read of those around her, with stiff words, 184 interjected.
Stubborn, or maybe brave, Emilia recalled how for her sake, she'd even questioned Regulus, at risk of her own life. Although that had indeed been a form of altruism. Emilia, what matters is, I have a sense of an attitude of having abandoned your own life.
184.
Emilia, you were in fact the most important, you just didn't realize, is that right?
Recalling that at the start of all this, 184 had been the one to speak with Emilia.
Not merely because Regulus had ordered her to take charge of Emilia. In Emilia's place, she'd offered her opinions to Regulus, stood on behalf of other brides, and right now intended to accept the words hurled at all of them. This kind of posturing placed her as Regulus's confidant, opportunistically manipulating Emilia and the brides. The suspicion of that rose. Emilia, but, I don't think that's the case.
You aren't Regulus's heart. I'd like to believe this.
Emilia had been saved numerous times by 184, not sheltering her in a way that was visible to the naked eye, nor taking her hands to guide her. Instead, in the face of incomprehensible malice, making sure that she would be prepared to proceed on.
Someone so concerned about others.
Emilia, being the true bride of someone like that, I can't picture it.
184, perhaps it was because I wanted you to believe that I spoke to you, you know.
Emilia, that's so. My head isn't all that good, so if you were trying to fool me, I may have been deceived instantly.
But
Emilia didn't know whether or not she a gaze with which to regard others. Currently, Emilia's comrades stood by her not because Emilia had chosen and expected for them to eventually be her comrades. It had been because all of Emilia's comrades had chosen her. But toward being chosen, she'd never thought anything like "aren't I amazing?" Rather, she'd always felt uneasy, afraid of having to live up to expectations. However, she wanted to respond to expectations bestowed upon her, and wanted herself to be able to respond to expectations.
Always, she'd prayed thus.
Emilia, I want to believe in you.
This is a choice I made. 184.
Emilia, why are you standing up for the silent crowd? Why, despite the surrender in your eyes, would you still help me?
Why are you? 184, all questions.
Interrupting Emilia's question, 184 shook her head. Then, for the first time since Emilia had arrived here, she raised her face.
Frozen feelings on a stiff expression.
Such dry eyes, and closed lips. This sense of sorrow took the woman's already beautiful face to another level.
However, what she was thinking was 184, please leave as soon as you can.
If husband Summer sees us, we'll all die. Emilia, listen to me.
184, I have no reason to respond to these questions. You're no longer husband Summer's wife. Not like us.
Emilia, I'm a half-elf. 184, eh? Faced with Emilia's confession, the woman was struck silent.
Realizing that she'd done something unexpected, Emilia gave a faint smile.
On the other hand, the woman finally understood the meaning of Emilia's confession. She understood that standing in front of her eyes was a silver-haired half-devil. 184, silver-haired. Half-elf. Emilia, in truth, up until now, you and I have been different. Different situations, different origins, different even in our most basic qualities. But, I don't think anything like everything about us is different, thus we're without connection because of this.
184.
Emilia, the things you and I see are surely the same.
When you're sad, you'll want to cry. When you meet something you can't solve, you'll be angry. When you encounter something happy, you'll laugh with joy.
That's the same, right?
184, what exactly are you trying to say?
Emilia, who had been talking in a rush, drew a sigh from 184.
At the question, Emilia found herself confused. What exactly she wanted to say, if she wanted to say it, she herself couldn't figure it out. This went to show that she was turning too emotional, but that made her forget the topic and go off track.
She should learn from Subaru, and say what she wanted to more directly. Emilia, that is,
There were things she wanted to know. There were things she wanted to inquire about. Things about Regulus's heart.
Things about standing up and taking the lead role of the wives. With her utterly defeated expression, having protected the nearly defeated Emilia.
All of this together, she hoped that she would be told of by her. And one more thing, that she needed to know first. That was
Emilia, your name, could you tell it to me?
184.
Emilia, my name is Emilia, just Emilia. Although with circumstances different from yours, surely sharing similarities with you, a half-elf.
184, Humphrey.
Emilia, if we can see the same things, feel the same things, share the same hopes.
Certainly, talking won't be without meaning. Once upon a time, she'd introduced herself like this before.
When her heart had been ridden with unease, when she'd been convinced that she had no one to rely on, when she felt as if endless floods were swallowing her.
Back then, she'd been taken in by the same words. Even until today, she thought. Then, she'd been truly happy.
The boy who she'd never met before recognizing her existence, had made her very happy. When rejection had been about to come, suddenly being tossed words like those, she'd hopelessly fallen.
184. Once again, she had to borrow Subaru's strength. Left and right, she was borrowing, and then desperate piecing it together. But it was enough.
184, don't kid around.
Why is it, until now?
Before Amelia, 184, the woman held her head, shaking it as she screamed with all her might. That expression was filled with agony, that voice with resentment, and those eyes with the feelings of gazing upon what she loathed. This was, since the beginning, the first genuine emotion that Amelia had wrought from her. 184, why after all that, are you suddenly saying something like we can be human again?
As if to release the flow of long repressed emotion, she wailed. 184, not that not being human matters, being a doll is just fine.
That man is satisfied if we only act as obedient dolls.
If we're played with like dolls, our lives will remain safe and sound. Only because we could believe this, did we last until today.
That's the case, so. Materializing the strength of her feelings, she clashed with Amelia. An outsider who knew nothing, what could they know about people like her, desperately struggling to even stay alive?
184, what do you even know about us?
Amelia, I know that you're incredibly kind.
184, what do you even know about us?
Amelia, I also know just how hard you work to endure. 184, what do you even know about us?
Amelia, I know that you're all crying out to be saved.
Hearing Amelia's words, the woman raised her face, as if suddenly bouncing back. With widened, round eyes, with struggling, faintly moving lips.
Even a single word, she could not utter. Because, up until now, if any of them had said it, their hearts would surely have given out.
The despair known as help, and the seeking of hope known as rescue, were as one. Holding such hopes, until now, hadn't been allowed. In order to keep their minds from giving in, those thoughts were suppressed in their hearts. And the result of this, with even the simplest of cries for help sealed deep within their hearts, were they. Amelia, I want to be saved, all of you are saying so.
So I will save you. I'll free you from Regulus's hands. And to that end. 184.
Amelia, please lend me your strength.
Please help the ones who for me, and you. Those who are even now, still engaged in battle. She lowered her head.
With sincerity, having stated her hopes, Amelia lowered her head.
She stared straight at the ground.
Her heartbeat leapt painfully, and faintly, barely detectable atmosphere surrounding her felt as if it were a hurricane. She held up her body now on the verge of crumbling, clenching her teeth to steel her heart.
Feeling afraid, was not only her.
Because, certainly for so much longer that she didn't even know, they had lived with a nightmare that they could not wake from.
Then.
184, please, wait just a moment. Amelia. Toward Amelia, who had been keeping her head down, the woman spoke, biting her lip.
Then with a deep breath, she cast her gaze away from Amelia.
There were the gathered wordless wives, who observed the progressing dialogue.
184, I have a question that I'd like to ask. One that until now, I have yet to have asked anyone. The woman paused for a moment, and the wives soundlessly wore frigid expressions.
Amelia also could not form a single sentence, and like this waited for the result. In the sea of gazes which could stop breaths, the woman who had always stood up as the leader of the wives, spoke. 184, is there anyone who likes that man? The question that the woman gently tilting her head posed, spread throughout the church. The content shocked Amelia, and the brides who had remained silent, only cast their gazes around at each other. Confusion accompanied the faint emotion that rose in their minds.
Like a ripple, It spread. Wife, hate him.
The one who spoke this was neither Emilia nor the woman acted as the wife's representative.
It was one of the wives seated in the rows, a woman with short hair. Those words, which had barely been squeezed out, shocked not merely Emilia. I also hate him. I hate him too. I've always hated him. I hate him, I really hate him. What a weirdo. Messed up in the head.
Has he even liked anyone before?
Only himself. I don't know how many times I've turned him down in my head. I want to cry. But I can't. Hate him. He should just die. Hate him more than anything.
Hate, 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 truly hate him.
His gaze is hateful. The way he emphasizes words is hateful. The way he walks is hateful. His character is hateful. Unlovable by nature. I hate him more than yesterday. I'll hate him more tomorrow.
Disgusting. Perverted.
The brain of a child. Even a child would be better. Even a dragon would be better. No one could be a good match for him. Physiologically unacceptable.
Hate, hate, hate.
He makes me want to vomit. I don't know how many times I've thought about beating him to death.
The worst.
Worse than the worst. Being near him nauseates me. His touch makes me feel like I'm rotting. My heart died.
My family's enemy. How could I like him if he forcibly kidnapped me?
Is such unrepentant malice even possible? It hurts so much I want to die.
He's long-winded and pompous. Every time I talk to him I want to die a bit more.
I hope his intestines rot. Give my lover back. I want to go home, I want to go home.
Screw rescuing us, just murder him instead.
Scum bastard. Truly hateful, I'll hate him forever.
A woman who would ever like him doesn't exist, does she?
Nor a man. No human would ever like him.
As if a dam had broken, the wives poured out the words that had been suppressed in their hearts until now. The overflowing words were resentment and disgust that had festered for too long in their hearts, stuffed with years of hatred and suffering, certainly not feelings that could bring joy.
Even so, their expressions as they spat those words out became joyous and clear.
184. Such unanimous opinions, which have never once been spoken before. Emilia, you, too, was there anything you wanted to say? 184. There is. After hearing the wives' admissions, the woman turned around to face Emilia. Caressing her long blonde hair, then with a face full of smiles, casting aside the order that forbade smiling, for the first time she revealed her beautiful smile.
184. The kind of man is the most hated. Please by all means, help us. Like this, with a faint smile, the divorce statement was signed. Arc 5, Chapter 57, Where the Heart Lies.
Since Subaru had left his life in the hands of fate, about 10 minutes had passed.
Regulus, come on already.
Strive after something for once, how about obediently dying here? Subaru, you are.
Regulus kicked at the house, cutting into it with terrifying precision, and the building without its support toppled helplessly. The cloud of debris accompanying the collapse filled the vicinity, and Regulus, whose own vision would up-clouded, clicked his tongue impatiently. Listening to these tiny sounds, Subaru returned to the battlefield that had been exhausted of its traps. Regulus, restlessly moving about. Do you have no notion of attacking straightforwardly at all?
Although I couldn't care less about your relationship with that whore, but if you're claiming to be their knight or whatever, is this any way to fight? Subaru, say whatever you like, you talk until you're satisfied.
Regulus, there you are.
If Subaru had tried to refute Regulus's malicious mutterings, he'd receive in return a handful of sand that would end his life. The instant after Subaru had escaped far away, the debris that he'd been hiding behind vaporized.
Being brushed would lead to fatal injury, a single strike would mean instant death. So far, Regulus's attacks had all miraculously missed.
As contact would instantly mean the end, thanking fortune for this would be a tad inappropriate.
Subaru, concentrate.
Concentrate. Concentrate. Catching his breath, wiping away sweat, he tensed all his attention to prepare for evasion. The rising dust stained his face, and Subaru spat out a mouthful of saliva that tasted of dirt.
Putting the results of his parkour training into effect.
Unlike the days when his exercise had been without goal, the clear sense of purpose of right now had an enormous impact on the state of Subaru's mind. In the forest near the new Roswell mansion, repeated every single day, to the point of being sick of it, that time hadn't been for nothing. Subaru, no matter what, I'm just a guy who can at most mess around with the skill of an amateur. Even then, he was someone who had stopped a Sin archbishop of the witch cult. Considering the battlefield situation and Subaru's personal ability, to say that he was accomplishing something special wouldn't be much of a stretch. If Pristella could safely escape from the witch cult's sinister hands, no matter what, he'd try to contribute just a bit more. Subaru, so. Regulus, are you going to keep trying to kill time with this? Do you seriously think that someone like you could be of any threat to me? You're just someone who figured out greed's secret a bit, but don't mistake that for the ability to stand against me.
Without even room to catch his breath, the enraged Regulus increased the scope of his destruction.
Regulus no longer cared about how much collateral damage he'd cause in order to kill Subaru.
The Pristella, which was famed for its beautiful scenery, was gradually losing those sights from the crimes of the witch cult.
The stone bridge that spanned the waterway was shattered, the store meticulously decorated with glass was destroyed, finding a feeling odd beauty in the flashing of shivering glass that was dissonant from the scene. Subaru believed in his right foot, and took the momentum of destruction as a cue to flee. Ironically, from his right foot came a surge of power. Pitch black, infected with who knows what, that right foot was currently Subaru's lifeline. Lashing out with his whip, latching onto the rain gutter of the horizontally oriented buildings.
Believing in the tension of his whip, Subaru stomped hard on the ground, crossing the streets as if running along the wall, passing by Regulus's side as if to specifically force the evildoer to watch him with widened eyes. He stuck out his tongue for extra provocation. Regulus, you have no idea just what you're worth.
The stone thrown from his swinging arm flew far off, completely missing Subaru, who fled using the momentum of yanking his whip. Without even considering an attack, using solely the tactics of escape.
Those who had perished at greed's hands had died due to their excessive courage,
weak, fragile, and timidly insisting on escaping.
Certainly, such a person could not lose.
Thus, that misfortune could be wiped clean here.
For that goal.
Subaru, is it still not ready yet, Emilia?
This guy's heart.
Emilia, someone with a clue. Isn't there anyone? Before the brides who had promised their aid, Emilia accepted the mystery of possibilities and bit her lip. The 53 assembled brides, all glanced back and forth at each other at Emilia's question, before finally shaking their heads weakly. Sylphie, my most sincere apologies. Casting that man's control aside and wanting to help you, is certainly genuine.
Only.
Bowing her head with remorse, this was the representative of the wives, the blonde woman named Sylphie. Amongst all of Regulus's wives, she was the one who was most well informed about their current situation, and so she'd become a representative of sorts. Sylphie, I can scarcely believe that that man would place something so important with us, though that man may call us wives and brides and whatnot.
But actually acting as if we're husband and wife, has never once happened.
Emilia, although I've been told of Regulus being a super problematic person, that shouldn't be the case.
Regulus's lion's heart is definitely placed on you.
Although Sylphie had begun to feel discouraged due to the lack of clues, Emilia would not be so easily disheartened.
At long last, Sylphie and the other wives, of their own will, had found their resolve to escape from Regulus's grasp. This was only the beginning of their resolve.
To become discouraged at this very first step was absolutely unallowable.
And as for Emilia, she believed in Subaru with nary a trace of doubt. Subaru was amazing.
Not only was he aware of so many things Emilia didn't know, but he could apply knowledge and a lively attitude to a solution, no matter what adversity they'd had to face in the past.
And so,
Emilia held no misgivings about his suspicion that Regulus's authority was Lion's Heart.
This was not to say that she was acting thoughtlessly or with blind trust. Just because it's Subaru, it's okay, was not the case.
Even Subaru would make mistakes, and on occasion he would fail.
However, that mistake would be corrected.
Or she'd take his hand and become a force that could help him. This had become a source of Emilia's trust in him. Emilia, Subaru thinks that Lion's Heart must reside within the wives. Touching her chin as if lost in thought, Emilia remembered the secret of greed's power that Subaru had shared with her.
An authority that could stop the time of an object, that could leave it unable to be changed.
Although she'd initially thought such a power inconceivable, she found that too much fell in place with that explanation. Could this truly exist in reality?
Rather than being an uncertainty, it would be better to say that.
Emilia, there, a super inconceivable power is at work. Apparently, this was something even more irrational than a divine protection. Unfortunately, Emilia, lacking a divine protection herself, could not comprehend the power inherent to those who were blessed with divine protections.
However, in Regulus, she could sense something similar.
Something far more ferocious and ugly than a divine protection were these authorities. Emilia, heart. To Emilia, the worst-case scenario would be if one of the wives were truly a confidant, connected to Regulus's true heart. This real bride would then be siding with Regulus, and would be concealing her heart from Emilia. Emilia. Leaving the contemplative Emilia aside, the brides congregated around Sylphie, scrutinizing their previous conversations for clues. Emilia's amethyst eyes carefully scrutinized their faces as they engaged in a serious discourse. At the same time, she directed the microspirits to look for changes in their bodies. These microspirits weren't particularly sensitive to changes in people, so their behavior as if to test those who had applied for cooperation was decidedly unpleasant. However, her misgivings had long exceeded the level that I don't want to doubt could curb.
Spirits, The microspirits gave a response.
Although it could not be said to be certain, the wives had given no obvious reaction. Within the sphere that Emilia could observe, there were clearly no wives who served as Regulus's confidant. In that case, the only other possibility that came to mind was Emilia, Suddenly feeling as if her hair were being tugged on, Emilia immediately raised her head. Before her eyes, dancing in Emilia's line of sight was a microspirit glowing blue. The microspirit that should have been tracking one of the brides, swayed in the air as if wanting to convey something to Emilia.
Her eyes tracing the spirit's line of travel, she found that it now faced Sylphie.
She too was currently working hard, as the lead singer of the chorus of the Wives' Revolt against Regulus.
The microspirit was fluttering around her back, as if bobbing up and down.
Emilia, hey, do you have a moment to talk?
At Emilia's greeting, with an expression of surprise, Sylphie turned.
Emilia walked over to Sylphie, sneaking a glance at the microspirit which emphasized its presence near her chest. Sylphie, what is it? Emilia, excuse me for a second. No one present beside Emilia could see the microspirits without physical form. So no matter how hard microspirits tried to communicate, they could reach no one but Emilia. So, when Emilia suddenly reached a hand out towards Sylphie's chest, Sylphie looked back to Emilia as if shocked. Sylphie? A hair? Emilia, wait a moment, please stay quiet.
I'm checking something right now.
Sylphie, what are you checking? Hey, what are you checking? Her cheeks reddening, Sylphie questioned Emilia without being able to mask her surprise. Emilia then answered Sylphie with a serious expression. Emilia, the rhythm of your heart. Sylphie, Emilia, it's because I'm a spiritualist. Though my original contracted partner is currently on leave, I can still communicate with the microspirits. I asked those microspirits to investigate your bodies, and received a response that only your heartbeat was strange. Sylphie, my heart?
Sylphie swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Her expression was entirely one of disbelieving surprise. Her shock was merely a matter of course.
After all, she'd only just heard a brief summary of Lion's Heart before being told that her heartbeat had changed. And if things had progressed to this point, there was only one explanation. Emilia, too much.
Regulus combines his heart, together with the heart of someone who he claims to be his wife.
Regulus, no matter how you look at it, although you're wearing the image of virtuousness while reciting your respectable rhetoric, where the notion that your battle to buy time would actually bear fruit came from, is a complete mystery to me, and although I don't know how you could conceive of my power, but now having clearly understood it, you would really want to keep fighting? As he glanced down at the bloodied Subaru, Regulus seemed to tilt his face upward in boast of his victory. Collapsed on the ground, lying by the side of a building as he took pained breaths, half of Subaru's face was stained with fresh blood. Subaru, goo. Regulus, although I've let you run about here and there, you're really boring after having fallen.
Well, that's to be expected. It couldn't be not like that.
Considering the difference between you and I, this is merely reaping the crop when the harvest is over.
With this, at last, without extraneous unpleasant moods, the end has come.
Approaching the collapsed Subaru, Regulus's heels crushed the rocks littering his path.
His authority was still active, as if he wanted it to be witnessed.
Regulus, in summary, don't you feel that this is the fault of your excessively arrogant self?
Up until now, there have been many like you, who wanted to beat me down or rouse a battle against me, but of all those people, not a single one has ever touched me.
That is the fate of those whose desires supersede their abilities, an absolute law of nature.
Do you understand?
The Sin Archbishop of Greed, discussing the nature of desire, asserted his contempt for those who allowed excessive desire to immolate themselves.
To have desire would create struggle without meaning. To have desire would create starvation without boundary. To have desire would create ruthlessness without limit. For this exact reason, to be without want and without desire was valuable. Just pray if you are poor, to have your own talent is optimal.
Regulus, just being content with the present enough, craving what is beyond own abilities will lead your own destruction. Gathering together one after another but refusing to learn, you are really a bunch of hopeless creatures.
With a sigh, Regulus slid a hand through his white hair, shaking his head, as if he was drunk on the throes of a tragedy.
However, the sorrow in that voice was no act. Regulus was more or less from the bottom of his heart, sighing at the foolishness of Subaru and others who were not himself. That was the self-righteous, undetectably lonely voice of someone omnipotent.
Subaru, before
I die, your
powers. Regulus,
a last offering, as the saying goes.
Trust you to know something archaic as that.
You've bested me in an irrelevant store of knowledge, is that what you're trying to say? Regulus laughed as he watched Subaru, whose breaths looked on the verge of cutting off, wishing only for that last answer.
Without a single route of escape, all that was left for his sorrowful existence was imminent death. Regulus, well, you've already gotten this far.
At the very end, I'll give your negligible self a reward for your efforts.
I'll tell you, that this time you struggled to your very last to buy, is all completely meaningless.
Subaru, meaningless.
You mean? Regulus, it's all really rather simple.
My heart that you and that woman are searching for is indeed carried by my wives. But, as to who is carrying it, neither I or any of them know. Equal rights, equally divided love, and the responsibilities and obligations they bear are equal as well. Toward the astonished Subaru, Regulus shrugged with a it's sort of like this? Regulus, for those who have taken multiple wives, treating all of them equally is a matter of course. In addition to a few clever justifications, only those who practice equality are allowed to exercise their authority.
In other words, I'm betting on my life. Constantly, I am manifesting my love for them.
Subaru, and the wives are unaware of this heart's condition because?
Regulus, not like it's a particularly complicated reason.
Constantly hearing the sound of one's own heartbeat every day, there isn't anyone out there who would continue to pay it any mind, is there? Watching Regulus, who laughed with his mouth open, Subaru understood
the method with which Regulus hid his heart, that vicious method. both simple and effective, and more defensive than any other method.
Subaru, with your heart and your wives' hearts, you. Regulus, managing the husband's property is indeed one of the wife's obligations. But you see, since I am a man without desire. In the first place, I don't have the amount of meaningless possessions that guys like you do. And so, what is entrusted to my wives is my existence itself.
What magnificence, isn't this the very essence of matrimonial love?
Disgusting.
Regulus's consciously ruthless authority. Without malice, without condemnation, he believed that was the natural order and process.
Subaru had come up with a number of theories on Lion's Heart's hidden methods, before sending Emilia to the church.
But no matter how he looked at it, this had not been one of them. Moreover, if no one could break Subaru, something so far beyond reason.
Emilia, she couldn't possibly do anything. Just now, if what Regulus had boasted of with a face full of pride was in fact the entirety of Lion's Heart, then there should still be a method of breaking through it. If that could be conveyed to Emilia, with her power, she could take care of it with haste.
The question was not one of possibility, but one of correctness. That is, the choice of life and death. Regulus, huh?
Hey, you. As he rose with a disgusted expression, Regulus wore an uncomprehending gaze as he watched the Subaru who stared at him. Being caught up in the demolition of the city, Subaru, who had until now seemed to be on the verge of death, brushed the dust from his knees as he stood, still glaring. After a moment, Subaru raised his eyebrows with an "ah" as he noticed Regulus's incredulousness. Subaru, playing dead. Ah, no.
Playing the verge of death.
Since a flying stone happened to slice my forehead, I just wanted to give it a try, is all.
Applying blood to his face and pretending to be in agony, had led to now.
With a face full of smiles, Subaru looked at Regulus, who had been toyed into the palm of his hand.
Subaru, I trusted in you.
You're definitely the kind who, if you found a dying enemy, would arrogantly boast of your victory as you rambled on non-stop. Regulus, dash.
Subaru, whoa. Rising with a jump, Regulus's body flew forward in a straight line.
With incredibly agile speed, and movements of a dirty casual, he flew in a straight line.
In this rare moment, Regulus could achieve an acceleration that could shock even Reinhardt.
However, without being able to see that mechanism, his understanding of it was limited.
Subaru, phew you.
Accelerating with his right foot, without hesitation his body flew toward the left. Regulus's goal was to slam directly into Subaru, but he was thwarted by the limitation of linearity. In summary, the Regulus's momentary superhuman ability was the result of an application of freezing his physical form. The time of his body was cut off from the world, and would not be interfered with again, was that man's power. If he were to attack suddenly in this way, whether gravity, air resistance, or inertia, none could restrain him.
It wasn't always in effect, which should be because there were restrictions.
Regulus, goo, you bastard.
Subaru, the one who wants to yell is me.
I have to find a way to reach Emilia. The position Regulus's heart absolutely needed to be communicated. To communicate it, and to make choices.
What method was there?
In order to save the city, Emilia was needed. Subaru, Emilia. In contrast to Regulus, who gathered momentum, Subaru looked in the direction of the church where Emilia should be. In the midst of the ruined, collapsed street, a street that could not be crossed in Regulus's aftermath, was a half-destroyed church. And that place in the next moment was engulfed in a brilliance that shone blue and white. The hearts of the wives became one with Regulus's heart. Emilia's conclusions caused tremors in all the surrounding wives who heard it.
Most heavily affected was Sylphie, who found herself the recipient of Regulus's shared heart. Sylphie, my heart.
And? After her hand fell back, Sylphie's face stilled as she backed away step by step. The woman standing behind her, worriedly placed her hand on Sylphie's back. Sylphie, do not touch me. In the next moment, Sylphie reflexively spoke as she swung out an arm. As if to keep the other wives away from her, holding this posture, she looked at Emilia. Sylphie, are you sure there's no mistake? Emilia, the micro-spirit says it's unnatural. I, too, can feel a faint sense of overlap in the sound of your heartbeat.
Sylphie.
Sylphie placed a hand on her chest, closing her eyes as if to confirm what Emilia had just said. The speed, strength, and interval of her heartbeat resounding in her throat, she gave a deep sigh. Sylphie, I see. Just how much, just to what extent does he want to trample upon the souls of others, that man? Emilia, wait a moment, what are you doing? Revealing an incredibly dry smile, Sylphie walked into the depths of the church, half destroyed from Reinhardt's attack. In a corner of the church were scattered shards from the skylight, of exquisitely carved glass.
Sylphie plucked up a shard of glass, and turned back.
Sylphie, you understand, don't you, that man's schemes? Imposing his weaknesses unto others, and then forcing resolutions upon them as well. Emilia, resolutions.
Are you saying?
Sylphie, in order to stop that man's heart, stopping my own heart is the only feasible way. As that man says, till death do us part, isn't this the case? As she played with the shard of glass, Sylphie spoke in a flippant voice. Emilia understood what she meant, and at the same time picked up on the underlying message.
Sylphie's epiphany and Regulus's malice. Emilia, wait, you can't. There has to be something, has to be some other way.
Sylphie, such a convenient way, do you truly believe it exists? With our hearts already joined, stopping just that man's heartbeat without stopping mine, couldn't possible be, and… Emilia, don't give up so easily. If I could allow something like this, for what have I?
Why did I leave that forest? There was once again about to be a victim.
Because of Emilia's lack of power and knowledge, a sacrifice was once again about to happen before her.
Just like everyone in the forest.
Just like Fortuna or Juice. As if to bury what Emilia's hands could not reach, everyone but Emilia were inclined to use their own lives. Sylphie, the days of being taken as that man's wife were truly arduous. Desperately, Emilia considered if there were any other way. During this time, Sylphie's heart gradually calmed down, and with the clarity of approaching the condign finale, she slowly began to grow more resolute. Sylphie, merely in order to avoid trigger that man's imperial wrath, I held the consciousness of death close,
allowing it to slide no matter how brutal that man was, welcoming the new brides.
Only for those children who were in the same position as me, no matter what, I wanted to protect them. Just as the one I first met, just as the ones before me protected them. Acting as the representative of the wives, presenting herself before all the others no matter what, and now her true meaning was clear.
Before her had been others. Triggering Regulus's temper, someone who had stood at the forefront of all these seized women.
And then Sylphie took that will up, because even now these wives remain still. Sylphie, even if our spirits were defiled by that man, because he would never touch our bodies. Certainly, if both had been defiled, we would have long been unable to withstand. So right until today, no matter the language or voice or behavior of that man, endlessly we endured and endured and endured and endured and endured, and yet.
Having reached this point, Sylphie, who had been biting her lips, tilted her face upward.
In her eyes were large drops of tears, as well as a scorching rage that seemed searing enough to evaporate even those tears. Sylphie, that man's hand, has tainted even my body. I'd thought something like at least I could protect my body, but even something I wanted to protect that much had never been saved in the first place.
Tears flowed as a roar from the soul tore itself from her, and Sylphie's hand wept blood.
The glass that she had been gripping firmly had cut through the palm of her hand, and though she frowned at the pain, the corners of her mouth soon pitifully relaxed. Sylphie, because women bearing injuries are atypical, even the slightest of bruises would mean death by that man.
This wound is my freedom.
Emilia.
Sylphie, in no way is this your fault. I am incredibly grateful to you.
Toward that man, revenge for every single day until now, a better way could certainly never be found elsewhere. With a slight smile at Emilia, Sylphie looked toward the other wives, looked toward those who could be called her companions.
Then clutching the glass with her own 2 hands, she pressed it against her chest.
Sylphie, if I die, his heart will be transferred to someone.
This is a certainty. That man wouldn't use just myself alone as a shield for his heart.
Just like that, everyone has no reason not to know that man's stubbornness. Surely, it will be so.
Which one of the brides who whispered that softly was unknown? As if assenting to what Sylphie had said, the wife who had answered emerged from the crowd. A woman with long chestnut hair, she too took up one of the shards of glass scattered beneath Sylphie's feet.
Wife, something like death, I too have considered it a number of times.
Even if I'm living like this, I can't say that I'm truly alive. I'd rather reunite with my family in the afterlife.
Wife, my reason for not doing so was not wanting to die.
Even if I were to be liberated from this pain, I wouldn't have any happy memories from life. Wife, but, if dying, if this life could bring vengeance on that man can to pass, if my death would be something without meaning.
One after another, the wives came forth and took up shards of glass. The brides looked at those sharp edges, as if looking upon their hopes. With Emilia's words as an opportunity, the wives found their hopes, found something their lives could be spent on. Sylphie, thank you, we are truly grateful to you.
That man, aside from us, he truly has no other wives present. This is something we can absolutely guarantee. So then, we'll trouble you for what comes after.
Emilia. Sylphie, please be sure to help us speak.
Our anger must absolutely reach that man. All we can do is trouble you, having been forced by that man, and then rejecting him successfully. There has only been you.
Sylphie's request was said with a voice full of warmth. The wives all approached the shattered stained glass of the church that was to be witness to a marriage, holding the fragments in their hands as a symbol, chose their end. Pointing the sharp edges against their pale necks, with a breath they were to suicide. Emilia, wait a moment.
That action of certain death was stopped by Emilia's words.
Emilia, who had fallen into a silence until now.
In her words were power, both in physical and metaphorical meaning. Hands of ice reaching out from the ground sealed the wives' movements.
The slashing movement was successfully hindered, successfully preventing their suicides. Sylphie watched Emilia's movement with wide eyes, and then spoke with a trembling voice. Sylphie, I beg you, please understand us.
Your sentiments, I am truly grateful for. But any method other than this. Naught but death could serve as repayment. Naught but death could strike a blow against that man, against Regulus.
That was Sylphie's, the wives', conclusion. Stopping their own hearts, this sorrowful answer, Emilia also understood.
So to figure out how to deny it, thinking and thinking, all along she had been thinking of a way. And so.
Emilia, I'm sorry.
Not like this.
Sylphie, eh? Emilia, if it was Subaru, he might have thought of another way. But my head is a bit slow, so no matter how hard I thought, I didn't have a clue.
So.
Surrounding the muttering Emilia, brilliant lights of blue and white began to dance. Gaining mana, the swaying light, was the micro-spirits which had entered a visible state. As if to engulf the entire collapsed building, the substantial gathering of micro-spirits began to appear, that was, in a sense, a sight as sacred as a dream, and Sylphie and the others held their breaths. Emilia, I want to make your heartbeat stop. Because if you stab your throats with a weapon like that, you won't die such easy deaths. After Emilia lifted her hand, the micro-spirits seemed to follow that movement as they shone, and a bluish snow began to fall in the church.
The snow layered thinly around the brides, and where it brushed their skin, it turned into white crystal.
This magic that Emilia was capable of, was both the gentlest and cruelest. Emilia, sorry.
I can only use this method.
Sylphie, please don't apologize. After realizing Emilia's intentions, Sylphie breathed a sigh of relief.
The sentiments of the wives was in alignment.
They looked at Emilia, who was unable to form even a single sound, and spoke in unison.
Wives, thank you.
Emilia. Then, a brilliance that shone blue and white engulfed the church. Icicles rising as if an assault from the sky made a complete frozen seal around the church, forming a sound so sorrowful as if to roll over the sky, as if the sky itself had turned white and died. Within that structure of ice that had risen, how much sorrow had gathered?
No one, save for the one who was responsible for this scene, could understand.
Subaru, Emilia. The ice created by the incomparably powerful magical vortex was peerless beyond measure, and could not have been made by anyone but Emilia. Lion's heart truly had been subdued, along with the lives of the gathered brides. His heartbeat had stopped.
Subaru had already thought of the method. The only possible method. Then, that method would have been impossible to actualize.
He'd even made an emotional preparation for Emilia's failure to reach the church, but, upon seeing this spectacle, the answer was clear. Chosen by Emilia, that answer. Regulus, hey, isn't this a bit? Looking in the same direction as Subaru was Regulus, who could imagine the result of this ice structure, and his cheeks began to twitch. The place where the icicles were raised were where his wives currently were. Regulus of course well understood.
As well as what that spectacle meant. And so. Regulus, you too. Is this what you set out to do?
Is this something that humans are capable of? Seizing another's beloved, arbitrarily without authorization. Just how cold-hearted can you be to do such a cruel thing? Regulus stomped at the ground as he shouted thus at the bloodied Subaru. His soles shattered the slate, and even distorted the earth enough to create an illusion that the city itself was shattering. Rushing forward without second thought, Regulus stabbed his fingers at Subaru. Regulus, satisfied? Are you satisfied? In order to kill me alone, you dared to snatch away the lives of all my faultless wives, and even felt happy to have done so, your humanity. His mouth spewing dirty curses, the body of Regulus who spoke of the sorrows of being plundered from was suddenly sent flying. The reason for that was the spear of ice sent by the girl who had emerged from the church. The spear of ice struck Regulus with astonishing momentum, ceaselessly striking the body of the standing Regulus in succession. His body was sent flying like a doll, and in the process several more spears of ice flew at him. The momentum did not stop there, and like this Regulus's body was slammed straight into the waterway, and with a loud crack the waterway was frozen, becoming an ice sculpture in Regulus's form. Emilia, all that just now, consider it a divorce from your wives. Striding across the frosted streets, Emilia returned to the battlefield in a flash of silver. She stood on the collapsed street, looking at the approaching Subaru, whose pitiful sight made her narrow her amethyst eyes. Emilia, Subaru, those wounds. Subaru, I'm fine.
It's just a scratch that bled a bit more. More importantly, the church. Where are the wives?
Emilia, everyone, wished to defeat Regulus,
so.
Averting her gaze, Emilia's attention drifted slightly back to the church. This reaction was enough to convey that Emilia's choice did not belong to her alone. And the weight of that choice, Subaru would not have to bear it as well. Subaru, but the effect of Lion's heart is interrupted.
That man's invincibility trick should be at an end.
Emilia, no.
It doesn't seem to be something that'll be so easily solved.
Subaru, eh? The sacrifices made as a result of our choices should have been the price paid for the answer. Emilia shook her head slightly towards Subaru, who was thinking such thoughts. As he was astonished by her reaction, the ice filling the waterway behind them began to crack. The crack began to expand, affecting even the flow of the blocked-off waterways. The collapse spreading to where waterway met water flow. Subaru's soles were already immersed in overflowing water. Regulus, truly a laughably ridiculous arrogance, vulgarity that is incorrigible, incompetence that brings speechlessness, shamelessness that brings disbelief, inferiority that is hopeless.
Leaving the canal, the murderer who was drenched but not wet in the slightest approached.
His white suit unstained, his white hair unshaken by the wind, his white face free of wounds, without even a drop of sweat. This existence was practically a daydream. No, better to call it a nightmare that appeared midday.
Regulus, and now, what will you do?
You too, how do you plan to take responsibility? Though you droned on and on like you'd done something great, in the end this was nothing but a failed miscalculation. In the end there were only sacrifices. How do you plan to fix this situation? In the form of this Regulus who was enraged to the point of madness, the effect of the unchanging lion's heart yet lingered. Emilia had made an assault on that level, forget being wounded, even a trace of what had happened could not be seen at all.
Subaru, how's this possible?
Even just now you were speaking of lion's heart, unending effects.
Presence of mind to bluff in a situation like that, how could someone like you have it?
Regulus, do you think me so kind that I'd turn a deaf ear to that which can't be ignored? I'll say this first, isn't the notion of not infringing on others' hearts basic etiquette? Clearly no one's looking down on the rights of others, so how is it that you two are always doing something so mentally deficient? Conscience aside, do you lack in even basic intelligence? Facing these unintentionally provocative lines from Subaru, Regulus looked down with an unimpressed expression, knocking against his head of white hair. Regulus, it seems, that contemptuous prostitute's counting is wrong, isn't it? Not remembering the number of lives even though she's the one who stole them away, that's a killer's way of thinking.
Certainly there's something wrong with it.
Subaru, since when did you have the right to say those words?
Regulus, don't surreptitiously try to change the topic.
Anything I've done to date and such, has absolutely nothing to do with that woman's ungratefulness.
Don't turn your back on the sins you have committed. Don't look away.
Tossing your own issues aside to blame the other party, don't you feel ashamed to call yourself a person? No matter where he went, carrying a vexing share of rage to impose on others, was Regulus. Carrying not a single doubt about his way of life, was the foundation of Regulus Corneas.
How many contradictions would appear in his series of speeches before he was satisfied?
Discourse with Regulus was truly damaging to sanity.
Facing a sin archbishop of the witch cult, seemed to create an illusion that normalcy was wrong. Regulus, but... Look, you miscalculated.
The substitutes for his heart, would even destroying all the alternatives of those be unable to lift Regulus's invincibility?
There should have been no problem in theory.
During his risky bet with his life, Regulus had proven that he was not so smart as to be able to calculate with skillful words the way Subaru could.
Regulus did not have the ability to deceive or rely on his eloquence to mislead. He was completely unable to change his way of thought. In his world, there was no one but him.
Marriage was merely imitation, speeches were merely ideological, battles were merely conducted as an outsider. His way of being was merely pure malice, almost exactly like a little king. Emilia, 53 people. Next to the trembling Subaru, Emilia muttered. She has not until now, toward Regulus's fallacies, curses, unspeakable complaints, shown no reaction whatsoever.
Only one sentence, all she spoke was this one sentence. Regulus, huh? What? Just now, what did you say?
Emilia, I said, 53 people.
The number of women you forcibly brought to your side. Could it be that I'm wrong? That would be absolutely impossible. I could never miscount the number of lives.
Regulus, And?
So what? What are you trying to say?
With a contemptuous attitude, Regulus dismissed Emilia's quiet assertion. Digging a finger into his ear, an attitude full of ridicule. Even Subaru with sarcasm as his strongest suit wanted to clap in praise for his flippant manner. Just as Subaru was about to accept Regulus's provocation, Emilia looked straight toward him. Then she shook her head slightly at Subaru who held his breath. Emilia, it's all right, Subaru.
I understand it all now.
Subaru, by understand, you mean? Emilia, and, because I am incredibly angry right now.
No longer will I forgive him. Feeling fear squeeze his chest, Subaru saw it. On that gentle face, feeling quietly vanished, was Emilia with a soft sound. Freezing her feelings like that, was the most furious Emilia that had been seen until now. A frigid flame rolling across frozen eyes in that manner, Emilia touched her chest. and then spoke.
Emilia, Regulus's heart is here. Right now, beating inside my chest. Arc 5, Chapter 58, Faith.
Placing a hand on his chest after Emilia had spoken. What rang out was a laugh that could not be hidden.
Although what leaked out was at first only a breath, he soon could endure no more, and his voice gradually escalated in volume, until it became cachinnation.
Regulus, ha ha ha.
Ah ha ha. Who, ah ha 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 ha.
Straightening his back, Regulus laughed loudly, as if he'd heard a great joke.
Sticking a hand into his white hair and tousling it, the murderer was now immersed in a fit of laughter that no one else could understand. Subaru could tell from his smug demeanor that Emilia's speculation was correct. Subaru, you bastard, what's so funny? Regulus, of course it's funny, isn't it? Or rather, you are. I really must suggest that, in this desperate situation, you should give up on trying to think and we can all laugh together. On that note, do you understand the current situation?
You yourself, with your own hands, pushed the most critical of critical points into this calamity. Subaru, boo. No words could be fitting. Only in this moment was Regulus's reply so perfectly reasoned that it could be met with naught but speechlessness.
Subaru turned his head to look to Emilia, confirming with her whether or not her speculation could be proven. However, towards Subaru's searing gaze, Emilia shook her head. Emilia, there's no mistake.
I had the micro-spirits confirm, and I can feel it myself. Inside me, there's something extraneous that doesn't belong to me. It feels so disgusting.
Emilia asserted thus, a despairing hint that announced the present reality.
The effect of Lion's heart had moved to Emilia.
In other words, the only way to stop Regulus now would be to stop Emilia's heartbeat as well. Subaru, then again, why is Emilia's heart with Little King? Could it be that I made a mistake? The man's heart, no matter who, as long as he wants. If it were that kind of ability, there existed in Regulus's authority no loopholes. If he could give his heart to even hostiles and strangers, that would mean that as long as the human race lived on, a way to kill Regulus did not exist.
Rather, if it could be that his heart could replace that of any living creature. Subaru, truly shameless. Regulus, the worthless howls of a retreating dog are pleasant to hear.
Ha ha ha, no matter what I have to say. Just keep running with your temper, searching for some ridiculous excuse for your failure is the right of the loser. And enjoying superiority while hearing them is my right as the winner.
Ah, this isn't bad. Not bad at all.
Emilia, I don't meet your standards for a wife, you yourself were saying so earlier. Regulus, so annoying.
Going on and on as if you're strong enough to speak of your own rights. More importantly, how are planning to take responsibility for killing my wives? My ideal wives. How long do you think it took to gather such a group? How many years do you think it takes?
Obviously of age, but lacking anything like a wife or lover. Do you want me to be one of those garbage widowers who no one wants?
Before I find a new wife, you have the obligation to join with me.
Using stern words to smack at Emilia, full of spirit as he voiced his rhetoric, was Regulus.
The violent reasoning that the murderer believed in, completely convinced that his heart was indeed within Emilia.
If so, the possibility of removing Regulus's heart from Emilia. Regulus, would you like to try?
To see if there's a way you can move my heart. Regulus, the method is simple if you want to try it. Right now, just kill this girl before you. As long as you end her life, you'll naturally understand whether or not my authority will stop. Very, very simple, effective, and reasonable.
Ah ha ha.
You couldn't do it, could you? If you do something like that, with the motives and values that you've challenged me with, won't you have lost your self-justifying reasons? Although hard to admit, Regulus was right. Subaru had not the courage to sacrifice Emilia.
Call him selfish, call him arrogant, only that could he not do. In order to defeat Regulus, they had already tossed aside the lives of his wives. Even with the revelation that there had been no alternatives than letting go those sacrifices, in no way could they compare with the life of Emilia or his other comrades. Natsuki Subaru's choices always were selfish to a disgusting degree.
Regulus, you see. Someone like him could never.
In that case, how about offering yourself in proxy?
Simple, isn't it? Just like what you did to the others. Or what? Can't you do it? Though you've clearly taken the lives of others without consent, but because you treasure your own so much you can't do it?
How amazing, I think I'm going to vomit. Emilia, Subaru. Subaru, wait, you can't.
Seriously, this alone is unacceptable.
At Regulus's provocation, Emilia too seemed to be calling to Subaru as if in realization. Hearing the unsparing tone of her voice, Subaru hurriedly stopped Emilia in fear.
Even if you giving in to the provocation, surely she wouldn't immediately make the choice to abandon herself. However, Emilia had already done a good job of choosing the worst option if she didn't have the means to win.
Then Subaru had only the thought that he would absolutely not choose this path.
In that case, they had lost.
Calling Emilia's name had only stopped her, but he could speak no words. Regulus, then, in that case we're about ready to draw this to a close, aren't we? Although keeping a low-grade woman like you isn't in my interest, for time being I'll compromise.
Before finding my next wife I'll join with you for a bit. Though I'll just have to kill this guy.
You've already infringed on my rights to this point.
Ah, that's right.
So, did you laugh earlier? Before Subaru, who clenched his teeth, Regulus happily turned the corners of his mouth upward. A torrent of magic was whirled around Emilia, as she planned to make her own decision.
At the same time, Regulus, not taking note of the wind, laughed. Regulus, you're that guy, aren't you?
That loud voice in the city that yammered on right before my wedding? Killing a single sin archbishop or whatever, what a joke, right?
My condolences if you really thought you could best me just because you killed that disgrace.
That man, both before and after becoming an archbishop, has never accomplished anything, he has always been a simpleton.
Regulus, standing and giggling.
What his words pointed to was without doubt the madman Betelgeuse Romane Conti who Subaru found abhorrent. Betelgeuse was the worst kind of lunatic with no redeeming qualities. He felt not a shred of goodwill for the lunatic, instead hating him down to his bone marrow, and would never spare him even were he to come back as a ghost. But nevertheless, seeing the sin archbishop ridicule Betelgeuse who was supposed to be his comrade, in Subaru's heart grew an inherent feeling of unpleasantness. The possibility of defeating Regulus, and in addition this entangled state of Emilia's life and death didn't even need mention. Then again, Betelgeuse, he,
Subaru,
should have been a loathed lunatic opponent, mad blood-stained laughter appearing in his mind.
While thinking back, he lifted his face.
Then something felt as if it had begun to stir within his chest, he seized it, swallowing his breath. Could it be that something like that was also possible?
Subaru, could it be done? Incomprehensible.
Strictly speaking, no one can guarantee the possibility generated within Subaru's mind.
Just like bringing an empty table to a negotiation, or rather, it was closer to being the product of Subaru's delusions.
Merely Subaru's own feelings.
But, that was precisely why.
That was precisely why, able to arrive at this possibility was only Subaru alone. That notion now, based just on intuition, even a god wouldn't know if it could succeed, but Subaru, Emilia. Emilia. Feeling the magic that seemed to have risen to its limit, Subaru called to her. Emilia remained silent, only revealing the realization of a tragedy.
Nevertheless, deep in her eyes a hint of emotion flashed through.
That was expectation and trust in Subaru who watched her. As if to lend support to those feelings, Subaru asked. Subaru, Emilia. Emilia,
Subaru, can you completely trust me, and leave everything to me?
Emilia, I can.
Toward this question, her response came simply, and without hesitation.
Emilia placed a hand on her chest, and for the first time since returning to the battlefield, revealed a smile.
Emilia, I believe that if it's Subaru, you can do anything. Ah, damn it, how despicable this was.
A girl who he liked, treating him with unflinching trust, how could he fail? Whether holding tight with hands or biting tight with teeth, he wasn't allowed to fail here. Subaru slowly breathed deep, then slowly released the breath, then glanced toward Regulus, who watched them in silence.
Regulus did not obstruct their conversation, just rested on his wrists as he waited leisurely.
Subaru, aren't you a bit too relaxed? Regulus, aren't I usually relaxed? Any trace of failure and the like, not even a speck remained.
Regulus had revealed all his preparations, and wanted to do away with Subaru.
In truth, Regulus's authority, lion's heart, was perfect. After clarifying its key points, victory was still placed somewhere nigh unreachable. However, precisely because he was convinced of his impending victory, would, when confronted with Subaru's struggles and efforts, watch from aside without intervention.
He had no idea what was happening. That point was the same for Subaru himself. Subaru. If Beatrice had been here, there might have been another method. If that intelligent girl had been by his side, there would have certainly have been a less risky way to win.
In the depths of his chest lay the connection with the girl who was his comrade. Certainly, after all this was over, he'd be in for a scolding from her. Not being scolded wouldn't do. So now that he was alone, recalling the times when he'd been alone, the memories remaining within his chest were certainly not ones which brought happiness, awakening only an initial landscape of terror and agony. Emilia, Subaru.
Subaru.
Emilia, let go and do it. Emilia's call became strength for him to make the decision. Subaru violently seized his own chest, rousing something within him that was truly difficult to consider his, concentrating his consciousness on the center of the whirlpool where this chaotic force swirled, liberating it.
In this moment, slightly changing the manner in which he called it.
In order to have the murderer who had insulted the lunatic understand what had happened, only this once. This power inherited from that abhorrent madman.
Subaru, come forth. Unseen hand. Invisible providence, or rather, unseen hand.
The force that surged through his body, Subaru defined as the power of the witch created by the witch factor. He'd heard from Echidna in her dream castle, that he'd gained the witch factor since he'd killed Betelgeuse. What detriments it had were yet unclear. However, the power which gave Subaru unseen hand undoubtedly came from here. So until now, Subaru had never sought to use the witch factor as his own source of power. Subaru firmly believed so. The nature of this power being similar to that of the madman's, was because the witch factor of sloth inherently held this nature. The possibility of Betelgeuse running amok within him, he didn't even want to consider.
But if this is the case, what was this feeling about?
Echoing, lively, silently cheering from inside Subaru.
Cheering for being called upon. Cheering for once again being able to use his power. Cheering for being requisitioned, completing his goal.
And then, was only an unspeakable, incomprehensible joy, accompanying the liberation of that power, that happiness and appreciation, as well as that feeling of gratitude. The fluctuation of this incomprehensible emotion was in no way something Subaru's problems could solve.
Regulus, huh?
Accompanying Subaru's loud scream, was Regulus's own cry as he looked to the sky.
He shouldn't be able to see it. Because this was, unseen hand.
The poisonous hand that was perfect for assassinations due to its invisibility, having been insulted by Regulus, a sluggish, a negligible and residual power, something even weaker and more residual than that.
Only one in number, with an incredibly short range, and too many unknown factors.
As the key to breaking through this situation, there should be a limit to unreliability.
Subaru. The first step of summoning the magical hand had been passed.
Starting now with the unknown second step and the third step that would be the final one. With his own consciousness, Subaru commanded the fingertips to take action, infusing his own hopes into the magical hand that seemed woven by shadow. Subaru, Emilia.
And once again, confirming whether or not she was aware. seeking help for herself.
Along with that sound, Emilia closed her eyes, nodding as if she understood what would happen after this. Emilia, it's fine.
You are here, Juice.
Emilia's eyes were filled with warmth and understanding as she spread her arms, repeatedly preparing for Subaru's intention, as if already having seen what would happen. She shortened the distance to her heart.
Subaru did not hesitate as he brought the magical hand into her chest. The invisible hand moved to the center Emilia's chest. As the fingertips passed through her white skin without resistance, Emilia's shoulders jumped as if she'd felt something. However, the hand could not stop.
Through the sternum, across the lungs, finally reaching the pulsating core.
The magical hand had arrived at Emilia's heart. The second step had been accomplished.
When the taboo was triggered, the witch's magical hand easily passes through Subaru's body and only hurts his heart.
This was an application of that principle.
Unseen hand and the witch's magical hand sharing that properly was the only path left to gamble on.
However, the gambling had been successful so far. The problem was that after this, there was no precedent for that power.
If I were to just seize Emilia's heart, he could do so in an instant.
But that would make no sense. This power was not to be used for that. So, what was this power for?
Right now, in this moment, this power would be used to save.
Was this really possible? Subaru, with his mind in a sea of confusion, took a deep breath. Unseen hand, could it really be used as a hand which saved?
Under the madman named Betelgeuse Romane Conti, how many lives had this power stolen? Although that would depend on the power's use, oftentimes powers were limited in ability. Was Unseen Hand the type of power that could bring naught but destruction? This power, no matter if existed for the sake of having someone live on, no matter what, Emilia, Subaru. Hesitating and doubting in that moment, Emilia's voice, which he shouldn't have been hearing, reached him. Emilia, it'll be fine.
Because I have faith in the both of you. Who and what was she talking about?
Emilia sent her trust to Subaru, and another person he didn't know. But with ease, he accepted and believed all of it. This hand absolutely would not hurt Emilia.
Subaru, come, my third hand. Within his heart, the undispellable doubts about this power dissipated.
How this power had originated didn't matter anymore. This power right now was in Subaru's hands, and Subaru had no intent of hurting Emilia, and if anything existed within power itself. In Emilia's chest, the magical hand weaved by shadow began to close. Fingertips touched Emilia's heart, which was engraved with rhythm, and Emilia gave a slight gasp at the gentle grip on the surface of her heart. Rather than pain, it was akin to a slight itch. Inside the chest Emilia, whose were dyed red, the magical hand that closed its fingers to seize an actual heart. And that heart beat different from Emilia's own, that little lion's heart dash.
Subaru caught you. He did not have room to pull it out.
With his magical hand, Subaru crushed the heart that shamelessly still beat within Emilia. Emilia's heart received not the slightest bit of damage, merely defeating parasitic organ that yet sang odes to love. Subaru truly did feel sensation from that third hand that did not exist.
And then
Subaru, foi. At the same time experienced the cost of using such a degree of concentration on a power which did not belong to him. Organs feeling a pain as if being carved, rushing forth was a sense of despair as if he'd been tainted. Subaru immediately fell upon the ground with both knees. Harsh coughs that were even tinged with blood racked him. Emilia, Subaru. Emilia reached out a hand towards Subaru, who knelt on the submerged ground with blood leaking from the corners of his mouth.
He took her outstretched hand and placed it on his face. Emilia, ah.
Subaru, still alive, right? Emilia, I'm fine. My heart is perfectly fine, still beating inside me. Subaru used the touch of the hand which yet flowed through with blood to reassure himself of reality, and Emilia used her empty hand to confirm her heartbeat. There was no doubt in this moment, inscribed there was heartbeat that seemed congratulate that happenings of right now. And then only Regulus alone wore an expression as if he couldn't comprehend what was happening as he looked upon the two.
Regulus, huh? What happened?
Casting aside those around you, for something only those involved with you can understand?
What is this repulsive scene? Just what happened, you?
Subaru, you didn't notice?
Regulus, huh? What are you talking about?
Haven't noticed or whatever?
When not a single change has. Subaru, your feet, they're getting wet.
Regulus, dash. Subaru pointed to tell Regulus, who seemed to have succumbed to his anger. Regulus was shocked to see his feet growing wet and fell momentarily silent, widening his eyes.
Notice the reality that his white tuxedo, white shoes and hem of his clothing, were soaked through by the water by his feet.
Regulus, you people, actually? Noticing this change with a response too slow, Regulus bared his teeth and waved his arm. But a slender white leg struck out, kicking into Regulus's face and sending him flying. Completely unprepared for this direct hit, Regulus gave a wail as he was kicked to the submerged ground filled with water. Half his body was left soaked by the water, and a shoe print remained on the side of his face that had been kicked. Regulus, HK, who?
This kind of?
As if unable to comprehend this reality in the slightest, Regulus blankly lifted his face. Looking down at such a Regulus, Amelia, who had performed the beautiful kick, tilted her head slightly.
Amelia, I did it. I finally landed a hit.
Regulus, you. From Amelia's short sentence being filled with a sense of accomplishment, Regulus's face grew red and agitated. Using the motion of standing to gather water, Regulus scattered droplets of water at Amelia. However, the pain of taking the kick had his victorious figuring collapse, and the bomb of water flew in a completely wrong direction, instead leaving him wide open. Amelia, Ice Brand Arts. Regulus, HK. Creating a hammer of ice in her hands, Amelia then slammed it directly into the center of Regulus's body.
Receiving a swing that threatened to crush his bones into, the body of the murderer did rolls in the water.
With unsuppressed coughs, slamming his fist into the ground without pause, Regulus glared at them with reddened eyes.
Regulus, why?
Why we? You people, it just had to be you. What did you and why did you, too, greed?
And to my rights.
Subaru, to someone like you who saw all the proceedings and yet still hasn't figured it out, it'd be useless to explain it to you.
Well, that's how it is. Very simple.
As he pitied the screaming Regulus, Subaru endured internal cries of agony from his organs, revealing a sneer, revealing a ferocious smile that would not lose to even Betelgeuse. Subaru, you were played by your opponents because you ridiculed them so much. Regulus, dash.
Even if he didn't quite understand the meaning of those words, the taunting intent would be clearly conveyed.
Regulus screeched with a sound that couldn't even be called a sound, ignoring Amelia's stance to launch himself at Subaru. However, he was cut off by Amelia. Amelia, earlier, the attack I made in the stead of your wives, because it didn't seem to work, allow me to land one that does. Regulus, stop kidding around. Appearing over Regulus's head, hung countless icicles. Each one varied in size, but if they all fell together, they would bring instant death. Amelia's disgust of Regulus had reached a point that even her gentle self could not stand. Climbing to his feet with a leap, Regulus struck at the falling icicles with water.
Though the icicles shattered, the small shards still had their uses.
Ceaselessly tossing out bullets of water as if in a storm, Regulus cursed loudly as he was bathed by ice and rain that he ran through. The snow-white crystals of ice turned to fog, and frozen the streets that had been submerged in water.
For Subaru too, the water along his knees formed a film of ice around him, scaring him into hurriedly pulling his hands out of the water.
Even with consideration for Subaru, such a rain of destruction had befallen him. Of course, Regulus, who was the actual target at hand, was simply no match for this.
But
Subaru, completely unhurt? In the frozen scene after the barrage of ice had ended, Regulus remained, standing and alive. Knees supporting his arms, spitting out uneven breaths, even though his entire body was soaked through with water, he still avoided a final puncture from an icicle. Regulus, absolutely, absolutely, ah, ha.
Regulus, who clutched at his chest looking as if he were dying.
Look at that demeanor, Subaru. Understand. The invincibility from Lion's heart could still be used, even with the heart from his own body.
Only.
Subaru, if you stop time to become invincible, it will cause the heart in your body also to stop beating. Is this the still perfect invincibility, with a time limit? Regulus, goo. It seemed he had struck true, as Regulus endured the pain in his chest to show his rage. If there were a time limit, sooner or later Emilia could land an effective attack.
In that case, Regulus was but a random soldier, who had put his everything into attack.
Regulus, that's. Don't you feel despicable in the slightest?
Regulus pointed a fingers at Subaru, who was analyzing his opponent's strength.
Additionally, he pointed toward Emilia's direction, looking back and forth between the two of them. Regulus, two people gang up on one person, in an act that's essentially extortion. Do your consciences not ache?
Isn't there something wrong with your most essentially human part? Do you truly hold no doubts about yourselves who are capable of this? Having doubts should be what's right, shouldn't it? Subaru, you're really something else.
This was in fact the same mouth that had, under the advantage of Lion's heart, spoken non-stop, having now lost that effect and falling into a disadvantage, dared to use that disadvantage to ask his opponents for justification. Subaru had already completely exceeded surprise, to the verge of now wanting to respect him. Such an existence without a shred of human dignity would perhaps never been seen again from antiquity unto now, from now unto the hereafter. Subaru, that is to say, your belief is this? Because the 2-on-1 is too despicable, you hope to be able to fight an upright 1-on-1 battle.
That's in fact the way battles should be. Is this the case? Regulus, exactly.
Would that be doing the proper thing the proper way?
Who do you take me? Who do you think I am?
I a sin archbishop of the witch cult, Regulus Corneas, who is charged with greed. This world's most satisfied, most resolute existence.
Regulus spoke thus in a trembling voice, as he looked down at his hands. Subaru was now completely speechless.
So in Subaru's stead, Emilia spoke. Emilia, going back on your word immediately after saying something, the contents of your speech is entirely devoid of actual meaning.
I think you are the most pitiful person in the world.
Regulus, HK. Truly irritating. Greed will definitely make you regret this. Even shallow in his rage at the contempt of others, Regulus repetitively endlessly repeated the drone of his curses. Looking at the helpless demeanor, Subaru could finally feel fully relieved.
Regulus was genuinely unable to win in any situation where he did not have the highest advantage.
If he could use Lion's heart for even a brief time, he still had a chance at victory. Clearly this was the case, but upon seeing a little bit of difficulty, he would immediately give up without even bothering to glance across the setting. Subaru, scorning progress in life, will lead you to fall down in unexpected places.
Regulus, huh? Subaru, nothing, talking to myself. More importantly, we can accept your challenge of ship-to-ship combat.
Regulus,
That's more like it. This is how it should be.
Of course, a knight would not let their master step up first. As long as it was in line with his mood, Regulus would immediately attach the conditions that gave him an advantage. Between Subaru and Emilia, their level of combat needed no comparison. As long as he first killed Subaru and caused Emilia to waver, he could see hope in his odds of victory. Straining that mind of his that did not exist in the first place, that conniving result seemed to suit Regulus's tastes perfectly. However, if he wanted to best Subaru in terms of unrelenting perseverance, he was hundreds of thousands of years too soon. Finding a chance to win in a situation where victory was impossible, this was Subaru's truest way of fighting.
Looking in terms of determining victory or loss, the match between Regulus and Subaru had already begun. Subaru, Indeed, having a night battle is the righteous way, Regulus, in that case.
Subaru, so, now that it's come to this again, I'll leave the rest to you. His feet still submerged in water, Subaru said so after exhaling deeply. At those words, Regulus tilted his head with a ha.
However, Subaru's words were meant not for him, but for him.
I see.
The one-on-one duel you proposed, I accept it as a knight. Responding was a flame.
In these flooded streets, a young man who sent not a single ripple as he strode across the water approached. Unlike the inexplicable mystery that Regulus, he was possessed of protections that had been bestowed by the love of the heavens. Reinhardt, of the kingdom of Lagunaca's guardian knights, from the line of sword saints, Reinhardt van Astria. Standing before Subaru and Emilia, the knight who reported his name pointed at Regulus with a sheathed sword.
That demeanor of denomination was an invitation to begin a one-on-one duel. That was something even Gut Hunter Elsa would respond to, the well-established declaration of a duel.
In contrast, Regulus stood, stretching his hands before him. Regulus, wait. This isn't normal. Defiling the sacred duel, the very definition of a warrior, the sword saint, will not show him any trace of tolerance. The opening blow started below Regulus's underarm, vertically slashing across his body. Regulus had not even the chance to cry out before being slammed far into the sky. Regulus, HK. Before his eyes was the demolished city of water. He was suspended so high in the sky that he had a panoramic view of the entire city. Whether a cry or a curse, a sound incomprehensible to all who heard it, echoed.
Arc 5, Chapter 59, Regulus Corneas. What the hell is this? I don't get it. Why do I have to go through this? Who do you take me for? I am the Sin Archbishop Greed Regulus Corneas. The most satisfied existence in the world.
The most indisputably asserted, an existence without any wavering aspects. It's supposed to be like that, so why do I have to go through this? Don't mess around, this is no joke. Each and every one of them, what's wrong with them that they accept such nonsensical absurdities as if they are a matter of course? That man, that woman, and that knight too, just because I showed a little mercy are getting too ahead of themselves. If I had been serious from the beginning then I could have had torn them apart in bits and pieces, but aren't they misunderstanding their own power? That you can shamelessly make misunderstandings, that are from my point of view, hilariously wrong, is why I hate getting involved with others. Obnoxious, annoying, irritating, infuriating, vexing, dirty, unsightly scum. I've always been doing well, for years, decades, centuries, this way for all that time. I have been faithfully serving as a Sin Archbishop more than anyone. When I was first chosen as a Sin Archbishop and received this witch factor, I killed them all. The father who despite his poor earnings was plagued with bad drinking habits, the mother who prattled on endlessly complaining day and night, and the greedy brothers who used to ravenously eye the portion that rightfully belonged to me, were all killed by me. The villagers who looked at me like I'm an idiot too, the people of the town who pushed me and my house into that hopeless village too, the inept heads of the country who carelessly abandoned the village and the town to that state in the first place too. I tore them all apart into bits and pieces, and when everything was gone I finally noticed a way I could live.
I don't need anything, everything is just annoying. I am already satisfied. It's not like I didn't have it, I just didn't need it. Unlike the intrusive scum, I've never needed anything.
Despite that, giving me something, doesn't that mean that from outside, from your point of view, that you looked at me and thought that I was a pitiful lacking existence? Everyone who wants to impose unneeded things on me should be killed, so only those who will leave the satisfied me alone should be allowed into this world. No matter who, just talking about their selfish nonsense, those shits.
Who has the right to pity me?
Who has the right to pity me and drive me to despair?
As if I would let them. I don't need anything and neither did I ask for anything.
A father who despite his poor earnings was plagued with bad drinking habits and yet still occasionally buys gifts for me is scum better off dead. A mother who prattled on endlessly complaining day and night while saying obvious things like apologies I've troubled you is scum better off dead.
The greedy brothers who, despite ravenously eyeing the portion that rightfully belonged to me, used to divide my part of their bun. When my food got spilled, a scum better off dead. Stop, you shits, being arbitrarily kind towards me. Being kind, it must mean that you think I'm low, that you're looking down on me.
Someone who looks the goddamn down on others, especially someone who looks down family, it's natural that they would be hated.
It's natural that they're dead. It's not my fault. I've done nothing wrong. It's your fault. You pity me, treat me like I'm pathetic, and leave me all alone. Have a taste of what it's like to be made to feel like the most worthless person in the world. Surrounding me should only be those who do not pity me. Those who do pity me should disappear from the world. I hear laughter. You're looking at me, aren't you?
You looked at me and laughed, didn't you?
What's so laughable about me? What did you see in me that made you laugh? All of them laughing and laughing.
A bunch of powerless scum who are only good at running their mouths.
Why does my heart have to break so much because of them?
Don't stand in my way, don't obstruct me, don't pity me. I'm not the pitiable one. It's you, helpless and ignorant but still with greed.
You have to crawl throughout your entire life just to satisfy your incomplete selves. You're the pitiable greed. I'm different, I'm not like that, I don't want anything. The desireless me is better than your incomplete selves. Don't pity me.
The truth is that you're jealous of me, envious of me, you admire me, and because you can't reach me you're just running your mouth off.
That's right, that must be right, it's obviously right.
Wait, just wait. Just stop. Don't look at me, don't say my name, don't talk about me. Good or bad, just stop it, don't pay attention to me, ignore me and leave me alone.
Even though a complete existence has a heart that should not be able to be trampled on, how come the likes of you are so insistent on interacting with me? I cannot comprehend it in the slightest. Both you and I are different people.
Even thinking of getting a return by taking risks, no matter how you think about it, could never be reasonable, would always be a mistake.
You're sick in the head. Calm down and think about it, and you should be able to understand. All humans except me are just floating in a fever.
Asking of others, that very fact that it is understandable is meaningless, useless and irresponsible should be easy to understand. It is all a fantasy of yours which you call it love. Love is friendship and trust. What foolish idiocy! Reproductive activities themselves are the utmost disgusting acts.
I don't understand what it means. For what are you doing this?
Whether it's for being a mother or a child, although it makes a family, even if it is decorated with such words, it will be different from myself. Whether that thing dies out or not, what does that have to do with me? If they continue to live when I die, I'll be over.
If they are dead while I live would only mean my continuation. Love and affection only makes it so that people cannot be independent.
A person is independent in the first place. Out of concern for those who operate under such delusions, to be looked down by others is foolish, and so I found companionship by gathering well-looking women, and in order to not be betrayed I asked for only virgins. What more do you want of me? Don't skip such a selfish act. Infringing on me to this extent, but you still ask whether you can infringe upon me even more?
To think you've hit this point. To think your thoughts could be so twisted.
Inflicting all this upon me, what more could you even ask of me?
Just what do I have to do to not be pitied? The most pitiful person in the world, or whatever.
There is no way anything said by that a lady plagued with such vulgar greed who wants to connect with one she likes is justified. Regulus, Ra, Ah. Higher, higher, along with the wind, Regulus's body flew into the night sky. The instant that his underarm had been struck, Regulus had activated Lion's heart, and stopped his heartbeat to enter a state of invincibility.
As a result, though the damage from the blow had been counteracted.
Regulus, Ku, HK.
Regulus panted, groaning as his vision blurred with pain.
Regulus's stopping of time, alongside his heart, could last for 5 seconds maximum. Although during this period, he could hand Lion's heart over to a wife without issue, going any further would mean that Regulus's body would be unable to recover. In addition, once Lion's heart was lifted, the ever-present pain of the sudden release of a stopped heart was inescapable. Anything like pain and suffering, hadn't been tasted in more than 100 years. Regulus, you're kidding.
Painfully coughing hatred as if it were blood, the rising Regulus could no longer speak comprehensibly.
His flying body was stuck in orbit, infused with who knows how much momentum, reaching a height that offered a bird's-eye view of the city of Pristella, Watergate City Pristella. There, upon seeing the Gospel-s writ that the empty wife's seat could be filled, clearly only fortune had been in his heart.
Regulus, such a
foolish unfolding
losing those wives, which had been collected with such hard work, even his status as greed had been shaken, insulted by a damn kid whose only talent lay in his foul mouth, pitied by a shameful woman who had only just met him. There was no greater shame. He couldn't remember having ever tasted such humiliation.
Wasn't it precisely because he didn't want to taste this loathsome feeling, that he became an archbishop? Clearly still receiving this kind of treatment, wasn't this different from what had been foretold? Regulus, enough, enough, enough. HK.
No need to think about being merciful. The show of indulgence would end here.
This had nothing to do at all with Lion's heart being seen through by an opponent, or with that extraordinary sword saint. As long as he could stop his heart for 5 seconds, Regulus could kill them many times over, because he hadn't wanted to see the expressions of despair, hear cries of death, he'd refrained thus far.
Using Lion's heart's effect of creating a state of invincibility, Regulus could ignore every physical law in the world if he so wished.
Reaching speeds that could outpace the wind, in that logic-defying moment, with power so overwhelming the denizens of this world could not conceive, he turned them into corpses. If he used the authority of greed to take him higher into the sky, it'd be easy enough to kill them by scattering sand into the city. Although the other sin archbishops had also come to the city, he couldn't care less whether they lived or died. At the moment, washing his own humiliation clean was the priority.
He would have the faces of those fools who boasted of victory be painted with horror.
Once this pointless momentum came to an end, his fall back to the earth would spell those guys' death. Before that, at best they could be excited about a superficial victory.
Regulus, Regulus, who continuously recited words of hatred, screamed as an attack collided with his back.
Looking from the side would determine that Regulus's rising momentum had come to a sudden stop, having been forcefully nailed into the air.
As if something from the heavens had stepped on him to pin him in place.
Reinhardt, if this were a normal duel, I'd withdraw my blade once my opponent lost their will to fight. The owner of the voice was perched on Regulus's back in midair, leisurely saying so. As to what the existence who stepped on his back in midair was, Regulus understood instantly.
Shuddering as he came to this realization, he grasped just how high where he was right now.
Arriving faster than the Regulus he had struck, just how had he managed to reach such heights? Reinhardt, though I have no intention of boasting, I have quite the confidence in my jumping ability.
I had once even leapt from the ground, to land on the back of a flying dragon. Regulus, damned monster.
Reinhardt, indeed.
I am a monster who hunts monsters. For you too, the time to accept fate has come. Reinhardt's feet left his back. As soon as the sound of his voice fell, Regulus felt a fighting spirit. In the course of his life, although he had repeatedly faced strong opponents, Regulus had learned nothing whatsoever. Even the him who was like this had greeted those powerful opponents who had come forth to confront him with a yawn, and his conscious memory was limited. Relying on this memory, Regulus tried to react.
Lion's heart was activated in the same instant that an attack came.
Regulus, Toward the center of Regulus's back, Reinhardt swung his hand like a blade. Regulus received an attack even more piercing than an actual blade would deal, but he took the impact with his invincibility, and slammed downward in one motion. Accelerating toward the ground, Regulus slammed straight into the slate. However, the effect of the lion's heart persisted, and his body continued to dig into the earth as if being swallowed. Regulus's body penetrated the paving in a line, crossing a rigid sheet of rock to drill through the earth. While helplessly continuing to drill into the ground, Regulus suddenly noticed
If this momentum were left untouched, his body would plummet to the lowest level of the earth.
He'd never considered whether or not there was a lowest level before.
But the land of this world was not endless. Surrounded as it was by the great cascade, at the end of this would be where those falls flowed to. If he kept falling like so, was that where he would wind up?
Regulus, something like this, how could I endure? Goo? Literally, the limitless horror had made Regulus hold his breath, reaching the limit of his heart. 5 seconds had passed.
Sirens began to blare, as Regulus found himself confused over his judgment. Stopping his heart within his own body for more than 5 seconds wasn't feasible.
The number of seconds that he could hold it at maximum was perhaps less than 10. And even if he could extend it, that was just more distance he dug. But here, what would happen if he dispelled his ability while drilling into the ground? There was no time to debate.
Heart stopping or brain dying or whatever, stupidity should have a limit. Regulus, you. Gritting his teeth in preparation for the shock that was about to meet him, Regulus strengthened his resolve.
Hearing the sound of his heart which demanded to resume its beat, Regulus lifted the effect of lion's heart, let go of his invincibility, and the laws of physics were restored.
Regulus, boo, ue dash.
His entire body, all his bones, shattered. Regulus's body was attacked mercilessly upon impact. That was a matter of course. Regulus's body had hit the ground with a much higher velocity than free falling, and the momentum continued drilled into the earth without loss.
The reason his body hadn't shattered in every which way was that there was no space for it to scatter underground.
However, although it could not spread horizontally, vertically was a different story.
Regulus, ue. With a hollow voice, tears of blood flowed from Regulus's ruined eyes.
The impact penetrated through Regulus's body, rendering it completely destroyed.
Saying he'd received damage greater than a shattered body would be no exaggeration. Even the organs within his stomach had been twisted together. Originally impeccable white hair was covered with blood and mud, and his incontinent lower abdomen had lost its function and freely released waste.
Existing here was a slab of meat which had lost human form.
And what was most surprising was that this slab of meat still clung to life. Regulus, o. Peerless persistence in clinging to life, or rather, this transcended persistence into a grudge.
This was not merely some attachment to clinging to life.
Remaining was solely a grudge against those above who remained alive.
Still struggling in such a condition was this empty vanity.
If I were to get serious, you fuckers, merely this. Regulus, you.
Yet, this fixation should not be sullied.
Having exhausted a lifetime in pursuit of being that would not be pitied, an evil whose root was unharmed after experiencing more than a century's worth of attacks and beatings, making the most suitable judgments for his own survival. Wretchedly, repeatedly using lion's heart, in short bursts, Regulus dug at the earth. If he entered a state of invincibility, his injuries became insignificant. In the absence of pain, he could exercise even his injured body without harm.
With his empty hands, Regulus dug ceaselessly at the soil.
His body had been buried upside down, and he adjusted it by digging in a circle. Once his head faced upward, he needed only to slowly work his way above ground. And perhaps once he made it he would see those self-satisfied maggots, smugly celebrating Regulus's fall.
Unforgivable. Could never be forgiven. To be mocked, to be scorned, to be pitied, was a pain without parallel.
That such injuries were impermissible in life went without saying, and even in death could not be tolerated. Right. Directly acting was all that was needed. Whether those who saw him and those who didn't, if he cleanly did away with them all, no one would bully him anymore.
If only he'd done so at the very beginning. This time he would certainly not make the same mistake. Returning to the surface, killing all 3 of them, that would be the end of this. Regulus. No longer capable of making sound, Regulus turned his hatred into strength and continued to dig at the ground. When he made it above ground, he'd be sure to savor the sight of those guys pleading for their lives. Especially the woman who had continually scorned him, he would be sure to mock her in equal measure. The 79th wife was the role she'd been meant to fill.
Speaking of which, the woman who was originally supposed to fill this vacancy was that elf woman living in that forest, where the hateful Betelgeuse had been as well. Dash.
Dash dash. Dash dash dash. Ah. Ah, 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 ah. Ah, 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 ah. He remembered. Now, he remembered.
That woman.
Indeed, it was that woman. No, she had been a child then.
The little brat who'd been crying and yelling non-stop when he'd gone to retrieve number 79.
The little brat from then had grown into the woman of today.
He now understood the reason for which he'd felt inclined to fill the vacancy with her the instant he'd laid eyes on her.
A simple matter.
Serving as a substitute for her mother, it would only be natural that the daughter takes up this position. That was the little brat of number 79 who scorned me, and that fool Betelgeuse.
Why hadn't I realized earlier? No, thank goodness I'd realized it now.
If he'd killed them without having noticed, he wouldn't be able to derive proper joy from it.
Precisely because he had now clearly realized their sins, would there be value in killing them? Would he feel the accomplishment of avenging his humiliation? Would he experience that long-lost feeling of the significance of fulfilling a desire? Watch me tarnish her, number 79.
Watch me snatch her, Betelgeuse. The one you all cherished, who dared to pity me, that girl. Regulus, ah, he.
An impulse surging from deep within his throat, Regulus grew giddy with excitement.
With a mouth missing teeth and cracked lips, he smiled.
A hope of survival emerged.
Feeling joy at the idea of brutalizing those who dared to insult him.
Climbing up, climbing up, climbing up, and then.
Regulus, dash.
The upward striving Regulus suddenly felt his fingertips come into contact with something.
He withdrew the right hand with fingers no longer in comprehensible positions, and with a blinded eye tried to catch a glimpse.
His bloodied and muddied form was faintly wetted by something other than blood. He tried taking a lick at it.
Although tinged with the bitter taste of mud, it seemed to be water.
Water. It was water.
After understanding that it was water, Regulus immediately felt a thirst parch his throat.
One drop was not enough. He wanted to soothe his throat, to fill his stomach.
Lion's heart's effect had been interrupted, and Regulus's body, having returned to the cycle of time, finally had the opportunity to ingest again after a century. For now, water was fine.
It tasted sublime.
As he thought so, as if in accordance with his wishes, the water gurgled as it poured down from overhead.
He sipped this slightly muddied water. Even if all his teeth had fallen out, his tongue had been shredded, his blood spurted forth without cessation, this water tasted amazing. So satisfying. That feeling existed here.
The flow of water pouring in suddenly grew, and Regulus's body once again fell to the bottom. Regulus, wa.
Flowing down. Flowing in.
In this earth with nowhere to run, the water gradually rushed in.
This was the underground, without any extraneous space. In a blink of an eye, Regulus's body sank into the water where he lost his freedom of movement. Perhaps until this moment, Regulus still had not understood what was happening.
This water came from overhead in Pristella, where all the canals gathered.
Due to Reinhardt's attack, Regulus had smashed through the street and into the ground.
Between the underground tunnel that he had made with his body, and the path he had dug himself, the four currents of the canal had been blocked.
It now rushed to Regulus without pause, submerging the murderer entirely.
As if expressing the fury over the destruction of the streetscape, from the city and its inhabitants. Regulus, foi.
Needless to say, Regulus, who was busy drowning at the moment, naturally did not notice.
Trapped by the soil, Regulus panicked from the pressure of the water that poured directly into his lungs, and began to struggle with desperation.
However, he had no room with which to struggle within the earth. All he could do was curl up through the sludge himself and protect himself with Lion's heart.
When Lion's heart was active, he would be able to breathe freely.
The same held true for the pain of his ruined flesh. However, Lion's heart could last for only 5 seconds.
Once he felt his heart reaching its limit, fear of death would cause Regulus release the effect and once again be dragged back to hell.
His cause of death alternated. No matter which, he could choose neither side.
No matter which, neither side could not be eliminated.
However, Regulus had no choice but to endure. All he could do was resent this unreasonable situation. The time limit had disappeared. Even if he could use Lion's heart repeatedly, that wasn't the case for breathing.
And to reuse Lion's heart, he would need to wait several seconds.
Heart failure.
Drowning.
Heart failure.
Drowning.
Heart failure.
Drowning. As if continuing without end, pain and suffering without end or pause.
Regulus opened his mouth, and water and mud are poured together into open mouth.
With this repeated violation of his lungs and internal organs, Regulus cried out.
With a voice that could not make sound, he continued to cry out. No response. Around him, there was no one. Even so, he continued to cry out.
From his cries, spilled a hatred that hoped for all of mankind to die off. After he died, mocking laughter would be begged leave of. For that girl, rejoicing over the vengeance of her mother and Betelgeuse would also be begged leave of. The mere thought of that girl's delight over Regulus's death, growing radiant with excitement, was vomit-inducing. A life's goal, a motivation to keep living, its consummation would certainly bring joy. Her existence being moved by Regulus's death, giving off radiance, to say this significance was unknown would not be incorrect. Because this was wrong, completely unexpected, unreasonable joy, the notion of satisfying that girl was unbearable.
His death would greatly impact to the girl's heart. Regulus' corneas shattered through the stone street, and was buried in the dirt.
Toward the grave dug by the murderer's body, water from the Watergate city gushed voluminously.
How deep the murderer had sunk was unknown.
However, considering the limits of his authority, crashing through to other side of the world, such a thing was impossible. In all likelihood, the effect had been exhausted somewhere underground, and like that he had been crushed by the momentum.
Even if he hadn't been crushed somehow, the water that poured in would never allow the murderer to escape. The murderer who indulged in his powerful authority had finally drowned as a tribute to the city he had destroyed. Subaru, Emilia Tan, you look sorrowful.
Emilia watched the cave where Regulus sunk motionlessly. Seeing a trace of mourning on her face, Subaru spoke in response.
For that murderer, there should have been not a single hint of sympathy.
Emilia was supposed to share that feeling, and not feeling badly about his underground demise should have been right. Subaru, although Emilia Tan's kindness is wonderful, I don't think it should be wasted on him. A completely hopeless guy really does exist. Emilia, thank you for worrying about me.
But that's not it. It's not like that.
Subaru, NN? Toward the concerned Subaru, Emilia slowly shook her head from side to side. Then she fell silent for a long while casting low the eyes from which hung long lashes. Emilia, Regulus, seemed.
When I first saw him, I felt like I'd met him somewhere before.
Subaru, so this wasn't your first meeting?
In that case, when?
Emilia, that, I can't remember.
Faced with Subaru's question, tilted her head in doubt.
Miraculously, this coincided with the exact moment the buried Regulus screamed. With a voice that could not reach, the murderer screamed for Emilia to not cheer for his death.
Her mother's death and her benefactor's madness, he'd been closely entwined in both.
Toward a young girl this was perhaps a turning point that she could never forget. He did not want for her to find satisfaction upon his death.
Such was the murderer's dying wish, which had no way of reaching the surface.
Emilia, Regulus, just where did you meet me?
Regulus' corneas had left no impression on Emilia.
In this ironic manner, it was precisely achieved.
Arc 5, Chapter 60, One ending, one battle. Warm, soft, a light which reassured one's heart. To greet the morning with such a serene mood had been too long absent.
Always waking in despair, in never-ending everydays that were as nightmares, there had never been a trace of peace.
Gradually coming to firmly believe that for always and always, this darkness would never usher in the morning sun.
Precisely because of this, was perhaps why this ray was so refreshing. Hey, wake up.
Hearing someone's voice. Beyond the white light, someone was calling for her.
Guided by that voice like so, led by the hand like so, departing from this darkness.
That white light glimpsed in the distance, finally engulfed her vision completely.
Emilia, good morning.
No matter how much of a sleepyhead you are, it's about time to wake up, you know.
Opening her eyes and gazing over, a shy silver-haired maiden laughed as she spoke such words. Those words made Sylphie's cheeks become stained with tears. Cerulean light flooded the sky, as the enchantment of ice lifted. The ice that had engulfed the half-demolished church gradually turned to light, and the scattering mana was circled by the micro-spirits and disappeared. The sight of one unfathomable fantasy being overtaken by another unfathomable fantasy, engraved an agonizing wound in the hearts of the viewers. Although it wouldn't be strange to be moved to tears by such a sight, the reason why they cried and wailed, was certainly something greater than that. From what overtook their lives, a nightmare which had bound the most brilliant and sparkling time of their lives, from that, they had been freed. Subaru, speaking of which, Emilia Tan is pretty amazing. Thoughtlessly loosening his lips, Subaru murmured absent-mindedly. In front of his eyes were Emilia, and the bride clinging onto her in tears, the former brides, in a healthy shape.
The number of women in dresses were precisely 50, with not a single error in counting.
Subaru, when I informed her that his heart and the brides were integrating, I thought there wouldn't be a way to save the brides without having them die.
Taking away the lives of the brides, rendering Lion's heart without a place to be in.
Subaru had partly, seriously given up on there being another way to stop that abhorrent man.
He had been prepared for victims.
However, unlike Subaru, Emilia had not given up. It is true that in the fierce and life-risking skirmish against Regulus, his thinking had come to a standstill.
However, Emilia did not stop thinking. With the cards she held, and considering what all would be possible for her, she had made her move. Which is why.
Subaru, this time, Emilia Tan completely carried us across, huh? Emilia, it's not like that. Letting out an exhausted sigh, next to the wall, Subaru remarked on his own vanquish. Hearing his relieved exhale, Emilia came back to him.
Her white dress was torn, and her silver hair, which overcame the struggle for life and death, was disheveled. Even still, now after the fight had ended, Emilia looked beautiful. Inhaling with that in his mind, Subaru jerked his chin. Subaru, those people too, faces full of expressions of dissatisfaction that fail to sufficiently express their gratitude toward Emilia. Emilia, don't use me to kid around. And I am unable to explain some grand ideology to them. Even if only for a brief while. The choice of dying was forced upon them. Subaru, but there isn't anyone who died. Everyone's still alive. This point is more important than anything else. This result was more perfect than anything else. Having found the answer he was seeking, Subaru felt relieved. Emilia placed her hands on her hips, and raised her voice as she spoke to the Subaru who was still regarding himself too lowly and thus putting himself down. Emilia, wounded all over, forcing yourself even so. If Subaru hadn't worked so hard, everyone wouldn't have made it so far. Lion's heart, too, was all thanks to Subaru noticing it. Subaru, lacking a trump card is the usual thing. That said, all along it's felt off. But, thank goodness it had been noticed. Freezing the wives, to place them into a death trance. Emilia, I too, was frozen for a bit too long. Hee, Emilia stuck her tongue out with that kind of feeling. Adorable. Although, for some reason, this didn't seem like content to be discussed while laughing. Which was to say, Emilia's actions and keenness to strike down Regulus,
had yielded the greatest effectiveness without unnecessary sacrifice.
53 lives of those precious wives had been saved.
Emilia, though as for whether or not I could do it, I was a bit lacking in confidence.
Subaru, but it was done even still.
Emilia Tan, worked hard in order to improve your own skill and strength. Emilia, but that possibility that they would stay frozen like this also existed. To free everyone perfectly like this is what finally allows me to relax. And then, as if to hide her shy smile, she touched her chest. Underneath the palm of that hand was seemingly to confirm that there remained only her pulse and heartbeat. Emilia, in addition, if Subaru hadn't removed Regulus's heart from my chest, I would have needed to use the same magic on myself. In that case, whether for Sylphie and the others or for myself, I think it'd be way worse than melting like this.
Because then it could have taken another 100 years.
Subaru, that again, isn't that exaggeration no matter how you look at it? Emilia. Subaru, so this isn't exaggeration?
Or worse, isn't this completely unparalleled extremism?
Watching the silent, bitterly smiling Emilia, Subaru felt a sharp shock. Due to Regulus's provocation, Emilia had wanted to stop Lion's Heart's effect on her. If an eye hadn't been kept on her, if the situation hadn't been dealt with right, then perhaps Emilia would have been parted from this life. Of course, notions of searching everywhere for a way to melt the ice in order to avoid this still existed. Subaru, something like 2 sleeping beauties, my pestilent demon truly isn't ordinary, please give me your forgiveness. Although complaining, Subaru's heart had settled down. In any case, Emilia had been rescued safe and sound, and the wives had been freed without harm. Although the battle against Regulus had yielded a scale of destruction beyond what one opponent seemed capable of, in summary, their side had sustained more or less no loss. Even so, Subaru's flesh carried all kinds of burdens, as well as an unnecessary fate shared with the witch cult.
And in addition,
Emilia, Reinhardt, leaving without even treating his wounds. I wonder if he'll be okay.
To Subaru, who had been lost in thought, Emilia suddenly spoke thus.
Subaru raised his head, gave a wave with his hand.
Subaru, it'll be fine, since that guy, even if he leaves his wounds as his microspirits'll come along and treat them. He himself said so.
Emilia, makes sense. Originally there had been quite the number of microspirits here, but as soon as Reinhardt left, everyone went too.
Reinhardt, perhaps, has the aptitude to potentially be a spirits arts user.
Subaru, my niche would be completely killed, so that can't be.
And as for Reinhardt's circumstances, even without anything like that, he was strong enough.
Although the one who had tossed Regulus to be dealt with by Reinhardt was Subaru himself, Reinhardt's manner of battle in that final indistinguishable duel, to describe coldly in one phrase. Could a human leap with such ease above the clouds?
Even if they couldn't all be classified as human, they were all knights to a candidate of the king's election. Subaru, Emilia Tan, weak though I may be, please don't cast me away.
Emilia, I am, especially dependent on Subaru.
Subaru, is that right? That's right. From now to the future I'll also work my hardest.
Emilia, apologies, your sudden rush forward of hard work is a bit confusing.
In any case, best to stop comparing this to that.
To do so would be the same as Regulus, who couldn't act with a peace of mind without using others as a point of reference.
Though he'd always been thought of as a man without qualities to be admired, but unexpectedly treating him as a frame of negative reference worked out just fine.
Emilia, everyone else, are they getting along fine? Subaru, it's for that reason that Reinhardt was brought along.
In all honesty, because everyone else is stronger than me.
To entrust to one another, or rather for one to rely on the other, the awkward expression known as faith would be the most suiting. Despite differing factions, who would one day meet in conflict in the struggle for the throne, Subaru still believed in them, even with the variance of personalities, abilities, and beliefs. At least, he'd believed that he wouldn't lose to those despicable, hopeless guys of the witch cult. Moreover, if anyone failed, if the lives of anyone who mattered was to say that Subaru needed to consider using, return by death. The contract with Roswell, even if it hadn't existed, as long as there remained any slight chance of salvation, they would certainly be saved.
Pain and suffering were worthy of his hatred indeed. But tragedies were surely even more worthy of his disgust.
Emilia, Subaru.
Subaru.
Unknowing of what the Subaru who was considering death saw, Emilia bent down from beside the sitting Subaru.
Her body rested against his left shoulder, as she gently stroked his lowered head. How itchy! But it was hard to part with.
Subaru, Emilia-tan? Emilia, right now, I share the same sentiments as Subaru. Although I'm worried about everyone, my own strength is spent.
Even reaching out a hand is impossible.
So me too, allow me to pray with Subaru?
In hope that everyone will be safe and sound. Subaru.
Emilia, certainly there won't be any problems. Because everyone compared to us is super strong, super smart, super hard workers. In order to reassure Subaru, carefully considering her choice of words was Emilia. Her use of phrasing sounded especially of her, and Subaru too was able to relax.
Faith. To have faith in everyone. And Reinhardt, who had already set off.
Immediately upon defeating Regulus, Reinhardt had left to help their compatriots. A battlefield with him present would not be any cause for concern.
Without losing even a single person, welcoming the coming morning.
In that case, capturing Subaru's worry was only one remaining issue. Alongside Subaru, who looked toward the sky as if in prayer, Emilia as well looked through the ceiling of the demolished church to regard the night sky. As if to prevent Emilia from seeing, Subaru tightly grasped his chest. Alongside the moment of Regulus's death, it had felt as if something formless and black had slid into his own chest, pulsating. This must be the same thing that had happened with Betelgeuse then. So he would, in order to keep Emilia from noticing, merely keep quiet.
Pray to the heavens, come to an epiphany, merely keep quiet. Turn back time to just a little before Regulus had been defeated.
When Subaru and the others had left for the control towers, and Otto, who had seen them off before leaving in order to recover the Book of Wisdom, even transpiring about a quarter of an hour after. That was when Otto and Felt had encountered Gluttony, and had begun to fight, was when Garfield and Kurgan had just landed in the canal, was when Wilhelm had unveiled Theoresia's cloak, was when Julius had frowned upon hearing discourse of hatred that he couldn't remember, was when the church where a bride had been on her way to being forced into marriage in a farce of a wedding had been half destroyed, was when the canals to the city's north had suddenly ignited at once, was the instant when the city hall with only non-combatants left inside were attacked, ? Kiaha.
Time for this lovely lady's debut.
On the topmost floor of the city hall that stood 5 stories tall, a tremendous force shattered walls without any room for resistance. The tremendous vibration shattered the architecture's windows, and combined with the damage to the building's foundations that had happened during the day caused lethal damage. Pristella's City Hall, a building which had once been the city's center, had in the space of a mere single day turned to the verge of ruin, becoming unsightly to behold. However, whether or not the curtain would close on only the verge of ruin, was dependent on what would happen here, would be decided based on those results. ? 4 towers corresponding to 4 gates.
No matter which opens, the city would indeed be flooded.
To not gamble on the possibility of retaking all the towers wouldn't do. Even if you rotten meats were unwilling, you'd still need to disperse your forces, so using your total forces wouldn't do either.
Long-windedly, a voice which was an assault to the ears described the immediate circumstances of the city.
And then, echoing were voices opposite to this. Everyone. Be certain to survive, to protect this city.
Using our strength, let's take back this beautiful street. We who stand with justice couldn't possibly lose.
Good is paid with good, and evil is paid with evil.
This battle will be the victory we await. The stern voice of a young man. The brave voice of a young woman. A cry of a stern voice from a male soldier which had tangibly seen war, a cry of rational naivete from a young woman cheering everyone on.
In any case, only the innocence of these unrelenting and unashamed wills improved these unyielding lines of discourse, only, the mouth which discussed this was only a single one. Why is it, this unwillingness to just think the slightest bit tilde? Then from the same mouth which spoke these effective words, as if betraying all the preceding remarks, insulting and taunting, a voice so rooted in malice to speak as if without even conscious malicious intent of smearing them away spoke thus,
and then the owner of the voice hugged her own petite frame as if seeing something disgusting, and began to shake back and forth at the shoulders.
Kya ha 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 ha. Stop, please don't do this. Why does this lovely lady have no choice but to greet T.S. justice that exudes the same stench as soil and sweat? Yo, you rotten meats, are you all gathered together so that your brains can boil boatifully?
Raising her voice high, producing a laugh piercing as a clamor. Without capability of hiding, without intent of hiding malice was this sultry voice, and the source of this voice was a young girl, who had yet to blossom into maturity.
Wide round eyes and delicate thin lips, blonde hair riding to shoulders and faintly reddened cheeks, as if taking the form of the concept of cuteness, that face appeared inconsistent with the young girl's luster and fierceness. Clad in pieces of cloth which were practically just lingerie, forget being a woman, for a young maiden whose human body's characteristics had yet to develop, this outfit was far too exposed.
Any normal human who saw this would hold a twisting sense of aversion.
The terrifying young girl, or rather, the monster's purpose lay here. Witch cult sin archbishop representing lust, Capella Emerada Lagunica, a monster whose purpose was to ridicule morals and dignity of humanity as exceedingly as possible, was present. Capella, that you would delusionally believe this lovely lady would be following decorum, and obediently wait in the tower is practically incomprehensible. Kind to the point of allowing you to pass these days, is already charity.
What is called battle is about not allowing the opponent to do as they like, and then to do precisely what they don't want you to.
This kind of principle is understood even by flowers in a greenhouse. You trash meats. In the midst of these coarse words of unbearable ridicule, was the monster that was only cute in appearance, that was Capella. Using fingers to poke at cheeks while twisting her body was this monster, who resumed human form immediately upon successfully infiltrating the city hall and entered a nearby room. Meeting Capella, there was a cat-eared knight who had been immersed in her abusive words earlier,
and the long-haired woman lying on the platform behind him.
Here was the uppermost floor of the hall, the room that the pair of Ferris and Crush occupied. Felix, you are the sin archbishop of lust.
Ferris cried out with a voice trembling with rage as he protected the bed while glaring at Capella.
Capella tilted her head at the Ferris who glared at her, then looked toward the bed behind him and nodded with an expression of acceptance. Capella, okay, your hatred is understandable.
She did in fact lose to the blood. From the start it shouldn't have worked.
Even though that was believed, actually seeing this failure is disappointing indeed.
The most noble Lagunica blood mislead me to have just the slightest bit of expectation.
Felix, for what purpose would you force something like this on Crush Summer?
What has to be done to save Crush Summer? Answer me.
Toward Capella, who sighed with something more like listlessness than disappointment, Ferris's cute face was dyed red in anger as he screamed.
Wielded in his two hands was the soldier's short sword he'd been carrying until now.
That sword was engraved with ornate decorations and the emblem of a lion, more akin to a first-class ornament of favor than a weapon of combat. Aligning with Ferris's own immature skills, it lacked the ability to make effective attacks. Capella, is that a toy?
An important gift?
No matter which, using your frail arms to wave something like TS is pretty dangerous, little girl. No, Capella, who had stuck out her tongue to jeer, cut her words off midway with a sudden frown. Capella, you are disgusting.
You have a pretty unnatural body. Clearly a man, but that body. Something that should have been removed wasn't, so how did you become like that?
From a glance it's fundamentally different from a simple change by dressing in women's clothing. Hasn't this lovely lady ruined your mood now? Felix, HK. Not only did she see through Ferris's gender, Capella showed disgust at the unnaturalness.
The monster carefully examined Ferris from top to bottom, looking as if it were unintentional.
Capella, that manner of dress, is it to seduce other men? In any case, all it's worth is bringing understanding of the pointlessness of humans. Men are all fools, women are all sluts, and humankind altogether is utter trash.
Is what this lovely lady concluded from her preferences. Felix, how noisy. Stop with the useless. Answer my question already. What exactly did you do to crush Summer? Capella, how truly annoying.
Toward Capella, who hadn't yet established dialogue, Ferris was unable to bear the insult and once again let out a roar of rage. Capella, who heard this, relaxed her shoulders, and after a moment the visage of the young girl dissolved away. Felix, dash. Before the Felix who took a stunned inhale, the young girl's body began to dissolve and reform. Short stature elongating as if in a nightmare, bright golden hair beginning to change in color, the tempting sweet face who would provoke in anyone a desire to protect it upon being seen became stern, and the lingerie-like clothing transformed into a blue dress. Although having heard of it, this process of variation and change was still the first time it had appeared before Ferris. The body which was released conformed not in the slightest to others' opinions, freely being changed as the architect of this nightmare liked.
And then, faced with this scene as if a nightmare, Ferris was frozen with shock.
Felix, you.
Capella, what's there to be so surprised about?
Saying so, caressing long green hair was the face that Ferris cherished most.
The figure of Capella, who stood before him motionlessly, had become the very appearance of Ferris's most beloved master.
This made Ferris's face turn stark white, and even the hand holding the short sword had begun to tremble slightly. Capella, look here, the ferocity from earlier has completely vanished. This face, this body, this voice, before your very eyes has become like this now. The face of Crush that he had never seen before laughed, and slowly Capella strode forward. She reached Ferris's side, stopping when she reached a distance where she could touch him if she stretched out a hand.
As if thinking of something, pointed the short sword Ferris was holding to her own chest. The tip of the sword rested right at the center of Crush's large chest.
Leaning just slightly forward would have it pierce through, was the position it was in. Capella, your despised enemy is right before you.
Avenge me. It hurts, it hurts. Even breathing brings me anguish. Eyes unopening. Flowing through my chest isn't blood.
Flowing through my entire body is something that feels like poison.
So hurry, avenge me. She's saying so, like this, you know, Tilda. Felix, who?
Capella, plunge the blade in with one breath, stir the wound around as you will and yank it out in one breath as well. Then the heart will be destroyed, the pulse will stop, the blood spurt forth constantly.
You can kill her.
Ferris's breaths began to grow too rapid, gaze began to wander. More prized than gold, the life of his master's enemy was being offered right before his very eyes.
Just as she said, like this an attack could truly be effective. Could destroy her heart. Could kill her. However, precisely because she wore that too familiar face.
Capella, stab down, stab down, stab down, stab down, stab down, stab down.
Felix.
Capella, stab down. Felix, you,
Commanded as if by malediction, Ferris's sword short stabbed toward that chest.
The blade pierced that body with ease, reaching between bones to destroy the heart within. With a twist of the keen blade, came the ruthless sound of muscle being severed, and finally along with blood that spurted forth the short sword was yanked out. Ferris, ha. Felix, trying to avoid being stained by the gushing blood, with uneven breaths backed away.
The short sword slipped from his hands to the ground, the floor wetted by the dripping blood. Capella, ka.
And then, Capella, who had been stabbed in the chest, knelt on the ground, spitting vast quantities of blood from her mouth. In appearance she still wore Crush's mien, a pained face stained with blood, amber eyes filled with disbelief fixing on Ferris.
Capella, hurts, it hurts. Why do something like Felix, it was you who made me stab down. Made me injure Crush Summer.
Capella, so uncomfortable, so very uncomfortable.
Too much, unforgivable. Though clearly speaking of things like liking you, loving you. Clearly loving each other.
Felix, dash.
Don't say such ridiculous things. I don't share that kind of relationship with Crush Summer.
Capella, is that so? In that case, the interpretation of the script itself was off.
With a frank expression, Capella used a sleeve to wipe the blood from her face while standing.
She casually brushed the wound on her chest, and the freshly made wound disappeared in an instant.
The twisted expression of agony from before disappeared as well, leaving only a sigh.
Capella, indeed, playing around is meaningless if it doesn't start from the very beginning. It's something like that. Master and vassal who love each other, forcing one to kill the lovely lady who looks just like the other.
And then to unfold the tale of the shaping of a love, was what had been planned on originally. A failure indeed. Felix, putting on such a farce. Just what do you intend? What do you want from us?
Capella, nothing much? There isn't much intent behind it, nor is there anything to really ask of you.
Watching a husband kill his wife is something to kill time.
Asking an adjutant knight to wear women's clothing, something caused by a preference like that, just think of it that way. Felix, my promise with Crush Summer, isn't anything superficial like that. Capella, putting proclivity and sexuality on the surface like that, this lovely lady finds that a rather frivolous performance, you know, Tilda.
Regarding the Ferris who couldn't help but cry out, Capella tilted her head, as she said so.
Then Capella raised her right hand, and her external form once again changed drastically. Her palm becoming like a flower's giant petal, the tentacles that stretched forth sent Ferry's body flying, before entangling him as they lifted him up, then tightened their grip as they slammed him against a wall. Felix, who? Capella, whether seeing or feeling it's the same, what a body both so slim and so fragile. If you are to become a woman so badly, how about this lovely lady lends you a hand? In this lovely lady's hands it'd only be child's play. How about being given help for removing it and forming your holes in minutes? Felix, my body is irrelevant.
More importantly, that Crush Summer is. Capella, how ridiculous.
Something like valuing another over yourself. How about you stop audaciously saying sweet nothings? And speaking of which, you're asking about how to recover a body infected by dragon's blood to its original state? If such a method exists, it should rather be said that this lovely lady will be more eager to know. The tentacle continued writhe forcefully, causing Ferris's delicate extremities to begin bleeding.
Widening his eyes in agony, the sound of twisting broken bones echoed throughout the room.
In comparison to the right hand, which had taken the form of a carnivorous flower, the raised left hand took the shape of the scythe of a mantis. Maintaining Crush's mien, she had become a repulsive monster whose left hand was an insect's and right hand was a flower's.
Even so, that face bore no trace of change, all the more horrid for remaining adorned in beauty.
Capella, directly turning you into mincemeat would also be pretty entertaining, and this lovely lady doesn't have much time to spare anyway. Before any unrelated others can appear, it won't do to not take care of you and your master. Felix, coo. Capella, that said, you really are some guy foolish beyond limit. Without expecting this lovely lady to show up here, even a strategy for counterattack is sluggish. Just what point will it come to before?
Having said this, Capella's once delighted face was now tinged with a touch of a frown. As if holding doubts toward what she had just said, she dragged the still gasping Ferris before her.
Capella, no matter what, isn't this a bit too slow? Even given that this lovely lady infiltrated from above, it's taking too long for any others to arrive on this upper floor.
Felix,
Capella, you have to be planning something. Hurrying up and revealing everything is for your own good, you know. Otherwise, your most treasured master Summer will undergo an even uglier transformation. Capella's scythe extending from her left wrist reached toward Crush, who lay on the bed, and Ferris faced an incomparably cruel choice.
Serving as a response to this question, was Ferris's shaking voice that he squeezed out. Felix, you.
Capella, Artilda?
Which way of begging for mercy will you? Felix, you, utterly useless creature.
Capella, ha? Yellow pupils bearing disgust glared at Capella, a sentence uttered as if spat. Immediately afterward, the tentacles that bound Ferris began to spout smoke, and the petals discolored and rotted away. Regarding her own right arm that had been corroded away, Capella revealed an expression of surprise. Capella, Arara?
Just what happened to this lovely lady's hand?
Felix, well, just think of it as something like a scummy personality isn't unique to your side.
The tentacles rotted away, and Ferris's body was freed.
Another sound overrode that of Capella, who turned her head at this.
That was a cute voice with a unique cadence.
Capella looked in the direction of the bed that had issued the sound. At this very moment, light flooded the entire room. A white ray which practically created the effect of instantaneously spiking temperature. This energetic beam burned away at Capella's face, destroying the entire left half of her face. Accompanying the carbonizing half of her face was the stench of scorched flesh, and Capella retreated several steps, then reaching out a serpentine tongue to caress the surface of that wound, smiled. Capella, standing against the face of an ally without even a trace of leniency who
Well, not Lee K. This had much of an effect.
The presence of someone here is well expected, so we're not a huge surprise to wind up like this. Something like an ally is a misunderstanding.
We're commercial competitors. Nah, it's more like competitive opponents. Moreover, not like we're living such easy lives that we'd hesitate to attack upon seeing the face of an opponent like that.
Capella, a conditional ally will sooner or later become an enemy. In that case, was especially aiming at the face some deliberate preemptive scheme? If truly so, your personality might be a little too twisted too. I've already said, there wasn't any such confusion of private and public affairs. I mean the head was purely to see, if destroying it would prove fatal, hoping so for a moment's all. Saying so, the person who clambering from the bed gave the sigh of betrayed expectations.
In place of Crush, lying on the bed had been Anastasia.
She touched her own wavy hair colored with green dye, responding with a slight smile to Capella, who had survived with even half her face burnt off. Anastasia, though Ard clearly hoped for it, seems no death happened. Capella, even though you might be different from the type of woman who only smiles upon seeing Monet. But something like unhesitatingly scorching half the face of a woman, a personality surpassing a reasonable amount of self-interest, truly a female meat that this lovely lady would take an interest in. Anastasia, being taken interest in by a person like you, even us here would feel a bit of resistance. Why see, us here's something beloved is with long fur that feels silky to the touch. With formality, Anastasia responded frankly to the monster Capella's words. With a small cough she approached Ferris, who was near the bed, taking his wrist and helping him up. Watching the teary-eyed Ferris, Anastasia with "Isn't this enough?" as a precursor. Anastasia, no information's been gathered at all.
At the very least, let's set Crush's affair aside for now. Felix, I understand. You've accompanied me far already, in such a risky gamble.
Anastasia, for this situation, us here's holds a rather large share of the responsibility, so let's just call it that.
Even the ability of Ferris, who was the leading healer in the kingdom, could do nothing to heal the current Crush.
To save her, there was no other way aside from finding the reasoning and a solution from the one who had done this to her.
As for what Ferris had prosed, Anastasia could not refuse. Welcoming each candidate to the city of Pristella had been Anastasia. And then things had hit this point.
Due to holding a share of responsibility for the matter, Anastasia was unable to refute Ferris's plea. Anastasia, it's something like this, call this completely fruitless, and yet it still managed to betray expectations. Capella, to be burdened by expectation like so, my deepest apologies, but these feelings are truly, completely absent. But, there shouldn't have been any guarantee that I'd show up at all. Anastasia, wasn't there an announcement from Natsuki-kun? Seems that, you would have acted upon hearing it. Sending the main combative force away, leaving the base camp undefended would surely prompt activity from the enemy.
In the first place, the witch cult had no obligation to greet them with integrity. Truly, this was just as Capella's earlier speech had said.
Anastasia, Natsuki-kun there, grew naive at a critical moment. Although in no way was there a possibility of a guarantee, strictly speaking, to consider from the nature of the witch cult, showing up to attack could only be one of either wrath or lust. So Anastasia had laid a trap, and allowed the city hall to be attacked.
The real crush had, of course, fled to a nearby shelter with the other injured.
There would of course be no one who would step into this uppermost floor, people still remaining in this building, aside from those on this topmost floor. Capella, he.
People whose minds move a little too quickly, are just the slightest bit irritating to others.
But then, aren't you underestimating this lovely lady? That cat ears over there, this little lady over here, neither looks like someone who can hold their own in battle. Anastasia, being called a little lady is really rather embarrassing. Though we here look like this, seems that I'm technically still a grown adult.
At Capella's remarks, Anastasia closed one eye in response. Capella, it's been decided. That cute face of yours, lovely face, is all that'll be when everything below your neck becomes a locust.
After turning into that, do try again, to battle against me using that rude mouth of yours, Tilda.
Anastasia, how rather horrid. In that case, best to bid farewell for now.
Capella.
Anastasia's refusal surprised Capella, who had been the threatening party.
Anastasia tugged on her still green hair, glanced about the room. Anastasia, we here should have mentioned already, we've been awaiting you all along. In that case, we couldn't have been waiting without making any preparations. As soon as the sound of her voice fell, Anastasia rapped gently against the floor with her fingers. Two ringing sounds, as if some kind of signal. Immediately afterward, cracks appeared in the floor by Capella's feet, and the broken body of the young girl plummeted downward. Capella, oh, my.
The bottom of the floor falling away, and appearing in the floor she had plummeted to was a similar opening. In this manner Capella continued to fall floor by floor, falling the height of 4 stories in one breath, landing directly into an underground chamber beneath the first floor.
Splat, with such a sound, Capella's body exploded. Defenselessly slamming into the ground, the body of the young girl was completely flattened on the cold surface, blood gushed forth from her face, and her limbs were folded over and broken with a miserable appearance. But, the body that became a piece of flesh immediately began sluggishly move in hands and feet, and young girl's body stood in the form of an aqueous amorphous state. Appearing there was, the figure of a seductive woman. Clad in extremely revealing clothing, displaying her ample flesh without a trace of shame, the rare sight of black hair was done into a 3-stranded braid. Exuding a somewhat dangerous aura, and a beauty that caused restlessness in its wake. Whether Ferris or Anastasia, both should have no idea who this appearance belonged to. In any case, the 2 that remained on the 4th floor, shouldn't be able to see her transformation. And so, there should have been no one who would react with surprise upon seeing this figure.
Capella, really?
Isn't this just going to make me so very delighted, so very excited? Kya ha 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 ha. With the manner of an agonized death and a manner that couldn't feel agony, Capella let go her voice. That was a light and delicate sound incongruent with her mutated appearance, echoing throughout the entire underground chamber of the city hall. In shadows, in air both cold and humid. This was not merely the landscape of a basement, it was part of the numerous waterways distributed throughout the city, part of the management facilities used to maintain these waterways. From somewhere came the sound of rushing water, and from somewhere else overhead a breeze blew by. Capella, receiving such a warm welcome and whatnot, allowing me to freely change the size of my chest is exciting, isn't it? To return and embrace them tight, to have them rectify their upbringing from within this lovely lady's arms, to have them never love anything aside from this lovely lady.
Can't return.
Capella. Cheeks dyed crimson, Capella, who was exhilarated to the point of trembling, was barred by someone unknown.
Sounding out was a deep voice, a man's voice muffled and sulking.
As she heard this voice, Capella raised her head, and from the shadows underground emerged a person's figure.
The expression of Capella, who saw him, suddenly twisted.
The absent-minded expression that had been her face until now, immediately contorted to one of loathing, as she glared at her opponent. Capella, by this lovely lady's aesthetic values, the most intolerable are the ones who try to hide their ugliness, aren't they?
?IC. Rest easy.
By my aesthetic values, your feelings can't be tolerated either.
Responding to Capella with an apathetic manner, heaving a sigh as if something were weighing him down. And then?
Shouldn't you have heard from above?
Your actions have been seen through by that wicked one on our side. Which is to say, in terms of wickedness, how could you hope to triumph against our princess?
As he spoke, the heaviness that sat in his voice was still present. The sword attached behind his side was drawn from its sheath, and sluggish light reflected onto it from the empty space above his head. Standing there was a man with one arm.
Was a shadow clad in a black helmet. Was a singularly dressed strange man.
The stranger facing Capella, pointed over with a single arm holding the blue dragon sword.
Al, though I've only just greeted you, I'm in a terrible mood today. Before I die, hurry up and leave the hell away from here.
Mollusk.
Arc 5, Chapter 61, Victim of the Territory. Blue dragon sword wielded in his one hand, toward the man chattering without rest. Capella lightly tilted her head.
3 plaited braid long and dark spilling upon her white shoulder, with arms folded as if to emphasize her plump chest, she bent forward, casting a mesmerizing gaze toward the man wearing the helmet. Using that mesmerizing gaze to tempt a man's eyes, even knowing it was a trap, it would still drive a man's instincts wild. However, even with such a demonic scheme, whether or not it would be effective would depend on the opponent. Al, that erotic pose is indeed a little bit, but if your goal is to seduce me, it's useless, you know.
For a hardcore virgin
to make me thirst after a passerby Oni-chan has such a high difficulty that I'm practically laughing. Capella, to demean your own frivolous words as well as moderate restraint. Setting aside whether or not this lovely lady's goals apply for you, a man who gives the impression of not eating this up, putting on that act of a harlequin to induce carelessness in your opponent, just what is that thick thing meant for?
Al, women shouldn't be spouting dirty jokes like that.
It's a real turn-off. Capella. Capella's provocative seeming gaze, from this man's response, turned into an expression of speechlessness. This measure of surprise quickly dissipated as well, and Capella laughed as if happy from the bottom of her heart. Capella, kia ha 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 ha.
What is that remark at that age in that demeanor?
That maiden of your dreams lives on only within your chest. You too are one of those people whose exterior doesn't conform to your interior, aren't you without doubt a flower in a greenhouse?
Kea tilde, howdy tea.
Al, though I apologize for interrupting your show, don't make me say it so many times.
I'm not in the mood today.
I couldn't really tell you if you asked me when is it that I'm in the mood, particularly today, so. Toward the one posturing like so, Capella, who was tapping her feet, the man, Al's attitude became extremely complex and irritated.
Rather than posturing, it seemed to be a manner of dissatisfaction with this task from the bottom of his heart.
Rather different from the two people from above on this point, this led Capella to become increasingly incredulous. Capella, not in the mood, finding this a bother, and yet not clearing the way.
Your words are truly full of contradictions.
In that case, why the hell are you still in the company of a raucous maniac like myself? Al, the nerve of you to say it yourself, you raucous maniac.
Capella, of course it'll be said.
From this lovely lady's perspective, in any case absolutely everything that exists in this world is just a way to pass time.
You are all in entirety, ultimately objects of this lovely lady.
The lovely lady's love is boundless, filled with mercy, because everything aside from seeking love from this lovely lady is unnecessary.
Anything else, do with it as you like.
Spreading her arms, Capella with an expression as if a poisonous flower laughed sweetly.
Al, who was looking at this smile, with a whoosh dropped the blade of the blue dragon sword.
twisting his neck so that his bones made a crack, spat out a long sigh with an "ah."
Al, you are rather different from the other sins I've known.
Capella, oh my, you've seen other meats rotted beyond rot? That perverted female meat who resents her own longing? That virgin bastard with minuscule vessel?
That low-life brat of bizarre eating with vile character?
Or was it that sick in the head, sick in consciousness, sick in thought self-proclaimed spirit?
No matter which, for companions they're the absolute worst choices. Haven't your parents taught you?
Choose your companions carefully.
Al, unfortunately, my current friends are types my parents warned me about. Capella, that too still deserves condolences.
Even the you like that will embrace this lovely lady's august love? Remove that helmet and reveal your face, embrace and devote love to this lovely lady. No matter how contemned or rebuffed, Capella, who carried out the gestures of seeking love, was the epitome of a mind which sought love. Accepting the notion of the most extreme one-sided love that had without regard of others forcefully plundered love until now, that had been referred to by a misnomer of love. Of course, answering to her love, which rather than being called awkward, would be better described as completely disregarding of human nature, existed not a single person. Al raised the blue dragon sword that he had just lowered, slowly shaking his head.
Al, apologies.
I'm happy you feel that way, but the two of us are still unfamiliar with each other, and it'd be embarrassing if any odd rumors spread amongst my friends.
Please accept my refusal.
Capella, something like giving regard to the gazes of outsiders, don't you still have quite the cute aspects?
Is this lovely lady lacking here?
And here there had been an impression of taking leave from garbage masochistic male meats who enjoy being ordered about by women.
Al,
Capella, disregarding of others, harsh eyes.
A body which could even be said to be filled with sensuality and violence.
A stature shorter than this lovely lady currently is, a kind of lovely exposed skin. Although words changing along with mood, an inner character always held up with reason and confidence which never grows meaninglessly arrogant. Handing many tasks over to subordinates, but rarely becoming reliant on them.
Not leakable but not disleakable, the position and the woman both.
While chattering on endlessly, Capella's figure metamorphosed. Still maintaining ample flesh, shortening her height, clothing transforming into a bold dress which revealed shoulders and back, eyes on the face changing from sleepy to sharp, from her keen gaze overflowed an atmosphere of confidence.
What appeared was a beautiful woman, with long golden hair hanging loose.
Associates from within the city, although not the appearance of any particular person, from some unknown place, exuded an atmosphere similar to that of a woman whom Al associated with.
Al.
Capella, oops, not gold? At the very least a Lagunica's characteristics would include golden hair. In that case, HMM, red.
N, orange it is.
Observing Al's subtle reactions, Capella's hair color changed bit by bit. Testing black, brown, green, blue, hesitating for a moment when it became red, then becoming orange.
With just this, she had assumed an impression ridiculously similar to a very familiar woman. Al, how very hair-raising. From where have you met our princess?
Capella, never seen, never spoken to her, never even realized her existence. Merely, deducing from your reactions the type of woman you like, this lovely lady is a woman who will give all you know? In order to be liked from a well-liked opponent, it's a matter of course to give everything. Al, speaking of reactions, my face is. Capella, voice, movements, speech patterns.
Angle of neck and line of sight, attitude.
From chatting understanding your attitude, nature, preferences.
Al. Capella, one twitch or one movement, not missing a single one.
Putting in the entirety of heart and spirit to be loved, this is the way this lovely lady utterly devotes her all. This lovely lady has already utterly devoted her all like this, so.
Look at this lovely lady. Look only at this lovely lady.
Don't look at anyone else. This lovely lady's face, body, voice, attitude, gestures, all of it.
Should all be totally completely in line with your preferences.
As she spoke, the voice of Capella, who had assumed Priscilla's appearance, gradually grew rough. Her claims were a straight line of desire to please, but a line too straight would become a love that would pierce right through its target. It seemed as if Al couldn't even respond with shaking his head or reply with words. Could only ready his entire body's will to fight a response to Capella.
At this silent answer, on Capella's face grew discouragement and contempt.
Capella, you, a selfish scum male meat.
Which aspect of this lovely lady are you dissatisfied with? Al, don't misunderstand.
I neither like you nor dislike you, either way is fine. Sorry, that's a lie.
As expected, you're disgusting, so I really don't like you.
Capella, HK.
You fickle rotting male meat.
The right arm of Capella, who was stomping her feet, from her shoulder began to transform into the huge head of a wolf. The ferociously howling beastly head, at speeds beyond what the eye could process, flew toward the frozen Al. In a moment the fangs of the head, sharp as blades, completely shattered Al's upper body with a bite. In the instant before, Al's flew forward into the gap of approaching canine fangs, flying horizontally to escape. Capella, don't think you can escape with just that.
Al, like I'd think that. The side. And then the back. From overhead the rolling Al, a powerful attack from a hand slammed down.
A finger of those giant hands could compare to the height of a human, and being caught in its grip would be akin to being caught by a snake. However, this attack too was evaded by Al through jumping. And then the wolf's head, whose fangs seemed to want to crush Al's waist, returned, being exactly stopped by the blue dragon sword wielded behind his back. Al, whoa, Donya. Without completely dispelling the momentum of the attacking beast, and maintaining his position of blocking with the blue dragon sword, Al's body slid forward. The half-incanted wall of earth rose from the ground, slamming directly from below into the right arm that had become a beast. The wolf, whose lower jaw had been struck, gave a wail, and the shift in mass of her right arm led to the collapse of Capella's entire form. Seeing this, Al, having dodged the left arm's forceful attack, rushed forward.
Al, Donya. This side too, Donya.
Capella, HK.
The Donya that Al incessantly launched was the lowest tier of earth magic.
Whether in power or durability as a wall, both were perfectly aligned with its nature as the lowest tier of magic. Even so, Al still relied on this magic as his best tactic in actual combat. Forming obstacles, blocking field of vision, forming a foothold, exactly like he was doing in this moment. Al, Ra. A solidly formed wall of earth hindered the movements of Capella's distant right and left arms. In addition, Capella's body itself was assaulted by a wall of dirt that obscured her frontal vision. Then, with preparations in place, Al rose into the air, using speed and momentum from earth rising from the ground, launched forward as if with wings. In the instant when Capella, upon hearing these shouts, glanced overhead, a flash appeared upon her slender neck, her head flying away. A face similar to Priscilla's danced through the air, an exaggerated amount of blood spurting from the wound. Capella's blood had an unidentified effect of something seemingly poisonous, the very reason for Crush's suffering. Of course, even with warning to not brush the excess of blood.
Al, who do you think you're fooling, you damn liar?
Stepping into this pool of blood without lenience, Al stuck out his blue dragon sword. The tip of the blade did not hesitate in the slightest to reach through the back of the headless Capella, being yanked out from between bones in the chest, adding another fatal injury to an opponent who was supposed to have died.
However, it could not stop at this. Al, take this. El Donya.
Sweeping up the pierced body, Al, who flew forward, incanted with momentum, a level higher than Donya, an L-tier magic, using the blue dragon sword as a launch point, to have it begin within Capella's body. Of course, Capella's body was unable to suppress the mass that swelled from inside, and scattered in an explosion.
Bang, with a foolish sound as if in a joke, Capella's body turned to shreds.
Hands and feet scattered and flew away, pink viscera and bright red staining the entire underground space. In the frigid air the pieces of meat even seemed to give off warmth, finally resulting in a result that one could walk away from.
Al, how's that?
Ha, ha. At this point it's
Shoulders heaving as he caught his breath, Al spoke to Capella, who had become pieces of meat. Anything like this, a creature able to survive after being destroyed to this point simply could not exist.
Toward Al's declaration of victory, an existence that could respond did not exist, or at least that should have been.
Capella, Aho W excessive,
No matter what, ordinarily things wouldn't go so far.
Al, damn it.
The one that had received Al's insults of disgust, responding was that still airy yet wicked voice. The voice came not from flesh, but from the direction of the head that had been initially severed. In other words, it came from the place where Capella's head had landed. Capella's head, from where it had rolled, remained on the ground as it joyously witnessed Al's reaction. Al, sending your head flying, destroying your heart isn't enough.
Isn't that breaking too many rules here?
Capella, head flying and heart destroyed, would pose no problem to this lovely lady. Suddenly becoming so without a trace of tolerance is rare indeed. This lovely lady, right now, should be tempting you with your favorite face. Could it have been a slip of the eye?
Or could it be that you're the type who expresses love by inflicting pain? Before the Al revealing feelings of helplessness, Capella's head righted itself. The severed head moved sluggishly, black flesh that couldn't possibly have been present gushing out.
Forming a head as a pedestal, quivering flesh became limbs, black surfaces hidden from sight by white skin, turning back to, no, completely transforming into a golden-haired maiden. Al, and the pieces of meat scattered here? Capella, since they're unnecessary, they can dissolve. Al looked on with amazement, as the scattered pieces of flesh that had formed Capella's body started dissolving with a noise. The organs and limbs became a substance like black mud, bubbling as they disappeared. Even their method of disappearing inspired disgust to the point of aesthetic fatigue.
Capella, anyway, without hesitation you severed my head. I indeed. The one from above.
Say EMS to have been a fake. Why isn't there one whose comrade couldn't fight anymore, after taking this lovely lady's blood? Soaking in it like that, why isn't it scar-eye?
Al, it wasn't some kind of bluff.
Though I didn't know what conditions needed to be filled, knowing that being dripped on wouldn't be the end is something I've already tested.
Dodged like mad and it was a waste.
Capella, dash.
But you haven't shown even a trace of an attempt to avoid it. Al, it's something you couldn't know about.
Head, heart, if both don't work, next time that severed head will be crushed.
No matter how many tries it takes.
Al's extraordinarily tired sigh was even more pain than it had been before this battle had begun.
This should have been due to the effect of Capella's tricks. Extraneous burden that had been placed upon his shoulders after their meeting. In any case, not a trace of damage was left on Capella's freshly regenerated body.
In addition to variation and transformation, a regenerative ability to the point of refusing death, with even the typically most fatal attacks on head and heart rendered ineffective, this was truly a genuine monster.
However, difficult to kill did not equate undefeatable.
Al, there are also methods like freezing the entire body to seal it, or some method like tossing it into the Great Cascade. Capella, I isn't despairing after failing to kill an opponent nice, and you truly an incorrigible trash meat. But, having motivation is well and good, can you actually do it? Say EMS like you're good at petty tricks like dodging and escaping, aren't you lacking a way to actually kill this lovely lady? Al, indeed even if I died 100 times, I wouldn't be able to kill you.
In fact, I've already gone half of the way. But, aren't you forgetting something?
Al placed the blue dragon sword over his shoulder and gave a knock, his helmet making a clunking noise. He pointed his sword and Capella's head, which had turned at this line, swiveled.
He was pointing at the city hall, somewhere outside of it.
Al, you originally intended to disrupt our home base. We can also imagine that your control tower is completely deserted. Meaning, that the ones who went to attack, Lust, will rush back shortly. As long as I keep up these time-buying tactics, naturally soon you'll be done with. Capella.
Al, for your information,
my abilities are okay for buying time, no?
I'll try every means to keep you down, to trap you in here. So, if you'd like to run, your chance is now.
Al locked in battle against Capella in solitude, used the imminent arrival of reinforcements to try to coerce his opponent into retreating. Upon hearing those words, Capella raised her eyebrow as if surprised, and toward her questioning attitude Al also responded with a hum.
Al, what's that, your reaction? Even if you have some complaint about my suggestion from just now then.
Capella, do you truly believe that this lovely lady who came alone into enemy territory, Woyildeen, had prepared measures against the troops you sent out?
Al, huh?
Capella, Muscle Daruma and Swordswoman were placed along the way.
Even amongst our puppets, those two are quite something.
Can your reinforcements really get away so easily? Al, HK. The unforeseen development drew a sound from Al, who looked at the large hole overhead. As if seeing through his helmet to see his expression, Capella continued with a by the way. Capella, the conversation mirror you had on you is sealed, you know? So even if you hurriedly tried to establish contact with anyone else, you wouldn't be able to reach anyone.
Al, how did you do something like that?
Capella, that magic device, the creators say EMS to have been a witch. Rumors about such legends have long been passed down in the witch cult,
including things like disrupting the wavelength of the conversation mirror.
Due to the nature of this unorthodox annoyance, the goal that Al had spoken fell empty. Although Al had no way of ascertaining the truth of Capella's words, in truth, the two who had been sent from the city hall to take on Lust, Wilhelm and Garfield, will sooner or later clash with her minions. The possibility of returning from a battle between monster and man could only be said to be extremely low.
Which was to say,
Capella, lacking a means to fight back at a time like this, isn't this about the end? Al, not having anything, well, I wouldn't go so far as to say that. At Al's vague answer, Capella revealed a faint trace of a small smile.
And in the moment after, the faint smile melted.
Once again, the form of the young girl became an amorphous piece of meat, and like this Capella's mass grew exponentially. With a gurgling sound, Capella's form broke the limits of a human form, growing huge. Delicate maiden, seductive woman, stern young man, serious warriors, her flesh grew enormous with a momentum yet unseen, the underground space echoing with laughter. And then appearing after a moment was a dragon of black whose body blended into the shadow. Al, I see, you could even turn into a dragon. Considering the fact that there were no divisions of rooms, the underground was much more spacious than the city hall had been. However, even a space like this could not accommodate the black dragon's huge body so easily. Hearing Al's low voice, the dragon narrowed its golden eyes, and Capella opened her mouth as if to respond to Al. From that mouth came a merciless scorching breath. HK. The breath of flame seemed to ignite the very air of the underground, as a white light forced its way close to Al. An incantation completely overpowered by the roaring sound created a wall of earth in the scope of that breath. However, faced with the overwhelming temperature, the wall failed to mount even a momentary defense before crumbling under the heat. However, Al's purpose did not lie there.
Who?
The jaw of the black dragon which had released the breath was hit by a suddenly rising wall of earth. The mouth that generated the breath was forced shut, and instead the black dragon scorched its own throat with its flame. Even so, the flame that the black dragon had spat out before its interruption continued to burn. On his back, which tried to escape the range of the heat, the green flame approached.
Al, damn it.
Donya. Gay? Incanting alongside the stench of burning, a wall of earth suddenly slammed into Al's side.
Using this momentum, Al with a backside full of flame was launched into a nearby waterway.
Then the instant that his back brushed bottom surface of the waterway, another incantation brought a wall of earth, sending him flying out of the water. Al, Shiai. The completely soaked Al flew from the waterway.
In an instant, the razor claws of the black dragon had swept across the waterway's bottom.
Tossing up foam, the wall which carried Al out of the water burst into pieces. Although an evasive maneuver, the ferocious attack on Al continued, as he endlessly avoided. Using miraculous movements to evade in such an extremely small space, withstanding attacks from behind that should have been unforeseen, his body's lack of ability was supplemented by his own magic, as he continually avoided fatal injuries. Jai. Al, do, Donear. The now impatient dragon rotated its enormous body, mowing down with its tail. Faced with this battering wind that drew an arc, Al used multiple incantations to create 5 earthen walls toward his front. After reducing the threat of this attack as much as possible, used his blue dragon sword to fend against injuries, swept up and hitting the ground to roll several times before staying down. The dramatic rolling movements lessened the on his body, and Al stood with the blue dragon sword as a crutch. However, the damage had not been completely offset.
Hurriedly through the gap at the bottom of his slanted helmet, a large quantity of vomit spilled.
Al, coo.
Damn it, on the victim's side this time. Really outta luck here.
Capella, doesn't seem that way though. Considering your abilities, there's a kind of incomprehensible stupidity in staunchly standing with allies. Toward Al, who sighed over his current situation, the black dragon Capella gave a rather uncomprehending praise. Even from her perspective, Al's desperate defensive battle held an inexplicable sense of bothersome violation. Attacks that should not have been seen through, pursuits that should not have been imagined. Al had all along been using his own ability to survive as long as possible.
As if he'd long known all those choices. However, neither had the leisure to pursue those idle thoughts for now. As for why? Capella, isn't this rather a bit too much?
The reason why Capella, who raised her head, would say so, were the faint vibrations transmitted from the surface of the ground, and then were fatal sounds coming from the city hall that had continually suffered damage. The foundation of the structure, which had seen too many large battles, had already suffered a great deal of damage, and then the battle that had taken place underground had given the foundation one final blow. The result was the gradual widening of the hole that had been the trap to send Capella down, and the cracks spread through not only on the floor but even through the entire building. The development after this, even a small child could draw a conclusion: collapse.
Al, stop kidding around. If this territory comes undone, I'll actually die.
Seeing part of the floor fall away from above, Al stood through the pane. With labored steps like this leapt into the flowing waterway. Along with the sound of water, his body grew distant with the underground waterways, and then Capella, seeing him off, maintained the form of the black dragon as she gazed upon the gradually collapsing ceiling. Capella, P. Interest is wilting.
Tired from playing, so forget it.
With murmured words that seemed listless, the black dragon yawned. Like this, the rarest sight in the world went unseen by anyone, buried under the rubble from the collapsing architecture. At the scene of the collapse, echoed a low humming sound. The sound accompanied the shoving aside of rubble, several slightly larger stones rolling down from a mountain of rubble. Thanks to this impact, the mountain collapsed, and from an opening caused by this collapse a white hand protruded. As if searching for something, that slender arm hurriedly attacked the mountain of rubble and made it cascade bit by bit. And then several minutes later, finally succeeded in breaking free of the mountain of ruin, was Ferris, whose clothing had become ragged. Felix, coo.
As he coughed, Felix spat out vast quantities of soil and blood. Was it sand or blood that remained in the gap between his tongue and teeth? No matter which, it didn't matter at all to Ferris. Right now he just wanted to rinse his mouth.
Ferris didn't expect the city hall to collapse.
Isn't this another death for nothing? Ferris used the inside of his dirtied clothing to scrub the blood from his face. Wiping away what dirtied it like that would return his face to neat and cute.
In the midst of a ruin that could not have been imagined to be a 5-storied building mere minutes ago, that was now in a state of crushing humans to death without any preparation of a defense.
Felix, something like that is. That's right, Anastasia Summer.
Cat ears pointing upward, Ferris shouted that name as he looked about him. Volunteering to appear in Crush's stead, assisting in this dangerous battle by acting as bait, was Anastasia. Having successfully met Lust's ambush as anticipated, although the results could only be described as a tragedy.
But a collaborator was a collaborator.
And in the necessity of determining whether she lived or died, also resided a level of emotional obligation to Julius.
Felix, if like me, she'd been directly crushed to death.
Looking around, starting the search among the nearby rubble.
In the moment that the building had begun to topple, Anastasia and Felix had been in the same room.
A sudden collapse from beneath their feet. If she'd been caught up in it without any preparation, she'd end up the same way. At least if she hadn't died instantaneously, as long as she could be subject to Ferris's healing magic, she'd be safe and sound.
Felix, with just a single reply, this search would be that much simpler. Anything like search and rescue was not what Ferris's slender arms were suited for. Even if helping the injured was Ferris's especial speciality, but Ferris was ill-suited for the work that lay before healing. Even for the lack of information received from Lust, Ferris felt an unprecedented sense of toil, and precisely at this moment, Anastasia, Ferris, you two are safe and sound.
Dash. The sound of footsteps that kicked away rubble approached. Ferris, who jumped as if startled, turned to see a solitary figure. Tugging on the hair that had been dyed green, smiling slightly, was the Anastasia he had been searching for all along.
Hem of her clothing, which seemed difficult to move in swaying, she approached Ferris with careful steps. Felix, Anastasia Summer, are you unhurt? Anastasia, it's as ye can see. In fact, we here should be saying that. You, Ferris, thank goodness you emerged unhurt from that collapse.
Felix, that's. Although strictly speaking he hadn't been unhurt, Ferris suppressed his instinctive reply. There was no obligation to reply, any it would not merit a pleasant topic. Closing his mouth without reply, Ferris across from Anastasia surveyed the rubble and scene of collapse of the city hall. Anna, telling everyone to leave for the shelters in advance, truly was too correct of a decision.
This was quite the grand happening. Felix, a grand happening.
Anastasia frowned as if incredibly troubled, and Ferris as well surveyed his surroundings. Anastasia calling this a grand happening, was this a circumstance to be able to say so with peace of mind? Although calling it a grand happening wasn't incorrect, it felt as if missing a touch of seriousness.
Not to mention that the cause of this collapse was precisely.
Anna, seems to me, that the cause would be the underground battle between Al and Lust. Anna, being completely buried, digging them out like this would be a bit difficult. If they successfully enter the waterways underground, seems to me there would be a possibility of escaping alive. Of course, in that case the possibility of Capella's survival also needed to be considered. As Ferris had observed, Capella's capacity for regeneration surpassed human imagination. Having half her face destroyed by Anastasia's magic, and not giving any regard to it, was truly beyond strange. Just as Ferris's life continued after fleeing, it shouldn't have been the result of some unnatural constitution. Felix, speaking of which, where did Anastasia Summer learn such magic? Anastasia, that got anything to do with this?
Felix, since I had heard you couldn't fight, a little bit of surprise can't be helped.
During the discussion on how to distribute the combat forces, she herself had been the one who'd said she had no combat ability.
Whether Anastasia herself or the artificial spirit accompanying her had been the case. However, if that had been the case, what was that magic that had ruined Capella's face?
Al, this topic, I'd also like to hear a bit about it.
Anastasia.
Anastasia kept silent in response to Ferris's question, and just at that moment the voice of a third person chimed in.
Before the two who turned their heads, was the soaked Al kicking at rubble. Twisting his head so that water poured from the opening in his helmet, he approached.
Anastasia, seeing you're safe and sound is nice.
A successful leap into the waterway?
Al, though about 3 times I felt like I was dying.
Not like it mattered in the end. More importantly, we've got something to talk about.
Anastasia faced forward to welcome the laborer's meritorious return, but Al unsheathed his blue dragon sword as he spoke.
Pointing the tip of the blade as well, she too frowned.
Al and Anastasia stood facing each other, and Ferris was caught in between the two. The places where the three stood formed an exact triangle. Anastasia, for this, what exactly do you intend?
If this is a joke then I ain't laughing. Al, not like I'm in a kidding mood.
Setting aside that cat-eared bro for now, I really can't rest easy at your survival from this destruction.
In addition,
Anastasia, it's merely that there were backup plans.
Hiding those was indeed my fault, but as for that I can't exactly explain it forthrightly. Al, indeed that could be said to be. The problem here is your attitude.
Barely managing to escape from the collapsed building, then chatting idly with a familiar face atop the ruins. From your attitude it feels like your expressions and feelings are completely out of place.
Do you know what we call people who can chat like that? Anastasia. Regarding the owl who persisted with a hail of questions, Anastasia stopped replying. However, her expression now froze into a sly smile.
And then right before Felix, Al spoke a definitive clarifying line. Al, those kinds of people, we refer to them as witches. Anastasia, really now, isn't that turn of phrase a little excessive? An incredibly philosophical tone of response gave an impression of quite the sense of exhaustion of feeling. Sly smile falling away, what emerged afterward was an empty smile that was only an appearance. As if that movement of skin was direct not toward another, but toward oneself in a self-deprecating manner.
Anastasia, in my experience, witch is by no means a term used in good conscience.
Al, could it be that you're under the impression that I'm light-heartedly dropping a greeting?
Your first impression is right, swindler fox. Felix, what is it?
The impression of two people who had reached an understanding, watching Anastasia who had changed her tone, and Al. Ferris sought an opportunity to interject. Al blocked Ferris with that attitude with his armless left shoulder, his gaze still fixed in Anastasia's direction.
Al, it's something like, the miss still looks like the miss, but is different on the inside. That fox with wicked character dangling from her neck. Echidna is inside her. Echidna, this is a result that prioritizes Anna's survival, it's just that the result ended up like this.
This affair being spoken of with such sincerity, as if I have some malicious intent, is really rather distressing.
At Al's hostile words, Anastasia, Echidna revealed a troubled expression as she replied, then Al harumphed into his helmet with a ha. Al, someone replacing another shouldn't speak with such a righteous tone. Echidna, replacing or whatnot is really quite a misunderstanding. From where did such a notion come from?
Al, right down to that fake Kararagai accent of yours, pretending to that miss should serve as evidence. Unfortunately enough, the nature of a witch that can't comprehend humans was seen through by me.
Felix, act a bit more properly. Like this, no matter how long you talk, the topic won't progress.
At Al's systematically detailed responses to Echidna, Ferris finally exploded. Although for information of the situation at hand Al did have a degree of reliability, what mattered most right now was the affair of Anastasia's body. Her body right now had indeed been taken control of by Echidna. Felix, first of all, is Anastasia Summer fine? It isn't something like merely protecting her body, but her consciousness flew off somewhere? Echidna, that's not the case indeed.
Anna not being healthy in body and soul wouldn't do.
Because if that weren't the case, there wouldn't be a need to use the forbidden technique. Felix, forbidden technique? Echidna refers to this condition here.
Since Anna's gait is a little bit complex, it can't be used by itself. Even with me acting as a proxy, the burden is still incredibly heavy. It's like that.
Stroking her meager chest, Echidna made Anastasia's expression turn gloomy. Although Al still propped up his sword with a demeanor of intolerance, Felix forcibly stepped in front of the tip of the blade as he continued discourse with Echidna. Felix, then why did you pretend to be Anastasia Summer, to converse with us? Echidna, isn't it more unnatural to abstain from a greeting when seeing your ally safe and sound?
Pretending to be Anna herself was to keep you from spotting our weaknesses.
Exactly as I just said, Anna's body is quite unstable.
So I wanted to hide the fact that she'd become one with me. And then was seen through too. Felix, Julius is also unaware of this ability.
After all, he hadn't even known about your existence before this. What do you intend to do about this?
Echidna, that's an issue between Anna and Julius, and the Iron Fang, as well.
For your questions, I don't feel as if I have an obligation to offer speculation. Everything had been smoothed. The sense of incongruity that Felix had felt from Anastasia atop the mountain of rubble as well, all stemmed from the differing interior of Echidna, whose replies were insufficiently intuitive. In addition to the fact that her magic had been her protection, was the fact that Anastasia's body had indeed been protected from the collapsing building. With these 2 points, Ferris's previous doubts came undone. Felix, although, that one over there still gives an impression of being unwilling to lower their weapon? Al, tch. As Ferris had asked, Al clicked his tongue as he reluctantly replaced the blue dragon sword within its sheath. Upon seeing this, Ferris once again looked at his bruised and battered body. Burns and scrapes gave a look of being truly injured.
Felix, all right, let me take a look and it'll be healed soon. You were caught here is.
Higher, this slash, it's miraculous you didn't die from it.
Al, with my ability, turning a fatal injury to a serious injury is the limit.
Though it'd be better if I hadn't lost the gamble.
Well, whatever.
Felix, dash? The palm of Ferris, who tilted his head, fixed even the fact that Al had been wounded. All that could be said was thanks to the healing properties of the blue and white lights, in the blink of an eye the numerous wounds on Al's body had been healed.
Al, having confirmed this, gave Ferris his thanks.
Al, myself, as well as Miss Two ended up surviving. Without doubt that lust bastard also has to be alive. One can't rest easy even with how much she'd be buried by rubble.
Echidna, about that. At Al's voice, which raised a warning, Echidna lifted her hand, the conversation mirror held in its palm. With her other hand she gently knocked on its surface.
Echidna, as a matter of fact, until the building had collapsed, the conversation mirror had stopped making a single sound.
Al, I'd heard. Lust, or rather the witch cult? Within the witch cult there seems to be some way of crippling magic devices. Presumably that suppressed communications with anyone on the outside. Echidna, that's what I'd thought.
It's just, if it was the Sin Archbishop that caused that, she should have fled by now.
Al, talking in circles. Echidna, apologies, it's a habit.
That is to say, the function of the conversation mirror has been restored. Hearing those words, Al and Felix were simultaneously shocked.
Al was surprised that the conversation mirror could reach others. But Felix was surprised at the cause of the conversation mirror's malfunction, and the elimination of the possibility of the cause. Felix, what do you mean? Lust's interference ended. Which is to say she's dead?
The monster who had ceaselessly boasted of her regenerative ability, dying from being buried by rubble, was truly too unbelievable. Just as Al had said, after all the 3 people present were all still alive. Toward the undying monster with a special vitality, believing that she'd die like this was truly too difficult.
If any possibilities aside from this could be considered.
Echidna, receiving a wound to the point of interfering with work.
Or the interruption itself is meant to induce carelessness in us. Felix, that feels a bit incongruent with that awful character.
Echidna, indeed, I think so as well.
Should be more daring than just hiding.
Such as, taking the form of one of the 3 of us here?
With the original having already died, completely supplanting that existence.
That is precisely a tactic that Lust would enjoy. This speculation of Echidna's caused Felix to shiver. Remembering that before the collapse, that monster had assumed a form identical to Crush. Directly watching that transformation, there was no room for doubt that she had been a fake. Of course, even she'd become Crush, Ferris was confident he'd be able to see through her, but these 2 were another matter entirely.
This possibility made Ferris feel ill at rest. However,
Al, don't get your kicks from saying disorienting stuff. What a wicked nature.
The lack of reaction makes it obvious. Of course she turned tail and ran. Leaving after becoming bored of playing, that one is just like that.
Echidna, to say something so without basis or reason.
Al, before being crushed, the monster wore completely a disinterested expression. That would be the reason.
Facing off against Capella all the way to the end had been Al. If the opponent had been another human, such a conclusion would have been astounding, but if their opponent were a Sin Archbishop, standards of common sense couldn't be upheld.
Of course, even assuming that cautions couldn't be dropped. More importantly,
if the conversation mirror is functional, couldn't contact with the princess be established?
That's what's most important. Hurry up and help me connect.
The teams that had left the city hall with conversation mirrors had been Team Wilhelm Garfield and Team Priscilla Liliana Group. Originally, Al, who should be part of Priscilla's team, had at his master's order remained with the left-behind team.
The thought of wanting to confirm his master's safety could practically not have been more understood.
Echidna, I see.
You don't need to be in such a hurry. Placating Al like this, Echidna, who held the conversation mirror in her hands, frowned.
Just as Ferris glanced over intending to ask what had happened upon seeing that reaction, the conversation mirror in Echidna's hand gradually began to radiate a faint glow.
This was an indication of establishing a connection with another conversation mirror.
And shining from the light within the conversation mirror was
Arc 5, Chapter 62, Commend of the Warrior. ? Garfield's consciousness was shaken harshly the moment he heard that sound. He coughed out the volumes of water he'd swallowed, shook all the moisture away from his body, sight beginning to return to his brain, drowsy from oxygen starvation. This place was an underground space, both dim and frigid.
The rigid stone ground was still submerged by volumes of water flowing in. It seemed that the turbid flow had flooded the room from an indentation in the wall behind him, which had allowed a breath of fresh air.
He was currently showered by a great number of gazes. In them lay unease, vigilance, dread, opposition.
From the number of people before him and the myriad of feelings in their gazes, Garfield blearily came to the conclusion that this was one of the city's shelters.
The waterway he had plummeted into connected to the shelter, crashing through the wall led to this place. As a result, he'd been swept in along with the water.
Garfield. At that realization, Garfield's blurred consciousness received a shock.
Jerking his head up with a start, remembering the events that had transpired before he'd been swept, him erected the hairs on his body.
He hurriedly spun his head around, rapidly searching for the giant who had plummeted into the water with him in a tangle. Garfield, his gaze overlapping with a young blonde boy's green eyes.
He remembered this face. This face made his chest tighten, followed by memories which agonized his spirit.
He'd come face to face with him again, that boy who had a connection with Garfield's mother.
He was a little brother, remaining where he'd wanted to be, accepting the love of a mother.
Garfield, The sense of being startled away was once again buried under an excess of feeling. And then, an enormous splash swept the water surrounding Garfield, the form of a giant Huda splash flying standing up in the shallow water. This enormous figure waved his arms, mercilessly slamming toward the blankly staring Garfield. Facing this attack, Garfield's reaction was a beat too late.
And this beat proved fatal. The momentary carelessly offered the opponent a floor.
And from the war god facing Garfield came not an off-color attack. In total, 8 attacks swept toward Garfield.
1 or 2 were blocked.
However, the remaining 6 slammed straight into Garfield.
The face was hit and 2 attacks squirmed the body.
Then the floating body was beaten to the ground by the fist, hitting the head of the water and eating the fist from the top. Taking a blow to the face, 2 attacks to the side, leaving his body in midair. And then his floating body was slammed to smack into the ground, his head which slammed into the water taking another hit from directly overhead. His face slamming through the water into the hard ground, his nose and teeth taking serious damage as well. The surface of the water stained with crimson, a string of blood flowed from Garfield's mouth and nose as he leapt to his feet. Garfield, stop, kidding. A roar coming from the mouth which had teeth knocked loose, shaking away the ringing in his ears from blows to the head. A momentum of anger sweeping through this underground space, the war god positioned directly forward stepped forth as if this were the reason.
Fists overlapping. Garfield turned his head, using his teeth to scratch the fist which scraped his head, tearing it from wrist to elbow in one motion.
His head and used his teeth to smear his fist across his face and tear it from his wrist to his elbow.
Extending his right arm to grab his opponent's neck in the same instant, digging all the way to the lower abdomen. Fresh blood sprayed from the sharp incision, causing no small amount of damage to the war god's body. However, the war god's 7 remaining hands continued to strike.
In order to avoid them all, Garfield needed to do his utmost to respond. In one exchange of blows, he needed to use one hand to deal with 8 overwhelming disadvantages, overwhelming differences in ability, overwhelming differences in battle. This in fact ignited his will to fight. Garfield, attack, 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 attack. Block, deflect, avoid, evade, duck, kick aside, meet head-on dash. Fist to fist, generating shock waves that caused evaporated the sweat dripping from the two. Unyielding and steel facing off in collision, the staggering sound made it difficult to believe that this was flesh on flesh. The pair's bodies were unable to withstand this and flew outward in opposite directions. Ferocious tiger and the enormous body were both tossed aside to cause giant splashes. Kurgan's back collided with the wall, and Garfield once again became intimately acquainted with the water. He immediately raised his head, his gaze overlapping with Kurgan's, who was looking directly toward him. Although without a single word spoken, mutual understanding was established in but a moment. Garfield stood, stepping into the water that now reached his ankles. Garfield could feel the divine protection of earth spirits beneath the soles of his feet, cutting a quadrilateral from the floor beneath his feet, allowing it to float upward. Kicking aside this floating piece of floor, the huge holes caused much of the water in the underground to flow into it all at once, drastically reducing the water level. As Garfield conducted the draining of the water, Kurgan approached the hole where the water flowed in. The holes that had sent the two underground was enormous, vast amounts of water pouring from within.
Left alone, the underground space would flood in a matter of minutes.
Kurgan yanked out a demon cleaver. Minus the one Garfield had bitten to pieces, there yet remained 3 demon cleavers. Kurgan removed one to aim above, his target hanging directly overhead of hole. He hefted the exaggerated piece of iron at the ceiling, shattering it.
Using the vision of a warrior to see through the collapse, with roughness he filled the hole in the wall in with rubble.
Of course, even blocked water would still leak in, but not to the extent of instantaneously submerging the underground. The hole was plugged, the water was drained, water would no longer flood submerged ankles.
Checking the status of their surroundings wordlessly, the two warriors returned to their original positions. Face to face. Fists lifted with shields, demon cleavers drawn. The hero, 8-arm, Kurgan, the challenger, Golden Tiger, Garfield, subduing an opponent at peak condition. This was the implicit agreement between warriors. Garfield knew that this was not the time for such a thing.
His duty was to return to the high-rise city hall that was likely under attack, to rescue those who could not fight. However, before any matter of facing or not facing, about what to face, Garfield had long ago already faced this problem. This sentiment was out of place, but Garfield felt excited. His pitiful loss against Reinhardt, sealing memories and feelings both for a mother, unable to avenge the kind girl who had protected him, leaving an ally in a dangerous situation when faced with an ambush.
So many important things snatched from his hands, leaving him to feel powerless and empty. Leaving Sanctuary, seeing the world, Garfield had recognized his own weakness.
The him that had remained in Sanctuary would certainly have remained strong, for certain. Because then his metric of comparison was only himself, holding no doubts to the martial abilities he'd trained.
Leaving Sanctuary, seeing the world, Garfield had recognized far greater strengths.
Compared his time in Sanctuary, his own power had not decreased. However, his metric of comparison was no longer the him of his imagination, making him weak in relativity. In a mere 2 days, a shift in consciousness made him clearly recognize this conclusion. Powerlessness and loss had exposed Garfield's inner self, forcing him to recognize he was merely a bluffing brat. His inner self had created hesitation, doubt, regret, the wavering of his heart turning him weak. And injected life into his wilted soul was precisely Kurgan. The hero, 8-arm, Kurgan, the Empire of Wallachier's hero.
the strongest man of the multi-armed tribe. He'd readied his demon cleavers, regarding Garfield as a warrior to face. How important this was to the Garfield, who could not find his own value.
The two entangled men plummeted into the waterway, where Garfield had lost his footing due to his inexperience in aquatic combat. The magically resurrected Kurgan had no need to breathe, and if he had wanted to decide the outcome could have merely waited for Garfield to drown. However, the war god had shattered the wall of the waterway, connected to a shelter, had let Garfield survive.
For what purpose? Garfield thought initially. That T was your show F mercy.
Kurgan.
Before Garfield had determined his epiphany, Kurgan had not regarded him as a warrior.
Flinging aside an attacking child, kicking aside a crybaby was not what a warrior would do. And thus facing Garfield, who had been throwing a tantrum, Kurgan had completely sidestepped him.
But that was wrong.
Precisely because he'd stood, raised his shields, being regarded as a war god by Garfield.
That was why he'd seen the famed demon cleavers being drawn, had met with the stance of greeting a warrior.
After seeing this demeanor from him, what he had shown to Garfield was certainly no mere mercy or pity.
What Kurgan sought was the result of a decisive battle for victory against Garfield.
The battle between warrior and warrior can only accept a mutual blow as a conclusion. Garfield, yo fuckers. How long are ye going to keep starring? Garfield checked the shields on his two arms, these words directed not toward Kurgan, but meant for the onlooking audience. The ones who, after the two men had been swept in, had silently regarded the battle between warriors, the refugees. Gathered together though differing in clothing, and even race, all they had in common was their inability to fight. They were a group of non-combatants who would be sent flying with a single attack. If Garfield fell here, there was no one here who could deal effective damage to Kurgan. Although difficult to imagine Kurgan committing atrocities against non-combatants, but likely the only one who knew this was the Garfield facing him.
And so, Garfield should be able to tell T a glance.
Even if you spectate from over there, there's absolutely nowhere that why seen make a move. Hurry and take th chance to seek shelter outside. Fred, gorgeous tiger. Garfield, ah? Garfield's words urged them to leave quickly were overwhelmed by a loud cry. Calling out to the Garfield whose brows were knitted in pressure, using this phrase to call out to Garfield happened to be one of those onlookers. The boy's eyes filled with tears, both cheeks crimson, gripping the hem of his clothing tightly.
Faced with Garfield's astonished sight, the boy's watery eyes stared back. It held a will strong enough that Garfield found it difficult to reply. Garfield, hey, lil brat. Th hella yeah, sayin'.
Fred, gorgeous tiger. Garfield. Fred, G, gorgeous middle dot tiger.
The quavering voice of the boy called so to the silent Garfield.
As if unaware of how else to express his feelings, calling out this name.
This was the name of the golden tiger.
This was the name that Garfield Tinsel yearned for, the name of the strongest tiger.
Why now was he calling this name? What did he want to convey? Tears dripped down the reddened cheeks of the boy. Spreading through the entire underground audience were the cries of the boy.
So everyone shared this share of passion that was injected despite being inexpressible. Garfield, enough, wife said T already, now go.
Gorgeous tiger.
Garfield's sigh was buried under their cries of calling for the golden tiger. From behind the boy, a girl with the same blonde hair embraced him.
That was the boy's sister.
As if to protect her younger brother, her gaze trembled as it found Garfield. Her lips also trembled without pause. In a voice without sound of silence, calling the name of the tiger of gold.
Win for sure.
Not from the boy, not from the girl, of course not from Garfield. Another man in the underground space called out while raising a fist. Garfield, wait, told why to run.
Fight, and then win. Don't lose. Even if we can only.
Watch on.
Garfield was speechless. The voice he used to urge them to flee was repeatedly buried under other voices.
Directing his attention back, the enthusiasm in the boy's voice reached the hearts of everyone underground, not a single person watching Garfield and Kurgan's duel making a move to flee.
If using common sense, if calming down to think, how could anyone think staying was right? Everyone was overwhelmed.
Solely for the sake of this meaningless determination and faith, reaching a conclusion that was likely to end in self-sacrifice. Garfield.
The hell does this count for, was what Garfield thought. What was the point of staying here? What was making noise, showing support supposed to mean? It would be much better to hurry to and run. He himself wouldn't have to worry about involving them.
The likelihood that they'd be sacrificed even if he himself fell would reduce.
This was much more reasonable. But not a one of them fled. Why was this?
Garfield, Cap'n.
Sure enough, your speech delivered effects too strong.
From his mouth Garfield called out his name for Subaru, remembering the words he'd conveyed to the entire city. Subaru had touched the hearts of everyone in the city, the powerful broadcast that had been proclaimed as weak, pulling together all the people that felt submerged by unease and horror.
A flickering candlelight had been lit with a last bit of hope.
And fire burned out to leave heat in the people's hearts, waiting for the next change to reignite.
And for them, the moment of ignition was now. And the same went for Garfield in this moment. Gorgeous Tiger. The solidarity did not stop.
The first to call out to the Golden Tiger was Garfield's little brother, whose birth he had been unaware of. And in order to protect her littlest brother, was the little sister whose birth had been equally unknown to Garfield.
Little brother and little sister were looking directly at Garfield. The city that had accepted his mother after she had lost her memory, its residents were looking right at Garfield. Garfield, FR a duel between warriors.
Compared TTH usual, it's a bit too noisy, Kurgan. Garfield, really, sorry.
Been troubling you all along.
Especially most troublesome are my amazing self's lil brother and sister.
After this, they'll get a proper scolding.
Kurgan. Garfield, and so.
Wordlessly the war god readied his fighting spirit. Needless to say, his attitude was one of utmost power. Garfield clenched his fists, knocking the shields on his arms together.
The sound of the steel striking steel lit a spark. Through his fangs Garfield took a deep breath. Garfield, shield of sanctuary, no. Kurgan. Garfield, gorgeous tiger, Garfield Tinsel.
The announcement of a name that was meant to initiate a battle.
To Garfield's announcement of a name, Kurgan remained silent. Merely scraped his demon cleavers, showing his opponent the utmost of will to battle. This was enough.
Garfield, ha, ah.
Garfield kicked against the stone floor, rushing forward. Kurgan greeted him with the same, the distance between the two reducing to zero in a mere instant. To say hit would be too sharp, to say slash would be blunt, the attacks that Garfield made without pause, leaving little room to breathe. The air that demon cleavers touched was not whistled through or sliced so much as it was killed, every blade only being caught by Garfield due to his warrior's instinct for danger. In one exchange of blows he needed to contend with 8 hands, and those 8 hands only needed to contend with 1. With the number of Garfield and Kurgan's hands differing, to win against him was to Garfield as difficult as scaling the sky / reaching the heavens. However, without acting he could not reach it. And so he initiated this battle, gambling his all. Faced with heavy blows which made his body their target, if hit directly even a blunt blow would be enough to sever his blood and flesh. Without the slightest of hesitation Garfield lifted his foot, shattering a demon cleaver speeding toward him with a single step. From directly overhead the heel broke the body of the demon cleaver, the thick body of the blade piercing through the stone floor, the roar of the splitting rocking creating an illusion that the entire city was trembling. He first dealt with 1, but couldn't let his guard down. At the same time that the broken demon cleaver had pierced the floor, the second one cut an arcade through the air from the direction of his opponent's left shoulder. Upon hearing the whistle of the demon cleaver with his right ear, Garfield immediately defended his head with the shield strapped on his arms. The attack hit exactly in the instant he raised his arms, shaking his attention for an instant. The impact from his right fractured his elbow, the wrist of upper arm shattering completely.
Garfield gritted his teeth, to the extent that his teeth dripped blood. That was the second hand. The third, fourth hand were empty, striking in the same instant.
The clenched fists of Kurgan with his giant form were no smaller than the size of a child's skull. Explosive power paired with explosive size, the power of a blow could be said to equate that of a warship's. Not to mention that one first felt capable of piercing iron plate, approached Garfield, whose mind had blanked after the impact to his head, one toward his body and one toward his head, either with a direct hit was capable of exploding a human.
The blow concentrated on Garfield's body, burned as it scraped across his abdomen.
The fist seared as if scorched in flame, with unnatural power.
Twisting across his body, this fist only scraped away the skin on the surface of his abdomen. The third hand.
A feeling as if having half his body plaguing his consciousness, with his right hand Garfield blocked the punch headed toward his face. The already broken and shattered right arm completely burst open under this tremendous force. Elbow to wrist to tips of fingers, this hand no longer looked like a hand.
The shield affixed to the wrist was sent flying as well. But losing a hand was hardly a fatal wound.
Garfield arched his body to meet the first with his forehead. Smashing Kurgan's fist with his headbutt, he avoided the blow from the fourth hand. Remaining were the fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth.
Still distant. Too distant. Distant enough to make one laugh, to make one shiver to their teeth.
Garfield, ah.
The fifth, the sixth hands were empty as well. One demon cleaver yet remained, and a fatal wound had not yet been made.
Both these hands were left hands, each protruding from under the shoulder and side of the body, attacking at the same time. The right hand that he'd blocked with was now useless.
His left hand couldn't make it in time. Garfield unhesitatingly stuck his right foot forward.
Soles of his shoes drawing a splash, at the same time conveying his will to the earth.
On occasion the earth lent him strength, on occasion aligned with his whims, and this time too offered him its own power. From a tilt under his feet, Kurgan's lower body lost its balance. Even so, without pause the war god righted himself. His movements were without a trace of hesitation. However, in his unwavering attention there appeared a break.
In the instant that Kurgan's attention had shifted below to his feet, seizing this break, Garfield rushed forward,
lifting his foot, with a twist of his body, shoving his head between the two approaching fists.
As if in the eye of a storm, the two fists both swept behind his body.
The instant his feet were in place, Garfield felt a shudder for his own judgments.
He himself unsure of why he would have made that judgment, a thought and a decision accomplished in a fraction of a measure of time. Brain scorching. Heart scorching.
Life on the verge of bursting. The fifth and sixth hands were thus dealt with. Afterward, the seventh and the eighth hands dash.
Suddenly, Garfield's hair stood on end at a chill. Kurgan, whose 6 hands had been dodged, would want to use the remaining 2 to finish Garfield.
A fatal blow approached.
Skipping over the 7th hand, the 8th and last hand attacked. He stopped an attack with one hand, using it to wield the demon cleaver.
Right hand holding the pommel of the demon cleaver, right shoulder's hand tightly gripping the body of the demon cleaver. A blow that surpassed powerful was about to welcome Garfield from the ground.
Surrounded on all sides, such overwhelming presence that one would believe that they would die no matter they tried to hide.
This was a sight that made the wretched attacks of the previous 6 hands seem almost a waste. Avoiding was unimaginable.
Backing away, leaping aside, or rushing forward, would all result in a direct hit. An image of being turned into a slab of meat as the result of this attack appeared before his eyes.
Escape was impossible. Attacking would be even more reckless. There was only one option, and so Garfield placed his unbroken left hand on his head, dropping his waist.
In this moment, there was a voice that still remained audible. The sound of little brother and little sister, and a large crowd of people cheering. Estimating was only in a moment, moving was only in an instant, the result was right there.
The instant when the demon cleaver moved, Garfield had entirely left this world, all-encompassing silence, all-encompassing formlessness. Extraneous surroundings vanished in an instant.
In the attention of Garfield, whose focus was sharpened to its absolute limit, remained only Kurgan. With abnormal sluggishness, with the demon cleaver he slashed downward at Garfield.
Garfield raised his head, the movements he met the attack with equally slow.
In a world so stagnant as to induce anxiousness, all Garfield could do was tightly clench his teeth. Wrong, there was still time to revolve around. He saw Subaru.
Saw Ram. Saw Mimi. Saw Frederica.
Remembered Louis, and Emilia. Otto appeared too, thought of that bastard Roswell, saw Beatrice and Petra and everyone in Sanctuary, and then his mother Ricia and his little brother and little sister. The battle that had happened at Sanctuary had allowed Garfield to realize his own weakness.
Realizing the breadth of the world, when he'd lost to Reinhardt, Garfield had adopted the wrong impression that he was weaker than he'd been before leaving Sanctuary. That was impossible.
If embracing more meant more weakness, then for what did people live on?
Being strong enough to protect everything you embraced was enough.
Garfield, feel refreshed.
Suddenly, the irritation plaguing his heart fell away.
That instant, the demon cleaver struck the shield on his left arm, sending a jolt which felt like lightning throughout his entire body. HK.
The defense mounted by his left arm was in an instant cut through by the demon cleaver.
Just like his right arm, wrist, elbow, bicep, even shoulder were all twisted beyond repair.
Feeling the familiar pain of a shattered arm as if in a nightmare, agony dyed his vision red, thoughts sinking into complete blankness. Garfield opened his mouth to form a howl.
The fangs that had been clenched all along loosened, beginning a chorus of despair for each accumulated wound.
The demon cleaver's assault did not end.
After shattering his left hand, the momentum that remained slashed at Garfield's head. Such power would be enough to shatter Garfield's small body, leaving him nothing but minced meat. Just how did the war god regard this young warrior who keened agonized wails as if dying?
In his heart was compassion, or pity, was neither. Unless one side stopped drawing breath, the principle of a warrior pitying a warrior existed not. Garfield howled from agony as he lowered his head. The sound of that heartrending sound persisted for a long time, and then...
Garfield, Gar. The howl stopped, Garfield clenched his jaw.
On the teeth that he clenched down on again, shone a radiance of silver.
That was the silver shield that had fallen from his ruined right arm, which Garfield had caught in his teeth. Garfield, Whipping his head around, biting the shield, Garfield had met the demon cleaver slashing toward his face. Biting the shield had mounted his second defense, slamming it into the side of his face the instant the attack had reached. Blood sprayed from Garfield's nose, his teeth sent flying, but his knees did not kneel.
He supported the weight of the demon cleaver with biting strength and the strong neck.
The spark of the collision between steel and steel created a flame, causing Garfield's consciousness to flicker. Even though the whites of his eyes had begun to show, just what kind of willpower was still even now supporting his neck.
Was it fighting instinct, or rather a beast's vitality and survival? Suddenly, blood spurted out.
Vast volumes of blood poured forth, crimson flowers of blood pooling in this underground space. It sprayed from Kurgan's right hand, that last right hand that clutched the demon cleaver. And it was a wound persisting from the last time he'd attacked Garfield, deep enough that bone was visible from hand to upper arm. From this blow just now the wound had completely split open. Kurgan's face bore no shock.
Nor did his expression change due to the pain. That was a matter of course.
He was a corpse. Pain existed for the sake of urging people to live, to ensure that the candlelight of life still existed beyond the minimum limit. The deceased did not need such a tool. And thus, Kurgan had ignored the effect of the injury on his right arm. If truly wishing to perform the most perfect attack, the last blow should have been given up to his still functioning left hand. Success or failure determined here at once, was not the right place to say.
However, Garfield, Withstanding attacks from 8 hands, Garfield heaved a sigh with a bloodied face. The shield clenched between his teeth clattered to the ground.
Kurgan's front was wide open. Yet Garfield's left and right were completely useless, muscle in both legs torn from insufficiently withstanding heavy blows.
Even so, he could still leap 1 step. After leaping over, what to do?
Hands could not be made use of.
Then remaining was
Garfield, ah. Garfield let out a cry, opened his bleeding mouth wide, rushed toward Kurgan.
Garfield's teeth sank into the neck of the stationary war god.
Teeth piercing through tight muscles with easy, severing at the base those organs so vital to life. Biting down like this, Garfield twisted his body, teeth shredding through muscle and sinew, tearing away a large chunk of neck, crunching with force.
Garfield, ah.
Utterly defenselessly, Garfield collapsed on the ground, spitting out shredded flesh. He turned his head as he vomited, watching Kurgan's figure as blood gushed from its neck. Garfield's hands were gone, several teeth were missing, body remained stained in blood. Having been mortally injured by the Garfield covered in wounds, heroically Kurgan's body remained yet standing with chest upright.
This was a hero's spirit, so moving as it was of the human heart.
Finally, Kurgan turned slowly, facing Garfield. Facing the warrior who lay on the ground gazing up at him, the war god crossed his arms over his chest with calmness.
And then,
Kurgan,
magnificent, in a baritone low and heavy, commended the victor. Garfield, ah. Without even allowing him time to reply.
Kurgan's body collapsed right before Garfield's own 2 widened eyes. Collapsing like sand was the figure so large one needed to crane their neck to see, alien face becoming stone and ash. Such an end inspired such grief, the deceased dying once more. This was the result. This is ultimately the sadness of the people, the deceased once again changed back to the dead. This is the result. Garfield, what pleasant words. Watching the war god crumble to ash as he died, Garfield sighed discontentedly. Not that he wished for him to live on so unnaturally, but after a mutual duel to the death, a feeling of emptiness at the end was natural. And so, this was merely a grief that Garfield had nowhere else to express. Garfield, ah, damn it. Fuck, screw it.
The flow of blood was too much.
Laying on the ground, Garfield used his entire body to channel the divine protection of earth spirits, into turning his gathered mana into healing magic to repair his body.
His hands especially, and his face was a disaster too.
Wounds that had yet to be healed above ground, immediately followed by such a number of attacks.
Being left with heavy injuries was not such a surprise.
Gorgeous tiger. Garfield, who had been putting his all into healing, heard a sobbing cry.
Treading puddles to approach were the figures of little brother and little sister.
Others approached as well, but in Garfield's eyes were only those 2. Both looked to be on the verge of tears. No, they were already crying.
It couldn't be helped. Even as seen by others, Garfield's condition was disastrous.
And to someone familiar with this sight, that he remained alive was practically unimaginable. If looked at by a healing expert, their faces would surely be a terrified white, determining that emergency treatment would be needed.
This also served as proof of just how many hellish trials he'd overcome. Of course, although he wanted to feel proud of it.
Garfield survived. But couldn't by a bit of time.
Even having defeated 8-arm, Kurgan did not mean he'd succeeding in delaying. This had been Garfield's battle, but it was not solely his battle.
Right when he'd been dragged into battle, perhaps an ally had sunk into danger. Needing to return to the city hall, Garfield sat up. Hearing his words and seeing his movements, the expressions of the little brother and little sister who had rushed over changed.
Little sister especially wore a look of rage. Sister, ah, are you stupid? All right, lie down already. Right away.
Yes, right away, I'll go call a doctor over. Garfield, there are other guys needin' doctors. My amazing self's got other things to do, kiddo.
Garfield nodded at the little sister whose face had turned bright red. But his face full of fresh blood perhaps didn't look very convincing.
Little sister ceaselessly wept anguished tears. During this time, wretchedly broken bones in his arms reconnected. Although the flesh had yet to recover fully, running a few steps wouldn't have him passing out. Garfield stood after having reached this conclusion.
Sister, why, wait a minute. Are you really going to go?
Garfield, broadcast, ja hear it too?
Sister,
Garfield with fingertips still dripping with blood, Garfield's words received a response. The voice on the broadcast had given little brother and little sister courage, giving Garfield his last shove here. And so, Garfield needed to repay that voice on the broadcast. He said it would be fine, Subaru said it would be fine, and so he had to make it so. Garfield, and so, my amazing self.
Sister, With a stagger his blood-deprived body knelt to the ground.
Little sister hurriedly supported the body that appeared as if it would fall any second, and Garfield clicked his tongue. And then, standing before Garfield now was little brother. Fred, gorgeous tiger. Garfield, what's up, but sorry, if you'll say stop won't work. Fred, that's not it.
Gorgeous tiger, your clothes are glowing.
Hearing little brother's allegation, Garfield looked down and finally noticed. At the waist of his own ragged clothing, a piece of cloth gave a gentle glow.
Stowed there was the conversation mirror.
Because it hadn't been able to connect with the city hall, he'd shoved it there determining it was useless.
Its shining right now meant.
Garfield, thought, was broken. Sister, I'll pick up.
Garfield's breath came quickly.
Little sister reached toward his waist, pulled the conversation mirror out before she could be stopped. The surface of the mirror shined, which allegedly meant that another conversation mirror from elsewhere was calling here. In other words, this was either the city hall, or the other group calling his side. Sister, what should I do?
Garfield, bring tea here.
Whose tea?
Little sister carefully brought the mirror close to Garfield. Garfield looked at the mirror's surface, called out. The conversation mirror slowly began to flash.
Arc 5, Chapter 63, The Passion of Liliana Masquerade. Emilia, huh? Tugging on Beatrice's hand, Subaru Summer for some reason left the park in a hurry while muttering something. The opening words were said by Priscilla Summer, who saw them off with her gaze. Because they were so sudden, Emilia Summer too widened her eyes. Beautiful woman and beautiful woman meeting gazes created a beautiful sight. Allow us to savor the atmosphere, as we admire the aura they give off with levity.
In their clashing gazes grew sparking petals of flame.
Red eyes slim and elegant, and gently sloped eyes of pale amethyst. Immersed in Emilia Summer's gaze, Priscilla Summer's graceful nose gave a huff, crossing her arms. Her chest was emphasized. At the sight of that large chest bouncing aggressively, I quietly stroked my own chest.
Flat.
Emilia, what does that mean? Priscilla, nothing, the meaning is literal. Something inconsequential to this degree you should be able to see though, or is your intent truly to question?
In that case, it's laughable to the point of hurting one's sides.
Emilia. Priscilla, even between master and servant, secrets are natural.
To believe so is comedic.
Servants need only hands and feet. If something like this is permitted, they will reveal attitudes unbefitting of the desires of their master.
Which is precisely the situation you are in.
Razor tongue lashing out without pause, faced with that Emilia Summer revealed a pensive expression. That dismayed gaze and silver hair swaying with the wind together, inspired a truly indescribable emotion. In truth, although rather shameful, this was beyond comforting. Liliana, Anyway, Emilia Summer's thoughts were in accord. She nodded toward Priscilla Summer with understood as a response. Emilia, right, though that's true. Although I believe what you've said is correct, my thoughts on being a master and servant are a little different.
Priscilla, how truly presumptuous to raise objection to mine decree, and dullness and foolishness are of equal demerit. Leisure for disagreement does not remain. With haste, take your leave.
Emilia, thank you.
I'll be after him at one. Though, sorry to leave Liliana behind. Liliana, he.
You were? In the middle of quietly listening to this story, Emilia Summer gave me an apologetic blink. Pondering what it meant, I raised a fist at Emilia. Liliana, please don't worry, Emilia Summer.
Songstress Liliana here.
Believes in Emilia Summer and Subaru Summer's return, so relax and leave protecting this park from harm to me. Although energetically saying words about being a songstress, naming myself in this manner was truly embarrassing.
More embarrassing than had been previously expected.
Emilia, although unsure of what exactly you mean, but I'll leave it to you. Priscilla, don't bully Liliana.
Priscilla, refrain from carelessly calling out mine name. Mine intent is all conveyed. Leave at once, find that clown to play with.
Emilia, really? Rather unfriendly terms, but Priscilla Summer seemed unbothered. Right until vanishing from the range of gaze, Emilia Summer continued to watch me with concern.
Ah, farewell, Emilia Summer.
Although there were many more words that should have been said, merely being able to survey you from all angles was enough.
Liliana, a flash. Please listen. To look up from under your feet.
Priscilla, you fool, if there remains time for levity, use it to seek the supreme melody. This world cannot match your talent, but the limit of one's lifespan is equal amongst everyone.
The value of one identical second differs greatly between you and one of the masses. The leisure of squandering as one pleases is the prerogative of wealth. But lacking the discipline to better yourself, is the equivalent of flinging yourself into a sewer.
Liliana, shamed by your praise, my spirits are rising rapidly, falling rapidly, too much for me to keep up with.
Was it praise?
Was it scolding?
Smart people are always disorientingly, exceedingly incomprehensible when they speak.
I'm a wandering bard, rarely do I feel shame, without education, without family and without grave. Wandering without end and without boundary on this earth is my ideal.
The path of song.
Priscilla, others being incapable of understanding your quirks, living in another world entirely, cannot be helped.
Even so, to be ignorant is undeserving of pride. This affects the quality of your beloved song.
Liliana, no. Not in the slightest. Priscilla, oh?
Liliana, eek. At the instinctive retort, Priscilla's voice lowered in pitch.
Her narrowed eyes beautiful and terrifying, either one would have this Liliana immediately yield. Liliana, please stop, Priscilla Summer.
Defying Priscilla Summer wasn't my intent. Priscilla, refrain from acting in a deplorable manner unbefitting of your talent. To have your value decrease, would be an insult to mine self, who has praised your song. You are forgiven.
As with lines on one's palm, paths to happiness are not shared. Uncertain of why Priscilla Summer would care about something like this, asking a little shouldn't be such a big deal, right? Liliana, so. To Priscilla Summer, wisdom and song are related?
Priscilla, indeed.
Liliana, but, what I want to learn is at its root unrelated to song. Priscilla, oh, and why would you think so?
Liliana, because in my song, the condition for shaking hearts has not been met.
Songs were powerful. The I who cannot determine the power of my song is still immature. As of now only height of aim and the rightness of effort had been affirmed, but ahead still lay a long path of struggle. Immature song, immature performance, but the heart that had been full of passion since youth was mature indeed. Liliana, using song to express joy, doesn't require much learning. Using song to express sorrow, merely a heart is enough. Using song to express rage, naked rage is enough.
It's like this.
The lute lyre, and this tiny body are more than enough for use in song.
Complicated words were unnecessary.
Desire to learn is precious, but being unable to enjoy song without it, was not the chosen path of a bard.
A bard lives for song. But the song does not choose an audience, and so, neither should the bard.
Liliana, to have my song contain my feelings is enough. I don't intend for it to express anything complicated. As for what's left in the heart of audience, is for the audience to determine. That which is called a song, brings joy in such a way.
Lingering in the heart, from time to time, unconsciously giving a sudden hum. If something like that were to happen in my song, then this life was not lived for naught.
Priscilla,
Liliana, ha.
Pure bard full of energy, king candidate whose aura could strike a flying bird down in midair. Between them Priscilla Summer was especially famed for her troublesome character.
With only a relationship of singing and dancing together, to attempt to get closer to her was too arrogant. Liliana, it's fine, at this moment today, I'll agree with you. This is an exception, an exception.
He, although sorry for intending to ignore. Priscilla, excellent, you, Kisama, rather, thou, Sonata, art truly a good child.
Liliana, ha?
The legs that had been intending to apologize and run, were caught by Priscilla Summer's words.
On that note, did Priscilla Summer smile just now?
In other words, just Priscilla smiled? A pure smile without hostility, something like this, somehow felt cute. Priscilla, mine self was the unreasonable one, thou merely followest thy steps forward.
Approach mine self, should thou find'st trouble, for you have value enough to receive mine regard.
Liliana,
For some reason, this was a valuation far higher than imagined.
Priscilla Summer then unexpectedly and unhesitatingly, sat on the edge of the park's fountain with leisure. Boldly crossing her legs, and what long legs!
Or not. Liliana, I can keep my life?
Priscilla, even should this world come to meet its end, mine self will guarantee thy survival until the very last. Liliana, to live on with confidence even should the world be completely destroyed.
Inspirators come, please listen, the woman of utter despair.
Priscilla, if this song is dedicated to mine self, surely it must be noble? Liliana, bringing forth a classic called the Record of the Evil Dragon Conquest. This refreshing atmosphere of being killed amongst the joyful sounds and laughing words, how lovely it felt. Priscilla Summer sat before the rushing water, before a fountain that seemed as if it could swallow her up, as I tried my hardest, as if stepping on hot coals.
Playing the strings of the lute lyre, focusing to the extreme of that well-memorized piece.
Raising focus to the limit, this feeling of casting the world aside, I call it, singer's realm, come, be immersed in it.
Come, immersion.
Forget unrest and terror, along with every trouble.
Higher, all those troubles. Priscilla, stop the performance.
Liliana, can't be done.
What did you say?
If there were too many troubles, singer's realm could not be relaxedly entered, but just now the immersion had come without issue. Then, even though the song had been executed perfectly, Priscilla Summer stood with a serious expression. Why? Did the song sound unpolished?
Liliana, Priscilla Summer?
Priscilla, hast thou yet to notice?
Something about the streets is strange.
As mine self relaxed, something malicious began to foolishly stir.
Liliana, The words that had left Priscilla Summer's mouth were confusing. What exactly had just happened?
Priscilla, seems that Pristella is facing a disaster.
If it goes on like this. That clown's intuition surprisingly accurate. How unpleasant.
The one called clown was probably Subaru Summer. But what about intuition? What did it have to do with leading Beatrice away, and with Emilia Summer who chased after them? Subaru equals Lalimansa. Beatrice equals lowly. Emilia equals amazing lovely girl with magic. Liliana, oh no.
What happened to Pristella?
Priscilla, truly, unless thou art in the midst of song, blood isn't circulating within thy head whatsoever.
Unlike mineself who is exceptional in all regards, thou art only exceptional in one. But mineself does find it likable.
Priscilla Summer, who was closed with eyes, with the fan she'd taken out at some point, began to fan herself as if she had a headache. Truly to exchange more words with that Priscilla Summer, but this wasn't the right time.
Liliana, indeed, everyone who was in the park vanished.
Priscilla, That was because thou revealedst an uncouth attitude during thy performance.
A.
I do hope you can forgive me for lying on the ground and playing with my teeth. Liliana, however, should any incident occur, the magic radio in the city hall should immediately broadcast through the entire city. Kiritaka-san reminded me too, this morning Priscilla, is that which can spread sound to an exaggerated degree?
Indeed, listening to thy song throughout the city is enjoyable. But what about it?
Liliana, a broadcast every morning had become commonplace. Watergate City Pristella contained a large watergate, so it was a place with high attention to safety.
Shelters were located all throughout the city, the citizens should have been well aware of this. So why? Liliana,
What's this? Chest, for what did it suddenly start to ache?
How strange. On my chest was nothing so dashing as an old wound.
So, this feeling. Priscilla, don't approach. My smile tight, I gave an A.
Of consternation.
Priscilla sudden raised her head to look toward the sky. Following immediately, was the sound of the city's broadcast. Capella, well then, all you trash-rotting meats, please take care to pitiably die off rot away, kya ha ha ha. Deigning to make this broadcast here, is which cult sin Archbishop representing, lust. Capella Emerada Lagunica Summer.
Kya ha ha ha.
Sharp piercing voice cutting off all of a sudden, quietness coming afterward.
Leaving only the sound of water flowing from the fountain.
That appearance of that sound was far too sudden, filled with unreality as if a dream. Priscilla, really now, quite the conceited words.
That wasn't a dream. Seems that wasn't a dream.
The nearby Priscilla Summers' tone grew terrifying, scaring me into turning my head to confirm her words.
My keen survival instincts were informing me, this turn of events is no good. Liliana, so, Priscilla Summer.
So, perhaps it's simply just activité. Or maybe a malicious prank, that possibility exists as well.
That's what I think, but...
Priscilla, desire and speculation are from their nature different.
If this were a malicious prank, we would call upon the infamy of the witch cult's name?
And in addition the opponent claims to be a sin archbishop. Know that those lunatics a group who give no thought to time, place, or means.
Liliana, Priscilla, and within this city, is that clown who could kill that lunatic. With that they would grow more frantic is a matter of course. Who knows how many people are completely hopeless like thee?
Priscilla Summers' words were difficult to comprehend as ever, but right now she seemed to be taking great pains for me to be able to understand.
With that, even someone like me with holes in their brain could understand.
The attack of the witch cult led by the sin archbishops had already become reality, and in addition the city hall had been captured already.
In that case...
Liliana, is Kiritaka-san okay?
Priscilla, well, that's an unknown name.
If he's someone relevant to the city and furthermore dwells in the city hall, there is no way to assure his safety. Seems that now is no longer the time to remain here and enjoy music. As soon as Priscilla Summer finished speaking, she took up her fan, marching forward with unflinching will.
But that was in the opposite direction of the shelter.
Liliana, then, don't you want to find a shelter? Like this, choosing a path differing from what's expected in an emergency will lead to disaster. Priscilla, hiding in a shelter with head bowed, waiting for the trouble to pass as if a stream is indeed fine. But the issue this time is a different matter, for if mineself does not act this situation will not come to an end. Liliana, which is to say, intent to kill an archbishop? This king candidate who intended to slaughter her way into the city hall looking at it from any angle revealed as a matter of course, to allow her to throw herself into a battlefield like this without calculations of victory would end only in tragedy. Speaking of which, with Priscilla Summer so full of confidence, could it be that she was capable of engaging in battle? Responding to my words full of doubt, Priscilla Summer covered her mouth with a fan as she looked back, tilting her head slightly. Priscilla, no, first Schult must be retrieved.
Al is fine either way, it doesn't matter what becomes of that fool. But Schultz's adorableness is without substitute. If mineself does not take care to retrieve him, surely he will be crying somewhere.
Liliana, eh? Priscilla, as for the other one, presumably he followed mine decree of this morning, and is wasting his time at a tavern.
A stroll in that area would perhaps locate him. Truly, what a troublesome man. As she rambled on, Priscilla Summer strode toward the park's exit without hesitation.
Though clearly occurring before my eyes, dazzling as it was, what to do, was all in a fog.
Then, Priscilla Summer turned back.
Priscilla, though mine request was not for thee to follow, if thou strayest too far, the sun disk's range will no longer reach. If wishing to refrain from mingling with frantic fools, thou would do well to follow mineself. What is this? It's terrifying.
Just what had happened?
Liliana, I say, Priscilla Summer, what's happening after finding the ones that need to be found?
Wait, Priscilla Summer.
Hurriedly chasing the silent shadow of her back, paying no mind to those who fled for the shelters, with dignity we walked about the city. The shadow of her back gave off such a sense of security, that perhaps even sin archbishops didn't need to be feared.
Thinking so was a mistake, was that I realized soon after.
Moving forward through the city according to Priscilla Summer's words, what was miraculous was, despite being unaware of where exactly her destination was, at every amongst the canals and streets Priscilla Summer chose her path without hesitation. Because of those correct choices, the eye who should have been guiding her had no chance to give my performance. Liliana, isn't this Priscilla Summer's first time in Pristella? Moving with such ease is startling. Priscilla, no, this is the first time. Because its name is similar to mine own, and the sights of the capital of water are famed, mine decree was to visit one day.
This development was not expected in the slightest. Liliana, is that so? This really is a shame. It was supposed to have been a much more tranquil, lovely city, without need to rush like this.
Watergate City Pristella was certainly a place worth touring. For a bard, a long stay, a leisurely stroll through the city was happiness. Even the Muse Company headquarters that had been built here, the likes of Kiritaka-san, were quite inclined in this direction. Well, rather than to say Kiritaka-san is troubling me, it should rather be said that I'm the troublesome one.
Kiritaka-san, please be fine. Liliana, speaking of which, there's no one.
A city where people on the streets, where water dragons visible on every street with a canal, where singing lead to meeting Kiritaka-san, is in such a strange situation. Ever since the witch cult had first made a broadcast, nothing had stirred. In addition to the people and water dragons all going missing, the only sounds that stirred were the flow of water and wind.
How quiet.
But it felt like more than just quietness. This stillness, wasn't it too ominous? Priscilla, don't wander off, it should be a right turn here.
Do you understand? Follow mine directions.
Liliana, don't you want to take this path? It's clearly a shortcut.
Really, how scatterbrained of Priscilla Summer. Priscilla, ho? Liliana, eep.
Apologies, I misspoke. Wanting to decrease the distance by telling her of a shortcut, but it was a failure.
Speaking of which, that hoe was too scary. The gaze of a beast.
No, the gaze of a carnivore.
Priscilla, follow mine instructions, and nothing will go wrong. Liliana, this lowly one will now completely obey Priscilla Summer.
Following Priscilla Summer's directions, after this we took several winding routes.
For some reason, during this not a single person was encountered. Time was running out.
Liliana, let's be cheery as we walk and sing. Priscilla, thou hast no sense of a stage.
Even if thou choosest a partner to listen, that person has the right to choose otherwise.
Liliana, Priscilla, about time to allow thy throat rest as well.
It won't be long until thy opportunity to sing arrives. Liliana, ha. Like that, Priscilla Summer's eyes held a hint of having predicted something.
That twisting and turning manner of talking, to the me who took straightforwardness as a duty, felt suffocating, closing my mouth and keeping silent. And so, This odd and silent tour through the city dash.
Priscilla, here.
What Priscilla Summer, who'd paused her footsteps, was regarding, was one of the shelters in the city, the convention center of 2nd Street. If the city hall at the center served as a place of assembly for the entire city, then the convention center of each numbered street was where each of their standpoints would be discussed. Kiritaka-san was not only the manager of the 3rd Street Convention Center, he also had influence in the stirrings of the city hall. Liliana, being unexpectedly taken somewhere safe. Where all the people went, quite honestly, I was even a bit scared. Priscilla,
What sayest thou?
Hurry and get inside, scaredy cat. Since this was a convention center, inside were probably several extraordinary people, and was at the same time a shelter close by, so as if the reunion of lovers long separated, this was soothing for the heart. You, the fuck are you saying, DE? This lovely daydream dissipated like fog after being met by a cry of rage.
An enraged roar filled with the scent of blood, contained in those sharp words, was a keen sense of killing intent.
Those uncouth men had cast aside their usual frivolity, to exude genuine killing intent. I'd say I was still a bard, having wandered through so many places, taking not only safe paths, but having traveled dangerous ones as well. This was what was known as rage, that which could not remain unfaced, the wrath that accompanied violence and murder. Liliana, Priscilla Summer?
This is.
Without realizing, I fell onto Priscilla Summer from beside me, but she avoided my outstretched hand, glancing around the convention chamber with an extremely listless gaze.
My kneeling self, with disbelief, surveyed the scene that Priscilla Summer had examined. The sound of a scream.
In this convention chamber, the shoving crowd flung insults, making sounds of disgust as they jostled each other.
They must have numbered 50. No, 100? 200? In summary, a mass of people bowled over those beside them indiscriminately, male and female and old and young together. Insulting each other.
Those insults tinged with hostility and malice, violent mannerisms full of intent to wound and kill.
Those who had fallen to bleed were many. In the corner of the convention chamber were the quivering forms of children. What on earth was happening? Priscilla, humph. In the midst of such a mass of random people, finding just shelter is indeed difficult.
Casting aside the confused me, Priscilla harumphed, face calm as ever. No, but this situation was a disaster? Why that unaffectedness? Priscilla, discord to this degree, has certainly permeated the city by now.
The slothie has perhaps not realized, as we did, avoid a path of trouble. Liliana, avoid?
Finally understanding the meaning of those words. The reason that Priscilla Summer had gone out of her way to take a winding path was to avoid any discordant ones. I alone had failed to notice, leisurely complaining about things like the lack of people.
Liliana, writhing and fighting like this. Does this have to do with the witch cult?
Priscilla, were this a mere disagreement, to go to this extreme would be utter foolishness, isn't it?
These people. No, the perimeter of this entire city has been overcome by foolishness. This is the result. The most important parts of Priscilla Summer's words were incomprehensible. But at least it was understood that the people hurting each other right now were not doing so of their own intent. Liliana, why am I untouched?
To uniquely have the ability to fight something like this off. Or rather, did I awaken in this moment? Priscilla, 'tis the majesty of mine, sun disk, but, thee alone should be able to escape it.
More importantly.
Priscilla Summer narrowed her eyes, surveying those who shoved at each other.
With the same gaze that she'd given me a hoe? With. Which was to say, it was terrifying.
Looking at those two eyes, her next words will presumably be equally terrifying. Guessed right. Priscilla, to find someone in this commotion, is practically the dream of a madman. With a small display, they will shut their mouths. Liliana, eh?
As her words fell, Priscilla Summer casually drew a sword from the air. No, to say it like that was wrong.
To be more precise, the light became a sword?
Priscilla, fall into the light of mine yang blade.
The sword which Priscilla Summer held aloft was decorated with a beautiful floral pattern, dyed in red from pommel to blade, a sword of crimson, radiating sunlight from within Priscilla Summer's hands, illuminating the entire convention chamber.
How dazzling! How wondrous!
A degree that regular light was incapable of reaching, scorching the eyes as if the sun. Kia. From up close, how damaging to my two eyes. Ducking away to keep the distance, planning to make some retort against Priscilla Summer, before noticing it. The convention center had grown quiet, those fighting people focusing on Priscilla Summer. But of course, if such a blinding light appeared, it was only natural that everyone's quarrel would end.
And just when that hand fell, and everyone's voice stopped. Priscilla Summer. A sobbing boy approached at a run from the wall, with cheeks reddened, as he flew toward Priscilla Summer.
Priscilla Summer caught the boy directly from the front, stroking his peach-colored hair with gentleness. Priscilla, to be so troublesome, only you alone could receive mine attention like this.
Schult, have you realized what a fool you've been?
Schult,
I had thought I wouldn't make it. But, Priscilla Summer.
Priscilla Summer. Priscilla, well, crying easily as expected of children, they shouldn't be blamed for it. The sight of the boy whose hair had so gently been stroked made me jump. Rather, because Priscilla Summer had come especially for this child, so I'd assumed she cared very much for him, but witnessing this showed that it was not so.
The sense of violation was keen. Because Priscilla Summer's attitude was frigid. Thinking about it nearly made my neck twist. However, it couldn't be assumed that with such a spectacle, it would be easy to escape. After all, we'd become the target of the attention of this convention center.
The spearhead of the enraged crowd had been directed toward the radiant Priscilla Summer. And in addition, it had just been noticed that the shining blade had disappeared.
Liliana, Priscilla Summer, where did the sword from just now go? Priscilla, its consumption is high. So when not in use it must fade back into sunlight. Humph. Responding to my question, Priscilla Summer looked toward the ones who gazed at her. That gaze was calm as always. Which was to say, apathetic.
Priscilla, what are you lot staring for, you fools without reason? Worshipping mine beauty is human nature, but understand time and place and your own position.
First, kneel. Liliana, why are you provoking them?
Pressing Schult into her chest, with a fierce expression, Priscilla Summer pointed at the ground, ordering everyone present to kneel. Although as expected, the crowd, who was more irritable than usual, moved with violence, and rushed forward. A ripple of insults echoed together, and I hurriedly dropped my bottom to the ground as I tried to curl up. However, Priscilla Summer remained standing there.
No, wait.
This woman.
What kind of joke? Priscilla, first of all is you. At least soar with more grace.
The large man, in a fit of rage, attempted to grab Priscilla Summer, but she immediately dodged aside, shoving his broad chest away.
A man whose weight is double mine, flew away like a leaf. Truly, this ease was without exaggeration.
HK? The body of the man that flew away collided direction with the mass of people, causing a dramatic, pitiful sight, one after another, being knocked over, rolling over like dominoes. And so, due to that initial loss, the crowd's momentum came to a halt. The one lined in front trembled upon seeing Priscilla Summer's power. Priscilla, as you can see, were it mine will, all of you could be cut down with ease.
Although 'twould be bothersome. If desiring to approach in turn.
Today mine self will spare the time to thoroughly respond to your desires. Priscilla Summer spoke in a regal voice, glaring at those surrounding her. That said, there was no one who would approach after hearing those words.
The enraged demeanor of before went who knows where. Or rather, the rage lingered on in everyone's hearts.
It was merely that its spearhead was not directed toward Priscilla Summer.
Priscilla, seems there are none. Where then, there's no longer meaning in remaining here. Mine attendant has been found safe and sound. You lot are free to enjoy yourselves, once mine self has departed.
Liliana, eh? As soon as Priscilla Summer finished speaking, she took the hand of the crying Schelt, striding toward the exterior of the convention center with lavish steps.
Liliana, but.
Just leaving everyone here like this. Priscilla, after my departure, the quarrel will start anew.
'Twould be surprising if it became slaughter in the end. However, does Minself have reason to terminate it? Liliana, in that case.
That was so, but was it really fine like this? No matter how you look at it, just leaving them behind was going too far. Liliana, PR, Priscilla Summer is a candidate for the royal election. Priscilla, even for myself, there is that which cannot be accomplished.
Without question, Mindself is indeed immersed in that annoying position, but to use it as an excuse is too forced. Liliana, grew.
Forcibly having my mouth blocked, no longer able to raise voice to any retorts.
But, if we left, the quarrel would start.
Escaping, could I really do something so ruthless?
Something like this,
Priscilla, or is that to say, you'll solve it? Liliana, eh? Just as I was hesitating, Priscilla Summer murmured in a low voice.
What was that to say, that, rather appealing proposal? Priscilla, thou hast said to myself before. To enjoy song requires no qualification. Not selecting place or audience is the essence of what thou callst song.
If so, why does thou not use thy miraculous song to save that lot?
Liliana.
Priscilla, thou art immersed within myself's sun disk.
In addition, as previously said, thou art to approach myself should thou findst trouble. Although perhaps 'tis early to play this card. But this is still a pleasure.
To be able to hear thy song, remaining here a moment is acceptable.
As if provoking, Priscilla Summer folded her arms over her chest. Was it a quirk, to raise her chest like this?
That violent cleavage could be seen with ease.
Brushing hand over chest.
I stared down at the hand that had just touched my chest. On that palm, lay cold sweat.
Liliana, is it
possible?
Priscilla, it matters not even if it is done. If approaching it like this, then it will merely be wasted effort. If thinking that songs had no power, such a line of thinking was not wrong. Although saying that, this was not the case.
Taking up the lyre from my back, gripping it tightly with both hands. Those had yet to become my audience, who had stored all their rage in their core, were truly without reason.
When clearly from now, I would say as I sang.
To hope that when everyone savored the sound of song together joyously, that they wouldn't fight. Priscilla, Schelt, wait for a little.
You will see an entertaining sight.
Schelt, understood. Priscilla Summer and Schelt stood behind the back of my figure with the lyre. With what kind of expressions, despicable, obvious without looking.
Liliana.
Wandering the world with only a lyre, a bard who forever held heroes in her heart.
Liliana, inspiration flashes. Please listen, ripples on the surface of the Watergate city. Return to your senses, then show me a frenzy.
If this takes away time that would be spent fighting, it's all the more meaningful. Arc 5, Chapter 64, The Despondence of Liliana Masquerade. Fingers sliding across the lyre, fingertips tightening with familiarity, having been for many years, for many tens of thousands of times, fingertips which played these notes for as long as they can remember. For me, to sing, was as natural as drawing breath, as natural as exhaling laughter when encountering amusement. Throat opening, diaphragm inhaling, intertwining rhythm with the sound of the melody.
Trilling out all the words emerging in my mind in this moment, all the feelings.
And equally, giving voice to the melody that surfaced in my mind along with the song. When creating a new song, although I would say inspiration flashes, to truly say that it was inspiration flashing, was rather absurd. In other words, it wasn't a sudden flash, but a discovery.
To call it that would perhaps be more suitable.
In this instant, melody and words emerging in my mind, were from their origin things hidden within this world.
Discovering a melody forgotten by the world.
Stumbling across by serendipity, taking up by fortuity, as if a gift descended from the skies, a tune concealed in the corners of the world.
I have all along viewed it like this.
And thus I had told Priscilla Summer, even without learning anything whatsoever, music could be enjoyed. To completely give up all wisdom, all knowledge, would be the same.
Because it was the song rather than the human which sang.
Ever heard birdsong? Ever heard a chorus of cicadas? Ever quietly listened to the wind sweeping across a stream, felt it raise a murmured voice? Did they also have humanity?
Perhaps, or rather, no, they shouldn't have. At the very least, I think they don't.
Don't. From the sun that illuminates all, the moon that waxes and wanes, the earth that diffuses its aroma, the firewood that crackles, have you ever felt music? I have.
I've felt it, proof that music permeates this world.
The world is constructed by music, this world is filled with music, this world is connected by music, this is the proof. Us bards merely borrow songs from this world filled with music. Music that is in itself present everywhere, which with just a little attention can become visible, that we capture in song, is in fact unnecessary.
Without shyness, without apology, we enjoy this exquisite melody alone. To do so is fine. That we think so is fine.
However, isn't music something lovely? To share something lovely with others brings greater joy. And with greater joy, ringing laughter has greater elation. Music is as such, if it's music, it can be done. Since the entire world is singing, who would scold those who sing? Come, devote, devote, devote all. Come, immerse, immerse, immerse. Submerge in joy, fill with glee, be imprisoned by happiness.
Ears, eyes, nose, skin, spirit, soul, present all, join with the music.
Frenzy swallowed audience, washing away the extreme wrath in one wave.
Swaying in dance, their sound became one with the performance.
Should their gazes overlap with those around them, the phenomenon of sharing feelings would be felt. Of course, music has always been by your side, a ever-present comrade from birth to death.
Seen it, heard it, felt it. We are always here, calling for such music.
Liliana, so, hell yeah.
Not at all quiet, thanks for the attention.
Singing on, you are.
A tilde, so how to put it, sorry for gleefully forgetting myself.
After the end an extensive performance like this, recalling the passionate demeanor I'd worn, my cheeks reddened.
Schult, Oni-san was amazing. I was very moved.
Teehee.
How cute was Schult-kun's cluelessly pure gaze. Heart-itching, aching.
Undirtied, wholesome, watery red eyes, made blood drip drip in my heart. Right, this kid was completely without malice, nor was it sarcasm.
He merely expressed with earnestness his childish feelings.
Though aware of this, but because he was too cute his praise couldn't be accepted comfortably.
What a pity, Schult.
As an adult, this purity would be dirtied. Schult, some of it couldn't be understood, apologies over my lack of studying. Higher.
That dejected expression was unfairly cute.
Is this some kind of malicious prank against me, this child?
A little, just a little touch.
Aye. Priscilla, Liliana, that performance just now wasn't bad, you deserve praise.
Liliana, Gyobi. Priscilla, what was that horrendous sound just now?
A girl.
Especially you, shouldn't be making such noises.
Just about to reach out an adult's sinful demonic grasp, I was caught up with a trickster like Priscilla Summer. No, I had no plans to do anything deplorable, really, none whatsoever. By the way, the moment Schult saw Priscilla Summer, his demeanor became open, sticking close to her waist. Though saying so, it wasn't tight clinging, merely lightly holding part of her red dress.
The modest demeanor of an angel.
And next, to welcome this precious Schult-kun, attempting to turn this brutalized convention center into a festival.
Liliana, this result was unexpected. At some point when I wasn't paying attention, it seems I reached the heights of music.
Indeed, a goddess of music without parallel.
Priscilla, foolishness. To be aware of your own worldliness and caliber is imperative. But to evaluate oneself so highly lacks elegance.
Your song was indeed worth enjoying, but 'tis not yet time to call yourself without parallel. You were merely lucky. That they immersed so early was solely because they were suggestible. Liliana, suggestible?
What did that mean? With a listless expression, Priscilla Summer fanned herself, as she scanned the faces in the convention center. I hurriedly followed her gaze, seeing a great many people.
People who had finally been freed from an air of insulting, attacking, fighting, had recovered their cool. Some extended their hands to those who had been shoved over, some offered apologies, some responded constantly with "it's fine," some silently gave treatment to those who had been injured. Oh, well then, my song was pretty amazing. The ones who had been arguing such earlier, had in fact sunk into such a warm state.
Practically the talent of a master. Priscilla, do not forget yourself with glee. The influence of unrest which played these commoners as if marionettes still persists. The sound of your song alleviated the commoners' distrust and fear.
However, without solving the root of the cause, the situation will devolve to what had just been. Liliana, PFF? Ah, no, but, think about it, every time they're pulled into the same act, I'll wash it away with my fervent unpapa. Priscilla, in theoretical terms, that works.
However, the root of the problem remains.
Not only here, this commotion is not occurring merely at this convention center. Liliana, what? This was the first time hearing of.
No, earlier on the way here Priscilla Summer had that such a disruption had been avoided.
Could it be that such disruption was occurring all throughout the city? Liliana, Priscilla, should it have something be done about it?
Priscilla, well, that's how it is. To be frank, my mood does not align with saving the city. Schult, Priscilla Summer. Fickle emotions, cold blood, iron expression. With trembling gaze Schult looked toward Priscilla Summer as she spoke.
How to put it, obvious upon a glance, was that Schult Kun next to Priscilla Summer seemed so normal, perfect wholesomeness.
Ah, this child is hopeless, completely in line with my preferences.
Not receiving a response from Schult Kun, not knowing whether or not he shared my feelings counted as my loss. Priscilla Summer shrugged helplessly, breasts bouncing with violence, as she placed her hands on her waist.
Liliana, how old is Priscilla Summer? Priscilla, 19. Liliana, I see. By the way, just to mention, I'm 22.
Priscilla, no one asked.
I just wanted to mention it.
What was this difference, something in diet?
Is this merely what wandering bard must be re-signed to? What suffering?
Priscilla, without even mentioning having Schult be trapped here, daring to display such disrespect during mine stay, mineself is hardly such a forgiving coward.
Without regard of which cultist is involved, their heads will roll. As my hands tightened, Priscilla Summer's decree seemed to have been determined.
Although much remained to be said to, I well understood that Schult Kun's feelings needed to be respected. Liliana, really, toward Schult Kun Priscilla Summer is truly, too, overprotective. Priscilla.
Liliana, yeah?
Burning, it's all burning? On fire?
Caught on fire just now?
In the instant that I jabbed Priscilla Summer in the side with my elbow, fire burned over my head. The tips of my hair curled from burning. Without even an incantation.
Sudden brutality. Genuine panic. Unforgettable nightmare.
Schult, Oni-san, are you okay?
Toward me with my head on fire, Schult ran over in a shock.
Perhaps to try to extinguish the flame immediately, he withdrew a bottle from the parcel he had, intending to tip its contents into me, removing the hardships forced upon my body.
In the instant, my head had once again been surrounded by flame. Priscilla, halt, Schult. Schult, but, Priscilla Summer.
Priscilla, this is mine evening wine. As it belongs to mineself, even a slight drop would turn a spark into a fireball.
These sound like joking words, but this is the reality.
Liliana, uawa.
Before I could be ignited, I rolled back and forth on the frigid ground.
Schult tilted his tiny neck to ask, "Can wine catch on fire?" "Despicable, master and servant who collaborated to have me perish in flame.
What?
Even were I to die here, the soul of a bard would not rest, performing a nightly song by your bedside. Because song was everywhere in this world. Priscilla, if you wouldn't mind, doing so is fine as well. Speaking of which, kicking up such a fuss over singed hair, hurry and stand." "Liliana, eh?
Where'd the cursed flame go?"
"I should be enclosed in scorching flame and turn to ash?"
"Ah, for real, there hadn't been any burns. What was that? Scared me to death."
Laughing with embarrassment while removing clothing, while the stares of everyone nearby, walking to Priscilla Summer's side, to begin negotiations.
"Liliana, well then, Priscilla Summer.
In order to save Pristella, please attack with a bang, gracefully giving your regards to the Sin Archbishop."
I'll offer support to the best of my ability. Priscilla, do not speak as if it were another's affair, mine self has already decided to take you as well. Liliana, UEE. Earth-shattering.
Sky overturning. Beauty stealing life. Why point toward me at this moment?
Liliana, someone like me who's a bard, only knows how to be cute, sing, and be cute.
A bard without any specialties. Taking me could only satisfy your eyes and ears, you know.
Priscilla, that candidness is not unappealing. As said before, mine self is fond of you. That song, 'twould be a shame to lose it. Not to mention casting you aside in the masses, would perhaps lead to misfortune. Since you would have left mine, sun disk. Liliana, which is to say, I'm so cute you want to protect me? Priscilla, ho?
Liliana, wah.
Having thrown a tantrum, Priscilla Summer is truly kind.
Compared with the attack of setting my hair aflame without indication, how kind was the Priscilla Summer who only set me on fire after giving warning. Chest tingling.
What kind of feeling was this?
Heartbeat quickening, sweat dripping, breaths toiling, blood vanishing from face.
Priscilla, there are other reasons to take you, that irritating foolish commoner's declaration.
Was it to say that there is a magic device in the governing building?
Liliana, Ah, right, it's in the city hall.
Every morning, getting early, rubbing sleep from eyes to do as duty asks. That isn't to say, I wouldn't sing because I wanted to sleep in. Indeed, rather than to call it collapsing from exhaustion halfway through a song, it's sleeping for more than half.
As soon as I sing it wakes me up. Rousing immediately.
Priscilla, knowing the location is enough. Mine self requires that magical device.
And you? Liliana, you want me. Priscilla, your throat. A change in phrase.
However, thanks to this, I finally realized exactly what Priscilla Summer meant to say.
That was, she wanted to say. Liliana, to have what happened just now in this convention center, spread across the city from the magical device's broadcast.
Priscilla. Liliana, Priscilla Summer?
What is it?
Priscilla, daring to be so ostentatious before mine self, you fool, what have you done with the real Liliana?
That person couldn't possibly be so intelligent. Liliana, a clever and cute me being treated as an illusion. What kind of impression she had of me, in truth, was very disappointing.
However, I understand Priscilla Summer's thoughts. If commotions similar to the one of this convention center were occurring all throughout the city, then it would perhaps be my turn to take the stage. To be able to tour the city to give performances would be something wonderful, but there wasn't enough time to travel around like this.
It's too late to tour around like this. In that case, my mind was made. Liliana, all right, understood.
In this case, I do indeed agree that thoughts of Priscilla Summer who wanted me to accompany her were authentic. In addition, to approach the city hall, the place where the thinking power in the city would be concentrated. Surely Kiritaka-san would be there. In an emergency like this, he could be counted on. Priscilla, of course, within the city hall there certainly await Sin Archbishops. Exterminating those pests is unavoidable.
You would do well to avoid being caught in it. Liliana, I'd forgotten.
Right. Right now, lust occupied the city hall.
Which meant, if the city hall were serving as a base, the battle plan could be imagined.
Liliana, Nobut. That Sin Archbishop might have emptied out the city hall already. There are lots of rooms in there which are inaccessible for secrecy, so maybe they unexpectedly took no time, and lust is long gone.
Fufan, indeed, a burst of divine reasoning.
This was an idea belonging to the me who was left every morning from work. In truth, that place was where everyone hurriedly rushed to work, so there was no one who would acknowledge me.
Children who don't understand numbers will be told to leave, was what it felt like.
And thus, certainly the city hall would be completely empty. Capella, Yahoo.
Yahoo tilde.
Yahoo tilde.
At this moment, the broadcast sounded a second time.
After listening to the second broadcast, we left the convention center feeling depressed. Priscilla and Schult did not look depressed.
Leaving the convention center took a little time, since after the second broadcast, the people became anxious again, and I had to calm them with my song. Frankly, this performance could only be called unintentional. No matter what was sung, any behavior lacking reason could not be included. However, at its basis, adding extraneous impurity to the song was not permissible.
Become intoxicated by the song, become immersed in the song, to sing with these feelings, was what I intended. But to use song as a counter to this psychological attack which unsettled people, was something I was unwilling to do. But in the end singing did become this kind of measure. If I had wanted to sing like this, if authenticity for the song had been lost, the song could still reach the hearts of others. Perhaps these thoughts would not be there. Priscilla, taking over the control towers and the main Watergate, and then listing a series of requests. After leaving the convention center, with steps which were as always self-assured, only I shakily followed behind. Rather than calling it a loss of assurance, perhaps it was a loss of identity? Without doubt I exist for singing, but in these circumstances was it myself asking me to sing, or the song, to sing, or is it a song, or the result? Although all three were given by me, I didn't understand a single one of the three.
Couldn't figure out which it was.
Priscilla, a third broadcast has to happen, before we retake the city hall and the magical device.
Schult, why is that?
Priscilla, the witch cult needs use of the magical device, and they'll send out a third request. Afterward, it'll only be a matter of overseeing the 4 control towers, far away from any situation in which they may lose their advantage by revealing their location. However, for the sake of playing their twisted game, there's a possibility of being able to seize the magical device.
Schult, can't we use it?
Priscilla, as long as the one operating that magical device is lust, there's this kind of feeling.
Although she wears quite the vicious skin, what lies beneath is quite cunning. What a clever lunatic will become given the opportunity, looks exactly like that. While my expression was still heavy, Schult took the lead in asking Priscilla questions.
Schult had instantaneously figured out the secret behind not enraging Priscilla Summer. Perhaps the person himself was unaware. And because he was so genuine, Priscilla Summer seriously answered everything she'd been asked. Because it was an explanation meant for a child, I understood it easily as well.
Which was to say, would the situation progress as the witch cult willed?
Priscilla, and so after the third broadcast, when their requests have been made. If the magical device is operable, your song will join the playing field.
Should the city be in a state of unrest, who knows where the pests among the lions will gather?
Schult, before something that complicated happens, is there no chance Priscilla Summer used that glorious sword to finish off the witch cult? Priscilla, the control towers from all 4 sides, should any of them open a single Watergate, the city would be flooded.
Even myself is a lone person. To raise a hand in counterattack is ineffective. In this city are a few capable others. They too will try to recover the magical device.
The capable others Priscilla Summer had mentioned were those capable of meeting the witch cult in battle. As far as I knew, people who had experience in defeating the witch cult did reside in the city. Indeed, Lilimansa, Natsuki Subaru Summer, and silver-haired witch, Emilia Summer, who accompanied him.
Liliana, oh, I get it. We're waiting until the third broadcast, before going to the city hall. Fists clenched, breaths involuntarily growing wild. In all honesty, to be unable to protest against this was a bit dispiriting.
However, not going to the city hall would mean being unable to assure Kiritaka-san's safety. Or rather, even being assured of Kiritaka-san's safety would not yield usefulness to the battle. However, if only for the sake of that person alone, I couldn't help but sing.
Liliana, so then, before that.
Schult, go with Liliana Summer, and get to a shelter.
Liliana, yes, take me to the shelter and wait, UAEE.
Schult answered with frenzied enthusiasm, what was this about?
Priscilla Summer nodded with satisfaction.
Seeing this, with his entire face bright red, Schult grew happy, although clearly I had been named, leaving me to go by himself. Clearly by my side, but somehow still feeling lonely. Priscilla, although aware of how your song has an effect on this unsettling wave, but first your mood should be calmed, before asking you to perform. Although just then you had been at a loss, the you of right now has no leeway for such troubles. Liliana, but, does this have anything to do with the shelters? Priscilla, although using the magical device to dispel the curse is your duty, before retaking the city hall, that time will be cleared out for you, and during that same time, the commoners' hearts will be set aside, during which, they will sway with unease.
Liliana, ah.
Priscilla, before you can take your place before the magical device, those who need your song are countless.
To prevent this, you must meet their needs.
Priscilla Summer's proposal could finally be easily understood. Before my songs could reach, countless cases of people hurting each other as they had in the convention center would occur.
By then, perhaps the delivery most valuable saving grace of song might be too late. Certainly they could not all be saved. But, to extend a hand to those who could be would prove to be no futile task.
Priscilla, in mine regard, you have no small amount of courage on the stage.
However, that wavering just now is dangerous. Perhaps it will show its face at a critical moment.
Thus, you must increase the number of times you experience upon the stage.
Liliana, times on the stage. Is it?
Times on the stage were already at a number that was countless. Although the phrase courage upon the stage had never been used, never before had the stage brought any feelings of shame.
What Priscilla Summer actually meant was,
Priscilla, your troubles are unknown.
However, what is needed is not a song for yourself, but one for others. Understand that your songs are for the sake of others.
And thus, you must increase your number of times on the stage.
Liliana.
Priscilla, to be prompted by mindself to such a degree truly is arrogant.
Repent with the results you will bring.
Saying so, as if having made a decision, Priscilla Summer folded her two hands over her chest, vigorously sticking out her chest. Those large breasts bounced violently, her hands moving to be placed on her waist.
Song was a presence different from the self. To sing in such a way.
Schult, Priscilla Summer is as gentle as expected.
I truly understand.
Priscilla, too noisy, Schult. An exchange that couldn't help but feel a bit facetious, but, with this I'll make up my mind, beginning a battle of touring every shelter to perform. Foremost, to live up to Priscilla Summer's words, secondmost, to live up to a bard of song and dance, Liliana's future. Dash. Dash.
Dash dash. Dash dash dash.
Well, while visiting the shelters with this passion, checking up on those who had succumbed to frustration and despair, there would be a third broadcast. Priscilla,
Someone else went first, how annoying.
Priscilla Summer lifted her head to regard the pale sky, murmuring to herself like this. As for what those feelings were directed toward, I had of course heard as well. Natsuki Subaru Summer had made a broadcast with the magical device. Although those words had not been clumsy, they could not be called inspiring, but perhaps in the hearts of the people within the city, aside from unrest and fear, something else could be drawn.
The same thing, as our desire to sing. In this case, whoever did it was fine.
Liliana, even if someone else went first, just as he said, the city hall seems to be clear.
For now let's meet up with everyone, and begin the battle to retake the city.
I
will sing my best.
Priscilla, don't display such an insouciant attitude. Liliana, no, this isn't anything like arrogance.
To some degree there was a sense of assurance, but what was greater was a sense of shame.
A chance being taken away, missing an opportunity to be the songstress, but taking its place was, to be able to stand in this place where a hero was born, gave me such a satisfaction. This satisfaction, where this hero mindlessly decided to engage with Priscilla Summer, was it going to dissipate like this? Yay.
There would still be a chance to sing. Well then.
Arc 5, Chapter 65, The Regret of Liliana Masquerade. The 4 controlled towers taken over by the witch cult. In order to recapture the tower, the most capable ones in the city have made their move, conducting a large-scale battle which hit all 4 at once. Amongst forces who each did not pale in the slightest, for some reason a mere cute musician like me properly joined the battle as well. How unexpected.
However, retreat wasn't to even be considered.
Well then, next is to introduce the crazy face, who is going to be participating in this operation together with me, Liliana Masquerade. Priscilla, that face is just about sickening already.
Present your neck beneath mineself.
Once that head has been severed, that skull will serve nicely as a candle holder.